We on some real wigger shit.
And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul.
Nobody likes you. Everybody hates you. You're gonna lose. Smile, you.
Look at these people, and you're just like, my God, I wish there was a country to escape to get away from them. But you know they'd come following us. We'd go build another incredible Atlantis, and they'd paratroop in to take it all over like all the people fleeing California, and they come here and they do the exact same thing. Their needles, their feces, their devil worship, their delusion, their weakness, their demonic worship.
I heard some troubling news lately. Brandon Herrera that found out he was going to run a video talking about why the AR-15 sucks. And I severely beg to differ.
Hamburger, hum. Hamburger, 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 hum. Hamburger, 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 hum. Hamburger, hamburger.
Relax, I just want to take some pictures.
No more bullshit monkey ninja drill. Make every bullet count. And execute a plan.
I feel like this is a threat.
Do you actually believe the Queen died of natural causes?
You know, just a gift to you, 'cause you deserve it.
That might have been a war crime. But, shit happens in the heat of passion, Jimbo.
That's why we want to see your super influential.
Go to my OnlyFans. That's what we should have done this on OnlyFans.
I have OnlyFans.com/gunshorts.
We should have done this there.
Yeah, I know.
Probably would have made like $26.
What a waste of fucking time that was.
The AR-15 was made by Americans for Americans. The AK-47 made by communists for terrorists. Think about all the greatest people in history. Americans, right? Jesus, great American. That guy never touched an AK.
Like, the AK is a cool gun, I like it, but it's not a real gun by modern standards.
I can't recommend this to a normal human being that doesn't have methamphetamine levels of addiction.
Made me want to fucking myself.
Ignore Hop for a second. So he clicked over at Beer Ford.
It's a cool piece of history. It's not relevant. The AK is not relevant.
It's a boxed loyalist enclave of hipster faggots. Sorry, bad word.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're having a wonderful night. I certainly hope that the audio is coming through all right. No need for any headphones tonight because it's just me on a long form solo topic stream for a Sunday night. And it's kind of topical for a Sunday night since it is going to be Tucker Carlson versus Mike Huckabee, which is quite a silly last name, or it's quite silly bunch of syllables slapped together there if you say it too fast. But we have a bit of an interview to go through. The interview is 2 hours and 45 minutes long, and we're going to get through some of it for sure. It would probably be about a 8-hour stream to get through all of it, but we don't need to do that, so we're not going to go through it. But I think, of course, it's topical. It's Sunday. Hope you all went to church today. Hope the Catholics are out there having a great Lent as well. Of course, Mike Huckabee, yeah, it kind of sounds like that, doesn't it? No sidetracking today, Amorite boy. It's just gonna be me, just gonna be you, just gonna be a little bit of Tucker Carlson and Mike Huckabee in the background talking about Christian Zionism, which is perhaps the greatest threat to the West, or at least a symptom of the greatest threat to the West, the subversion of my religion, which is problematic, of course. So we're going to talk about that. If you're not interested in that, you should probably hop off now. I'm going to keep it real with you, dog. It's going to be 3 to 5 hours of Tucker Carlson and Mike Huckabee going forward. Now, I've already watched the interview once. I finished watching it again today, and it's I think they both do a really bad job. I think Tucker Carlson comes off a bit like a snake, and Mike Huckabee is just, he's all right at what he does from like a boomer apologetic standpoint, but he's also equally snaky with a little bit of Southern charm mixed in there, right? They're both kind of not saying what they mean, which is really obnoxious. Really obnoxious. Energy drinks? Yeah, dude. We got, this is the, appropriately, the America Pop, all right? America Pop flavor from Ghost to celebrate our last little W, our last little gold medal at the Olympics over Canadians, or as I like to call them, Indians. So we did defeat them at their own game. Kind of pathetic. Kind of pathetic. And also, of course, you know, the memes around certain individuals, you know, BTFOing China in their own game, also good as well. Hockey gold, hockey gold. All right, well, let's go ahead and get into it, okay? I don't know what else we're supposed to do here. Also, if you liked that intro was from like, how long ago? 2 years ago? That was one of the first intros ever on a live stream. So if you're a real OG, you've seen that intro before. I made that like 2 years ago, and I thought like, hey, I haven't shown those in a long time. I might as well reuse them, get a little bit of mileage out of all that work. But hey, let's go ahead and talk about this. Now, I'm going to skip 25 minutes of preamble by Tucker Carlson because he gives some of the context, some of the detaining while he was there in Israel, because, of course, Mike Huckabee is the U.S. ambassador to Israel, so he spends a lot of time in Israel, of course. So I'm going to skip all of that nonsense. Just going to get straight into the interview. You can check out the other 25 minutes if you so desire. Not sure why you would, but if you so desire, you can do that. Now, also, I will put on headphones if it bleeds into the mic. I'm thinking it won't. I'm thinking it'll do a good enough job of blocking it out, but if it doesn't, I'll put on headphones.
I hope it's informative. Ambassador, thank you very much for having us, for inviting me.
Looks good. Looks like it's not peaking the mic at all, so the sound canceling software is doing its job.
I was grateful to be invited.
Well, thank you.
I was grateful because I don't like all the name calling. I've engaged in some of it. I want to apologize for that. In general, I don't think people should be going immediately to motive, calling each other Nazis or anti-Semites. I said I hate the Christian Zionists. I lost control of myself. Of course I don't. I've apologized for that. I have problems with my anger, and so I just want to apologize to you since you are a Christian Zionist.
You and I have known each other for over 30 years.
Over 30 years. That is totally true.
That is kind of part of the problem, isn't it? You have two old professionals, one with CIA ties, that being Tucker Carlson, and the other one being perma-politician, I guess, a literal aristocrat almost in Mike Huckabee, right? And they just, no matter who's in power, no matter which way the wind's blowing, they seem to just be around. They seem to be just doing the same type of things. Now, I think Tucker might be right there in saying you can say that you hate Christian Zionism without saying you hate the individuals, because a lot of the people are just brainwashed. A lot of the people are just brought up into it. They're propagandized into it. I was raised in a Christian Zionist framework, being a Southern Baptist earlier on in life, right? So Christian Zionism, especially in the West, especially in evangelical circles, is kind of the norm. And a lot of these people never question it. They're told it. It's basically dogma, even if it's not officially dogma, of course, but it's basically the norm. It is the status quo. And if I told somebody, like a normal person at one of my congregations, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm not a Christian Zionist, they'd look at me funny. They're like, uh-oh, this guy's a problem, right? Because it's so outside of the norm, when, again, the traditional Christian perspective has absolutely nothing to do with the 1948 plus, and on state of Israel.
when you were in Little Rock. So
yes,
you know,
the newspaper.
It's why I wanted us to have a conversation, talk to each other and not about each other. And I appreciate very much your coming here to.
Of course. And I'm only staying a couple hours, unfortunately, because I kind of shoehorned this in, but I hope that I will be back soon. And I hope that I can come back soon because I actually like, despite what you may hear, I actually like the country. I've been here a lot and there are a lot of things I love about it. And I want to talk to people in it for like a week.
Good.
And get a better sense of it.
Just a word on travel. Like, I couldn't imagine doing like 25, 30 hours of travel because I don't think you can get direct flights to Israel. Maybe you can. I don't do a lot of international travel, but that sounds miserable. Like a day plus of travel to stay in the country for like 3 or 4 hours for one interview that could have been done over, you know, Skype or something like that. Seems like a way to lose a lot of money.
So I want to ask you, everyone I've talked to in preparation for this has said the same thing. Jonathan Pollard, I'm just going to throw the name to you and have you explain.
No, I'm glad you asked. You know,
of course.
Interestingly, there's been a lot of things about it. You're the first person who has asked me about it, which I find amazing. So I
think he's probably lying about that. Jonathan Pollard, if you're not familiar, Jonathan Pollard is the most prolific Jewish American spy. I think he's probably the most prolific of all time. So famously stole, let me pull up his Wikipedia right here. Famous for stealing state secrets as a quote-unquote American and then selling them, of course. Convicted of espionage in 1987, he became the first American to go to jail for life for passing secrets to a U.S. ally. The top secret information Poland passed on to Israel is so vast and damaging that the complete list of files itself is top secret. He was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 30 years. And then, of course, he got released. When did he actually get released? Jonathan Pollard released. So if you're not familiar with the man, he is a traitor to the American people, right? He's a hero to his people, of course, but to us. Release. Yeah, so November 20th, 2015, he got released and is currently living in Israel. And the fact that I just don't believe Mike Huckabee when he's like, oh, nobody's ever mentioned that name to me. Nobody's ever mentioned that person to me. What a strange thing. Like, listen, man, you've been in political positions as long as he's been in jail, and you mean nobody's ever talked to him or in the decade since he's been released? Yeah. Well, what happened for him to live? Well, he sold secrets to the right people, right? Not to the Russians, not to, I don't know, Turkey, North Korea, some of these other places, but he sold them to Israel. That's what kept him alive.
I'm glad you did.
Really?
Yeah, the very first
Good.
person.
Well, it's better to hear it.
Sure. I met Jonathan Pollard 2 times. Once I was making a speech in Jerusalem. This has been a few years ago. His wife was still alive at the time, and he was there. And someone introduced me to him and his wife. I said hello to them. That was it. Hi. Nice to meet Esther, his wife, and that was it. I went and made my speech, and I left. Later, his wife passed away here in Israel, and I sent him a note and just said, I'm sorry to hear about your wife. I remember meeting her at the hotel, and sorry to hear it. He then asked, could he come and see me? He wanted to come and thank me for being kind to him. He came to the embassy. I think we met for maybe 30 minutes. We had a nice, pleasant visit. The funny thing was the New York Times reported that it was a secret meeting. Tucker, if you've ever been to the U.S. Embassy, you would know there's no such thing as a secret meeting at the U.S. Embassy.
Sure.
There are cameras everywhere.
Don't get that, though. I feel like that's such a horrible idea. Even if he's going to try and play it off as it wasn't a secret meeting, it was openly meeting with the most prolific traitor that the U.S. has had in the last 50 years. Listen, it was an open meeting with him. I've only met the man 3 times, okay? I've only talked to the man 3 times. Nobody's ever brought this up to me, though. I've never heard the name before.
You walk through Marines, you walk through security, you walk through the front office, and there's a dozen or more people that are going to check you out when you come. And before you get there, you're going to have to give us your passport information. You're going to have to be vetted and screened and all of this stuff. So the idea that it was secret was ludicrous.
Cody Fisher says, let's talk about guns. Nope, there is absolutely no gun news tonight on the docket. It is literally a solo topic, solo stream where we're covering this interview. That's it. And then tomorrow will be a normal Monday night stream, saving all the gun topics for all the normies out there.
The whole idea is, look, Jonathan Pollard did something that was terribly wrong. He sold secrets. He shouldn't have done it. He was sentenced to 30 years in prison and spent 30, actually was, I think he was sentenced to maybe more than 30 years, but he spent 30 years in prison. Most people convicted of something similar, which was one count, I believe, would have spent 2 to 4, but he spent 30. I don't have a problem with him spending 30 because I think what he did was despicable. I'm not defending anything about what he did. But even people like the former director of the CIA, a number of other senators on the Senate Foreign Relations or the Senate Intel Committee said that he should be allowed to leave and move to Israel if he wanted to. So
Why? Why would we allow traitors just to move back to their home? It seems so strange. It's like if you have a American who, like we just recently had another American, I say in quotations, of course, Chinese gentleman in the military selling secrets to China for $12,000 a pop, right? And he got like 18 years. And again, what Jonathan Pollard did was much more egregious and only got 30 years. And then we just let him go back to the country where he's a hero. Like Jonathan Pollard is a hero in Israel, right? Because he works for them. He's not an American. Should be tried as a foreign actor.
To me, was not as big a deal that I had this basically courtesy meeting. He wanted to thank me for being nice to him when his wife died. That's pretty much the story.
You advocated for his release when you ran for, I remember it, in 2011, long before he had served 30 years. And I agree with you that there are a lot of people languishing in prison, in our country and in this country, many countries, for longer periods than they deserve. And I think it's a Christian impulse to want to see them free. But this was the greatest traitor in modern American history who sold our battle plans against the Soviet Union, our main enemy in the Cold War, to the Israeli government, which according to our Reagan CIA director, Bill Casey, then gave them to the Soviet Union. So this was the most profound betrayal of the United States in my lifetime. Why advocate?
And it's so strange, right? Because the line is always greatest ally, greatest ally, greatest ally. But if you just go down the list of things that they've done over the years, whether it's, killing JFK, allegedly, stealing nuclear materials, right? Whether it's USS Liberty, whether it's Jonathan Pollard, whether it's 9/11, whether it's our money supply, all these other little things. You just keep lying to us about WMDs in the Middle East. Of course, when you just bring up all these things and line them up, and then some retard is still going to look you dead in the eyes and say, greatest ally, though. I'm like, I'm pretty sure Bangladesh is a greater ally just by virtue of not doing all of these things.
For that guy's release before he serves his full sentence.
If that were the case in 2011, it would have been because I had a number of friends that suggested that he had more than served time, and he didn't want to live in the U.S. anymore. He wanted to live in Israel. And but my association with him, again, I had never met him until I met him in Jerusalem at a hotel. That was the first time I had ever encountered him.
I'm friends with a million bad people, or I've talked to a million bad people.
I'm sitting here with you. I mean, come on.
I mean, she's the same with tax collectors. So trust me, do not judge people who are friends or know or enjoy the company of immoral people, because it's not an endorsement.
You should. What about everybody on the Epstein list? What about all those guys? Do I judge those people for keeping company with immoral people? Of course we do. Of course we do. We don't just allow them to do that and get away with it. What are you talking about? No, I love it when my friends hang out with the greatest traitor to the U.S. People in the last, half century. I love it when people do that. Listen, Prince Andrew may have done some debaucherous things, but Jesus hung out with tax collectors, all right? So don't judge just because he's my homeboy, all right? Or not. There's something about he who keeps company with fools, or you are, who you hang around, all this sort of stuff. You can't, hang around mud all day and expect to keep clean. You can tell a lot about a man by the company he keeps, so on and so forth. Yeah.
Of their immoral behavior. Pollard is different, I think, once you become U.S. ambassador, the representative of the President of the United States. in the United States of America in a foreign country, and then you invite not only the most damaging betrayer in our lifetimes, but also a guy who continues to advocate for betrayal. So he gave an interview, as I know you know, in 2021 to Israeli media, in which he said, I would encourage Jewish Americans with security clearances to spy for Mossad against their own country, the United States, because, and I'm pretty much quoting him, all Jews should have dual loyalty. That's not repentance. That's not someone who feels bad about what he did. That's someone who's encouraging American Jews to betray their country.
And this is the line that you always hear brought up by Jewish Americans, where they will call you anti-Semitic for pointing out the fact that you do have a dual loyalty. And obviously not all of them, but there are a lot of Israelis, Jews, when pushed, will tell you that they have a secondary or even a primary alliance to Israel, right? They might even be like, oh, I love this country. I love this country. But my home is Israel, right? So I have to do what's best for my home country, right? Because they might be here, but they're not really American in the sense that this is their place, right? I'm an American. I don't have a place to go after America burns down. These people do.
That's pretty heavy, don't you think?
Oh, I do. And I disagree with that wholeheartedly. I think, let's remember, it was President Trump who probably facilitated his departure. And I'm certainly supportive of President Trump. I think you are. And
Pollard's not. He called him a madman after your meeting.
That's why I say Pollard is not, for me, the real issue. It was.
It's instantly Tucker just hits him with the whammy. Pollard thinks he's a madman. Well, it's like, well, you're a literal traitor. You're a literal traitor. So maybe I don't care about your opinions on Americans. You're a literal traitor who should be in the ground.
The fact that he did something that was despicable. I'm not denying that. Of course he did. And he paid dearly for it, 30 years in prison, and he should have. That's what he should have done. There's no question about that.
Why meet with him in the U.S. Embassy? Your colleagues said they were shocked. They said...
Who were the colleagues that said they were shocked?
Quoted on Background in the New York Times. I think the meeting was in August. This would all be fake. That's why I'm asking you.
Well, the same New York Times said it was a secret meeting. And I'm telling you, there's no such thing as a secret meeting in the U.S. Embassy.
Do you see why the U.S. ambassador hosting a convicted...
He's going to... And that's kind of why I wanted to cover it. Because, of course, it's going to tie into Christian Zionism, which I have some thoughts on.
Betrayer of his own country who's encouraging Americans to continue to betray their country would seem shocking.
Well, I would say that it wasn't that you make it sound like I'm hosting a meeting. I simply met with him. I meet with people all the time.
Some can just walk in without a...
No, they have to have an appointment. Of course they do.
Oh, so it is hosting him then, I think.
Well, I don't know if it was hosting.
Well, yeah. So, I mean, you planned to have the meeting. Of course you did, right? And this is where Tucker's really good, right? This is what Tucker does excellently before he starts snaking and flaking a little bit. When he adds in these little things, right? He catches Mike in a little bit of a lie, right? Mike twists the truth or try to make it sound as good, as kosher as possible, of course. And, Tucker just throws in a little gotcha.
That you make it sound like I'm hosting a meeting. I simply met with him. I meet with people all the time.
Some can just walk in without a...
No, they have to have an appointment. Of course they do.
Oh, so it is hosting him then, I think.
Well, I don't know if it was hosting, but it was certainly, he was able to come to the U.S. Embassy to have a meeting at his request. I did. And frankly, I don't regret it. I met with a lot of people over the course of the time I've been here, and we'll meet with a lot more. That's it.
So keep in mind that Jonathan Pollard is a hero in Israel, so Mike Huckabee here has to be very careful about pissing off people who view Jonathan Pollard as a hero in Israel, even though he's ostensibly the ambassador for the U.S.
Have also been, and there continue to be, dozens and dozens and dozens of accused sex offenders from the United States who fled to Israel, including one recently, an Israeli government official who was caught trying to molest a 15-year-old girl. And
yeah, so we actually covered this story specifically that he's referencing here. I think it was a cybersecurity professional in Las Vegas was soliciting underage girls for copulation. So yeah, and then of course they just get extradited to Israel. They just get taken straight out. There's a couple very famous, Roman Polanski, I want to say, the famous director producer. Brent Ratner, which is a very unfortunate last name, though perhaps a little apropos, fled to Israel, of course, after his sexual abuse allegations. And, a whole host of Hollywood elites, Woody Allen, I believe as well, just seem to have summer homes or backup homes in Israel for some reason. And Mike Huckabee is going to use that as a pseudo defense here in a second. and say, like, listen, you have to care about Israel because there's 800,000 Americans living in Israel. It's like, are they really American if they choose to live in Israel with a dual passport?
Fled to Israel and is not going back to the United States to stand charges for attempted molestation of a child. Have you advocated for the Israeli government to return him to the United States?
I'm not familiar with that case. It has not come to us at the embassy. So I'm not aware. Is this the person in Nevada?
That is correct.
Okay, I
in
heard
Clark
about
County.
it.
I would imagine so.
Yeah, I heard about it, but I heard about it through open source media. It was never something that was presented to us, but I would have no problem with him being extradited back to the U.S.
Has that ever happened? Has that ever happened? Because I know that Israel does not have an extradition treaty with the U.S., but I don't think it's ever happened. I don't think they've ever sent back one of their many sex pests. Because remember that Tel Aviv is the pedophile capital of the world, and I don't even mean that in some sort of like, anti-Semitic way. I just mean that like per capita, or not even per capita. I think it might just have the highest density of pedophiles in the world.
You're the president's and our country's representative in the state of Israel. So I think it would fall to you to advocate with your friend, the prime minister, to say, wait a second, we have a very close relationship. We're obviously the single largest source of outside funding for this country. How can you take an accused child molester and shield him from American justice, send him back to the United States? Have you ever had that conversation?
No, because the prime minister would not be the proper person
that may be
in
right,
Israel.
Pardon my ignorance.
That would deal with an extradition. It would go through their court system. And so the prime minister is separate, very similar to what we have in the U.S., where there is a separation of powers. So it would go through something other than the prime minister.
Have you advocated to the courts, to judges, to anybody in the Israeli justice system?
There has never been a request for me to engage in that. I would be happy to do it. If the White House sent a message to me, I do work for the president. I serve at his pleasure.
Isn't that another just sign of the problem, though? Because Mike is using it as a defense that, oh, well, I've never gotten a request to send one of these guys back. I just do my job, right? I've never gotten a request. I would look into it, but I've just never gotten a request to send one back, right? To extradite one of these pedophiles. But isn't that part of the problem? The fact that you're not getting any requests from the president or from the U.S. government to extradite some of these pedos back so that they can face justice, preferably at the end of a millstone, right? Isn't that just, I know you're trying to obfuscate and push the blame onto the U.S. government, which is fine. They deserve it, of course. But it's just another symptom.
Anyone at the White House were to say to me, would you please go and make a case for it? But probably, if that were to happen, it wouldn't come through the embassy as much as it would likely come from the Department of Justice at the U.S. in D.C. They would make the request. They might involve us, but they very likely would not.
Does it seem strange to you that people accused of child molestation in the United States are allowed to have refuge within the borders of our closest ally? That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I would say that
if you've molested an American child, shouldn't you be required to stand justice?
It's an allegation. Let's be clear. One of the things about our system of jurisprudence, you're innocent until you're proven guilty beyond a reasonable.
Well, right. Yeah. Guilty till proven innocent. You still have to stand trial, though, right? You can't just flee to Israel, and we allow you to flee to Israel, and then don't ask for you to come back so that we can adjudicate whether or not you're innocent or guilty. Right, Mike? Right? Mr. Huckabee?
Out. So if the charges are there, should he be extradited? I would say so.
The charges are there.
Yeah. Okay. So they should be, but that's a Justice Department decision, and they're the ones who should be pursuing it. To my knowledge, they haven't. They certainly haven't engaged the U.S. Embassy over.
Why would the Israeli government harbor fugitives from justice in the United States?
I'm not sure that
there are dozens and dozens and dozens. In fact, there's an Israeli group that keeps track of them that is dedicated, Jewish Israeli group dedicated to combating the molestation of children, and keeps a long list. And then you can look it up. And
Tucker, I hope you're not saying that you think the Israelis support the molestation of children.
Obviously, I'm not saying.
But they certainly, I think it would, even if that might be too unfair, uncharitable to the average Israeli, it would certainly seem that they do not want their fellow Israelis to face justice, even if they don't necessarily explicitly support the act. They certainly don't support them facing justice for it, right? Because, of course, it protects themselves. Now, I'm actually just going to get to the super chats as they come in, because it's really a single topic stream. So while it's topical, I'll just get to them. Cody Fisher for 20 says says me mum, me llama, me llama, got trench grenade on the brain. Me mum, me mama equals lampshades. Very sad, very true. Thank you, Cody Fisher. Amorite Boy for 2 says late and gay to your own surprise stream. Many such cases. Thank you, Amorite Boy. Cody Fisher for 10 says send them an AGM 114R9X for funsies. Seems like a little bit of overkill, doesn't it, Cody? Thank you. Appreciate that. Hope you're having a good night, man. Lightspore for 2 says you boys like Mexico? Yeah, it looks like here's my prediction, okay? So there's going to be a bit of a civil war, standoff, cartel fight in Mexico over the next few weeks. We're going to get war with Iran tonight or Monday night. By tonight, I mean like Monday morning, Tuesday morning, right? So we got everything in position. So Monday, Tuesday time frame, some sort of action in Iran, and then next couple weeks, civil war in Mexico. So it's looking like a lot of fun things are happening at the exact same time. Glock Shooter, new member. Appreciate it, Glock Shooter. Hope you're having a good night, sir. Everyday American for 10 says, they say don't be anti-Semitic, just be anti-Zionist. At this point, I don't much care to distinguish who's who. Also, don't trust anyone who calls a Jew a friend in any way. You will be seen as a traitor. Well, we're not at that point yet. I know what you mean, but yeah, I don't like playing the word games between, anti-Semitic. I'm not anti-Semitic. I'm anti-Zionist. It's like when somebody calls you a racist, it doesn't mean anything. So I actually just grant the position and then move on, right? And then I continue on with the argument. So if somebody calls me a racist, I just say, yes, anyways, can you address my point or my claim? Thank you, Everyday American. Everyday American again for 2 says they all just pass the buck to the next guy. Very true. Thank you, Everyday American. Everyday American for 5 says it's easy to blame the U.S. government. They snuck him out of the country on Israel's behalf. Yes, and I mean, the buck does have to stop with them and in some way us for either electing them or allowing them to continue to operate in such a fashion. Thank you, Everyday American. Appreciate that. Over on Ko-Fi. Pod and Ammo C147 says, did you see Brassfax call you out? It's at 4:02 on his Gen 6 Glock video. Really? Interesting. No, I haven't seen it. I'll have to check that out. Did he really call me out, or did he just like say something about hating short people? Which is based, if true. I haven't seen his video. Let's see. 4:02. What did he say? And I'm going to try not to get the stream taken down, so I'm going to cover up the screen. React to it live.
Quite flat-faced design. It doesn't quite have the leverage of the older legacy designs, while also not really delivering on the upsides of a flat trigger. I guess at least it looks cool.
Focus, you fuck. The trigger is...
Oh, that's good. I got to use that. I'm going to clip that. That's good. That's good. Thank you, Brassfax, for the shout out. Much appreciated. That is funny. That is funny. All right. Oh, shoot. Is that stream actually mega copyrighted? That's lame, if true. I got a warning in my dashboard about showing Tucker Carlson's stream. If true, that means that maybe we will just do a really short stream and call it there if they take me offline for it. That's rough. Big Slice for 10 says, off topic, but have you ever looked into Destiny and Nick Fuentes hooking up? No, never, Big Slice. Never in my wildest dreams have I ever considered such a possibility. I've heard the memes. I am not looking into that. I do not need to know whose dick goes where between the two of them. All right? Whatever sort of debaucherous, polyamorous throuple is going on between the left and right e-boys, I just don't care. Thank you, Big Slice. I mean, everybody's gay until proven otherwise, all right? That's, like, everybody's a Fed until proven otherwise, right? Everybody's gay until proven otherwise. Everyday American for 5 says, if Mexico actually does go full civil war, what are the chances it bleeds over to the U.S.? Feels like that would be likely. Well, so what I've seen posted to, like, 4chans or anonymous message boards is that the gang responsible for the cartel responsible for the violence today in Mexico has said that they will cause terrorist actions in the U.S., right? So if they shoot up a shopping mall in Chicago, right, and kill a couple hundred civilians, or like 50 civilians, then yeah, the U.S. is going to respond. It just will happen. And it'll probably be good. I mean, not good, but it'll be good for the elites, right? for that sort of destabilization effort to happen. It'll allow the people in charge of Mexico currently to remove the cartels from competition. Sabardic Psycho over on Ko-Fi says, "Good evening, John. I'm infuriated by all of this, and I believe there aren't enough lampposts decorated with certain people. TZD." All right, TZD. Appreciate it, man. Thank you very much, Sabardic Psycho. Cody Fisher has a couple of Bible verses for us to look up. All right, Ephesians 6:12. All right, and this is a good one. "For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms." Yes. Thank you very much. Because yes, we might physically have to deal with flesh and blood, but the ultimate fight is not against them. 2 Corinthians 11, 13 through 15. Did I spell it wrong? No. There we go. Okay. All right. For such people are false apostles, deceitful workers, masquerading as apostles of Christ, and no wonder, for Satan himself masquerades as an angel of light. It is not surprising then, if his servants also masquerade as servants of righteousness, their end will be what their actions deserve. Thank you, Cody Fisher. Appreciate that. Lots of good verses in Revelations as well concerning some of these types. Everyday American for 5 says, "We have it figured out if the dude who got clapped at Mar-a-Lago is based or..." Oh, it says, "Have we figured out if the dude who got clapped at Mar-a-Lago is based or not yet? Starting to get mixed feelings on these dudes." I haven't looked into that. I saw somebody reporting that it was yet again another tranny, and then I had somebody else reporting something else entirely. So what is true about the shooter over in Mar-a-Lago? I am not entirely sure. But let's... The great still. Thank you, Brass. But let's continue on with this, and if I have to make it like really micro small, I guess we could do that as well. But if I keep getting warnings, I'll have to figure out a way to get around it.
Saying that. Okay, I'm saying that the Israeli government allows shields accused child molesters from justice in the United States.
I'm not sure I could say that that's something that is provable. I don't know. But I am not aware that the Israeli government is shielding people.
You obviously want to sleep well in fashion.
Thank you, Tucker. Appreciate it, but I'm going to skip the ads.
This man's name correctly. It's Tom, I believe, Alexandrovich. I think that's right, and I've written it down, but of course my handwriting is so terrible I can't read it. But yes, he is an Israeli, I believe, cybersecurity official who was at a conference.
Let me look this up real fast to break up some of the show. Israeli cybersecurity. Las Vegas arrest. There we go. Can we just get the... Yeah, and this is a real Israeli official. So Israeli cybersecurity official indicted on child sex charge. Israeli cybersecurity official was arrested in a child sexting in August, has been indicted by Clark County grand jury. Tom Artyom Alexandrovich, 38, was charged with luring children or meant... We hope you appreciate our content, blah, blah, I don't care. Oh, and I can't actually read the rest of the article. Gosh dang it. It's a very, very Semitic coded article. C'est la vie, as some would say.
In Las Vegas last year and was caught up in a sting designed to catch people soliciting sex from children. He was one of a number of people arrested for this. He was arraigned and charged. And then 2 days later, he fled to Israel and did his first hearing by Zoom. He was allowed for some reason to leave for a foreign country, having already been charged for a attempted molestation of a child. And he remains here now. And there have been many news stories about this. And
remains here, of course, because Tucker is in Israel, right? Tucker is, he's not back. He's not in the U.S. He's not been extradited.
Just wonder if you would ask the Israeli government to put him on a plane and send him back to face justice for attempting to molest an American child. It doesn't seem complicated.
No, I wouldn't mind doing that, but I want to find out if the Justice Department of the U.S. has already sought to extradite him. Is there anything in process? I don't know.
Why wouldn't they seek to extradite him?
I have no idea. That's a question for the Justice Department.
I have many questions for the Justice Department. Like, why are...
Yeah, again, Mike Huckabee's literally saying, it's not me. It's not me. Yeah, not the based Artyom, not the based Metro Artyom, unfortunately.
Are millions of Epstein files still classified? Why do you think that is?
I have no idea. I haven't kept up with that. I've never met the man. I don't.
Mike Huckabee, 40 plus year career at this point. I don't keep up with the Epstein files. You literally deal with Mossad like every day. I'm not familiar with the man. Never met the man. I'm actually curious if that's true. If Mike Huckabee somehow managed to miss him in the early 90s to late 2000s. Sure, buddy. Never. Yeah, I don't keep up with those. Oh, is that still happening? Huh, that's strange. I don't pay attention to such things.
Know him.
You haven't kept up with the Epstein disclosure?
I mean, only from a distance. I'm 6,000 miles away from D.C. these days.
You attack.
Yeah, but you're in Israel. Some would say you're closer to the source.
Attacked me personally for suggesting that Jeffrey Epstein had ties to Mossad. I'm not saying he worked for Mossad. I don't think we know that. But there's no question that he had extensive contact with CIA.
I think you said it, a turning point event. Everybody knows Jeffrey Epstein.
I said everyone thinks. And it turns out everyone was right, that he did have.
I'm not sure everyone was right or everyone thinks.
Everyone, Mike Huckabee, like maybe you would like people not to think that there were connections between Mr. Epstein and the Mossad, but there just is, like, objectively, right? So you have his Rothschild connections, you have Ghislaine Maxwell, some people allege to be his handler, basically, and all of her connections to her father, who was a Mossad agent. And of course, you have the proven connections between Mr. Epstein and the former prime minister, or not former president, former prime minister, Mahmoud Barak, or whatever his name is, of Israel. So there is undoubtedly some connection between him and Israel, a very high up connection between him and Israeli officials and the Mossad in some way. Now, it is not proven, right? Because all of this is kind of circumstantial evidence. It's not proven, like you couldn't prove this in a court of law, that he objectively worked for the Mossad, though it is a logical inference, right? There seems to be enough connective tissue that a reasonable man could jump to a conclusion. Again, that's not saying that that conclusion actually exists, but it is reasonable. A reasonable man could jump to that conclusion.
Okay, but you said that I was lying, and I don't want to make this about me.
I don't think I said you were lying, Tucker. I don't recall.
I'm just saying, why don't we release all the files, and then we don't need to guess?
I got no problem with that. Go ahead.
Would you call on it? Well, because you weighed in on it and said that this was not true, when of course...
I said there was no evidence.
Well, there's quite a bit of evidence, but you haven't...
They're playing the word semantic game. So this is where Tucker and Mike are both basically dancing around each other without actually saying what they mean here, because it's pretty explicit, the connections between Epstein and Israel. Like, just obviously anyone who's paying attention, anyone who's looked into it at all, there seems to be enough meat on the bone, right? And Mike Huckabee just saying, oh, I don't care. When, of course, he would go on to say, oh, no, anybody who says that there is a connection is lying. I think that they're all wrong. I don't think people think that. I don't think that. Well, you're crazy for thinking that, right?
Apparently bothered to read any of the files? Is that what you're saying?
I have not read the Epstein files. Apparently you have.
Well, they're on the internet.
But when you say that that everybody knows that Jeffrey Epstein was a Mossad agent.
Everyone believes that.
I don't think everybody does. I don't know.
Well, everyone knows that he had contact with, and by the way, not just Israeli intelligence, American intelligence, which is much more distressing for me. I'm not as...
Some would say that they're connected, but, you know, all sorts of different people. He had access to a dozen royal families, right? High up politicians all over the world. Like, wasn't it just a Norwegian guy, somebody who up there who just got arrested for his connections to Jeff?
Israeli, I'm American. I don't want my government having any contact with someone like Jeffrey Epstein. So the shame is on the United States, as far as I'm concerned, just to be totally clear about that. Everyone's very sensitive about the Israel connection, not at all sensitive about the U.S. connection, which I find very revealing. We should care about what our government does first, I think. But since you weighed in on it and said there's no evidence, I'm surprised that since that evidence has been open to the public for a month, since you've already weighed in publicly on this question, that you've made no effort to evaluate that evidence. Why is that?
I just told you, I was certainly not aware that there were some specific allegations. I knew about the former prime minister, but I don't know him.
Dang it, he instantly undercuts his own position. He's like, "Oh, I haven't looked into it. I haven't paid attention. I don't know any of the specific allegations." I mean, I do know about his obvious connections with the untoward actions to the former minister of Israel, but I mean, other than that, I haven't looked into it. Right. So I mean, he's lying. He's just lying here, right? He's pretending not to know. He's deflecting as much as he can to the U.S. government, to the Israeli government. I'm just here doing my job, whatever your job happens to be, being the ambassador there, of course.
Not sure I ever met him in my many times. You know, I've been to Israel over 100 times since 1970.
Huh. Well, he hasn't been the ambassador that entire time, of course, but certainly well connected with the higher ups in Israel, right? Just by virtue of being an American politician, it seems that there's some sort of connection there as well. But I would almost find it shocking if he had not met the former prime minister of Israel, and he's saying, "Oh, I'm not sure if I met Mr. Barak, the guy who did really awful, evil things with Epstein and a bunch of young white girls and maybe boys as well, right? I'm just not sure if I ever met him." Even though, listen, I've been in politics for 40 years and the biggest fan of Israel the entire time. I'm just not sure. You know, and it's a way to lie without lying, which makes it really gross, right? When you're like, "Oh, I'm just not sure, you know, maybe, I don't recall. You know, I've been here hundreds of times. I've been here so many times. I've lost count of how many pedophiles I've had a meeting with." Everyday American for 2 says he walked into Mar-a-Lago with a shoddy. Yeah, I knew that. And then Joshua Howard over on Ko-Fi says the guy in Mar-a-Lago wasn't a tranny, but if he did what they said he did, he was just trying to kill himself or was a retard. Dude lived like 5 minutes from me, though. Huh. All right. Yeah, no, I know that there was a fatal shooting there, but I have not followed up with that or gotten any of the specifics on it. Again, I saw one person posting that he was a tranny psychopath, and then I saw somebody else saying the opposite. So I haven't personally looked into that. That I don't really know about. Amrai Boy for 2 says they set him up and the CIA just used him sometime. Oh, Jeffrey Epstein? Absolutely. That would be my guess, right? This would be my my guess, was that he was a intelligent asset for Israel, Mossad, and the CIA, used to affect influence on very, very powerful people with blackmail, as well as being a instrument for Satan. Right.
The first time I came here was 1973, July, and that's almost 53 years of coming and going.
Yeah, if it gets shut down on YouTube, we're all just gonna head over to Rumble, because the Rumble stream is still going. There's plenty of people over there. It's really easy. I'll drop the link in the YouTube chat. But if it does randomly just get taken off of YouTube, because YouTube can be a little gay, if that does happen, we're all just gonna move over to Rumble. I dropped the link in the chat.
To this country. So I know the country well. I know a lot of people here, but I don't know everything, and I don't know everybody, but I do know a lot of people.
Of course, no, and I can see your love for it, and I.
Carver says, did he already cover the Trench versus Colin Noir feud? No, this is all we're talking about. We're talking Tucker Carlson and Mike Huckabee. That's it. That's all we're talking about tonight. Tomorrow will be a regular stream. But what happened? Comment in the chat. What happened between Trench and Colin Noir? I want to know.
I think that's great. But I'm talking about the U.S. government and its responsibility to, there's a lot of complaint about conspiracy theories and everyone, he's a hater. Everyone's assigning motive. But there's a way to end these conversations very quickly with facts. And I'm highly confused by.
Have you brought this up to the president?
No, I don't work for him. I've said this many times.
I know you don't work for him, but you go to the White House and you see people there. You and J.D. Vance are very good friends. So have you brought this up to them? Because
I have brought this up in public many times.
It's not on my portfolio, but apparently it's very strong.
See, this is weird from Mike Huckabee, because he literally works for the president as an ambassador to Israel, right? To the country in question, to the country in which, that all these allegations revolve around. Tucker Carlson is a fired news host. He's a podcaster, essentially. He's I guess he's a journalist or a CIA asset himself, right? But Tucker Carlson is not the ambassador to Israel working for, in your own words, at the pleasure of Donald Trump, Mike Huckabee, right? So Mike Huckabee is like taking all of the blame and putting it back on Tucker. Like if I was talking to Mike and I was like, listen, like you got to do this, What about this? What about the extradition stuff between all these pedos that flee to Israel? And he's like, have you tried to talk to the president? I'm like, you work for the president. What are you asking me for, dog? Jeez. Yeah. He didn't pull out the Dow numbers, though. Oh, I have an image. I have an image here. You guys are going to love it. I put it up on my Twitter. Let me find my Twitter. Sorry, I'm absolutely retarded. But I have a great little meme, okay? It's like Alex Jones flipping through all of his memes that are printed out on his desk. I should do that. That's vibey. Having all of your memes just printed out on the desk. But this is kind of what we're dealing with here, right? Don't worry about it, guys. The Dow. Have you considered what slave labor would do to the Dow? But the Dow is 50K. Thank you, Chud Vane, for the flowers. Greatly appreciated, of course. My biggest fan, Chud Vane, sending me flowers, being a good old boy. Appreciate it, man. All right. The Dow, though. Don't forget about the Dow.
Strongly on your mind, and I'm
child
just thinking
molestation
you should
is a
deal with it.
significant concern for me.
Well, it should be for everybody. But if
Well,
you're
there is a charged child molester.
But I'm saying if you are very involved in the details of this,
I'm not.
And you think it's the U.S. government that's hiding.
If you're not going to start saying gamer words, I'm going to go watch Catgirl ASMR. Well, we're going to go to Rumble and we're going to watch Catgirl gamer word ASMR, which is even better, and you're going to miss out on it. So sorry.
And shielding somebody, then bring it up to the people that
Oh,
you
I don't
personally know.
think that. I know it because the Justice Department has said we have millions of documents we're not releasing.
Why are they not releasing?
I'm asking you as a U.S. government official.
Well, but
what the answer?
I'm a government official at the embassy in Jerusalem that has not one thing to do with the Justice Department and what they're investigating on any given day.
Again,
Unless it involves,
and I don't want to argue or talk in circles, but you were the one who brought it up and said it's absolutely not true.
I was only responding to what I heard you say.
Okay, but now that you know there's evidence and we can settle this debate, you haven't looked at the evidence and you're not pushing for the release of the total corpus of evidence. And I'm confused because I want to believe that your goal is to get to the truth. And the fastest way to do that is by releasing the evidence. Don't you think?
You suggest that I can release the evidence?
I'm suggesting that you could call for it right now.
Well, fine, call for it. Let's have it all open. I thought it was being all opened up for everything.
Once it's open, I hope you'll read it because it's really interesting. And then it puts to rest a lot of the debate and it ends the name calling because we can say, here it is right there. And we don't have to call people names. We can just assess the documents.
Calling people names is way more fun then. We should just do that instead. I feel like that's going to solve a lot more problems if we can just yell at each other. We should yell at each other while Mr. Lutnick shorts the tariffs. We should do that. We should yell at each other while Mr. Lutnick and his ilk and his family short the tariffs, short $175 billion worth of tariffs. That's what we should do.
Let me ask you.
Would you bring it up? I hope you will bring it up to people at the White House.
I'm bringing it up right now. I'm bringing it up now. And I'm asking, I just want to say this one last time, as the U.S. ambassador to Israel, I hope that you will make a formal request to the Israeli government to send every accused sex offender in this country back to the United States to face justice. And
they would never do that. Israel would never do that. It would be career suicide for whatever politician did that in Israel, right? They would never do that. They would rather face sanctions than give up one pedophile, right? Because that would lead to some bad precedent being set for them. They have a long history of protecting Jewish Israeli pedophiles, sex offenders, and keeping them in Israel and keeping them safe from extradition, right? So they would absolutely not do that. I mean, look, they celebrate an American traitor there that got 30 years in prison, should have been executed. But Jonathan Pollard is again a hero in Israel when he should be a unmarked grave.
don't understand why that hasn't been done. I'm confused.
Well, we'll try to clear up all the confusion that we have.
Well, if someone's been accused of trying to molest a child, I think it's...
Then certainly, and I'll check with the Justice Department because it is a DOJ issue and it would be handled through DOJ, the U.S., to the court systems in Israel. That's how it would be handled.
But the first step is the Israeli government saying, yes, we will allow you to extradite this person back. The person is being shielded by the government. That's why the person's here. That's why he fled here, so he wouldn't have to stand trial for trying to molest a child. I want to get to as I said at the outset, I said something awful that I regret that my wife barked at me about. I lashed out at Christian Zionists and evangelicals. And I just want to say again that I'm sorry.
This is the part where you should not. You should double down. You should go after Christian Zionists and you should go after evangelicals because they kind of need to be done away with. And I think that's what the title of the stream is about, the rot at the foundation. And this is a fairly foundational belief of evangelicals and Christian Zionists that infects every aspect of their theology and Judaizes the faith, which is a ancient heresy, right? If you read Acts or Galatians, there's a lot of councils and meetings and discussion specifically about the Old Covenant versus the New Covenant. What are we to do now? And it almost always falls on the side of not Judaizing the faith. We are not Second Temple Judaism or Christianity, right? And doing away with a lot of the symbolic things of the past that have been fulfilled within Christ, right? So circumcision being one of them, and a bunch of other things as well that are no longer commanded. And that also culminates in 70 AD with the burning of the Second Temple, with the Jewish revolt being put down, right? And that's kind of the culmination of all of that happening. However, of course, in Christian Zionism, it removes all of that. So all of the apostles, the apostolic fathers, all of their writings on the Jews and the problems that they caused in, theology and other problems and infecting and all these different heresies in the first few centuries. All Christian Zionism tries to get away from all that or try to ignore all of that, I guess, and then reasserts that, well, actually, even though for 2,000 years, nobody believed any of this, because we have a paper 1948 and on State of Israel, actually we're going to retroactively apply all of those things about Israel, which should be the church. Israel is the church is the true Israel, to this nation state that happens to have the name of Israel, right? And so they apply all of those things about the church to the state of Israel.
Sorry. I've always liked them because they're pro-life and they're also really nice people. So for the third time, I'm sorry that I said that. I think part of my problem was I don't understand the theology, and you are not a fake Baptist minister. You're an actual minister. You had a church for many years. You're an actual theologian. So, and I mean this with sincerity. I hear people say, those who bless Israel will be blessed. I know it's a reference to Genesis. I don't understand the connection between.
I don't know what you mean by that, Scotty. The church isn't Israel, but it does replace it. No, the church is Israel, right? So if Israel in its truest sense is God's people, that is the church, right? Not this nation group from, prehistoric times, essentially, or, the times of Noah, times of Abraham, sorry. But no, I don't know what you mean by that, because of course, yes, the church is the truest sense of Israel.
Between that concept and modern Israel and the geopolitical world. And so I'm going to stand back and
well, let's first define, because, from my days as a debater in high school and college, one of the things I knew, you didn't start the debate till you defined the terms.
Amen.
Let's define the terms.
Thank you.
What is a Christian Zionist? What does that mean to you? What does it mean?
I don't know. It's the people who call me a Nazi for asking what Israel means. I mean, that's kind of my, I don't even know.
But here's the point. If you say a Christian Zionist is a person who has a brain virus and is guilty of heresy, that's a pretty big charge.
I know. I shouldn't have made it.
Well, no, but it just is the charge, right? Anybody who said anything similar to this in the first 1800 years of Christianity would have been called a heretic, and rightfully so, right? Christian Zionism really didn't come about until the late 19th century and really sort of promulgate until the 20th century with things like the Balfour Declaration, because of course Jewish influence in Britain at the time that kind of allowed the building blocks of what became the State of Israel in 1948. So it's a lot of influence leading up to that. And to do that, you kind of needed the support of Western evangelical Protestants, specifically in America. So a lot of that influence that started in Britain came over to the US as kind of an infection, you could say, or a cancerous spread, and allowed this idea to go throughout all of the modern churches, right? So Protestants are not at their core dispensational, right? Or Zionist, right? In fact, you can read, The Protestant, Martin Luther's book on the Jews and their lies, not a big fan, right? Not a big fan. So Protestants were very based on the problems of the modern world, okay? And it's not until, again, the late 19th century heretical editions by Thomas Darfield, you have the Schofield Bible and a bunch of these other things, where these ideas become widespread. It is important to note that Christianity for 1800 years never once considered a modern state of Israel to replace the church. That was never a thing.
I made it out of anger and ignorance.
So,
and I'm
Christian, I think we can agree, as somebody who follows Jesus Christ,
exactly,
has a personal relationship with Jesus Christ, believes in his death, burial, resurrection, has.
Jews do not. Jews deny all of that. They deny the divinity of Christ. There is no Christian Judeo values. That is a contradiction in terms.
Repented of one's sins and have accepted him as one Savior. Would that be fair?
Amen.
Christian. Define that. Zionist. A Zionist simply means a person who believes that the Jewish people have a right to have a homeland where they have security and safety. Did you believe that the Jews have a right to live in Israel? Do you believe the Jews have a right to live in Israel?
It's a great freeze frame from Tucker, but no, I don't believe so. I don't believe the Native Americans have a right to their homeland. I don't believe that the Canaanites have a right to their homeland. I don't believe that, what's another displaced people group? Just any of the displaced people groups that lost by conquest, right, essentially, don't have a explicit right to an area or location. Now, what Christian Zionists will do is, because they, again, take all of the promises of Israel and establish that to, or attach that to solely the genetic lineage of Abraham, even though we know that it is not through blood, but through faith, right? And there's, by faith, we're grafted into this sort of metaphorical sons of Abraham, this metaphysical attachment through the church, right? Which is Israel. So Israel, talking about the geographic location, should belong to the church, not to the Jewish people. Right. So it should be Israel's. When I say Israel, I'm referring to, of course, the church at large. It should be the church's land, not the Jewish land.
That would be a Zionist. That's all a Zionist is.
I have a million questions about what all of those terms mean.
Yeah.
But conceptually, I wish Israel no harm. I don't want to see them.
You want them to have a place where they can live with safety and security?
So I saw this recently in an extremely telling exchange between the lieutenant governor of Texas, who I know and I've always liked, and a woman I don't know, never met, who's on the religious liberty.
Well, he's going to get to it. And this is where Mike Huckabee, it's really bad for them. It's a really rough question for them, because they'll say, oh, Jews have a right because the Bible says that the Jews have a right to this specific land. And it says that, you know, they have to have it. And then Tucker will push back on some of the geographical claims there within. And then nobody asks the question, or they get really offended when you say, well, let's take a step back from all this. And what if, can we even establish that the current modern day, you know, Jewish people are the same people in 33 AD in the time of Christ? Can we even establish that? They get really touchy about that subject for some reason.
Commission or something. And she said, I'm a Catholic, but I'm not a Zionist. And they had this ferocious exchange. And he kept saying, and everyone on the panel seemed to keep saying, you have to believe in Israel's right to exist. Which I've never kind of questioned, just for the record, but it did raise two questions I think are really important. And I hope you'll answer them. One is, where does that right come from?
I would say it comes from, essentially, you could say it comes from the Bible. I would say that it does. But it comes also from a long...
Again, when Mike Huckabee says it's in the Bible, it's from a recontextualization of all of the Old Testament prophecies about Israel and about what Christ is going to do, and attaching that to the modern state of Israel, right? So if I took, do I have a piece of paper around here? If I took like this card, right? If I took this card and was like, all right, I'm going to write the name Israel on this. This is now the modern state of Israel that Jesus prophesied about, that all the prophets prophesied about, right? So you have to respect it in the same way. You'd be like, well, no, that's obviously not the reference there. That's not what they were meaning. It's the same thing if I just call, like if I change Albania's name to Israel, it doesn't magically become Israel.
Iteration of historical precedents going to the Balfour Declaration of 1917. It comes from the League of Nations 1927. It comes from the United Nations 1947.
Right.
The Declaration of Independence of the Israel State in May of 1948. They were.
Yeah, so trying to justify it from a biblical perspective, probably not possible. But again, if you talk about like a right of conquest, so if you are able to militarily take it, if you are able to, wheel and deal your way into, connive, manipulate, coerce your way into it, then yeah, you kind of have a right to it at that point if you can do any of those three things. You have a right to exist, and by right, I just mean force. Right? So you get to continue to exist because you can enforce your borders. If you can't enforce your borders, you no longer have a right to exist.
Were immediately attacked. They won the war. They were attacked again in 1956. They won the war.
Yeah, so this is the word concept fallacy. So they think modern 1948 on state of Israel is the exact same thing as all references to Israel within the Old and New Testament, right? And that is simply not true. The new Israel is a type of what was to come in the Old Testament. And then at the time of Christ, there's this transition period where the church replaces Israel. And it is now the church. It is not the modern state of Israel, 1948 onwards. No, no, no. It is not the Jewish people, even though there are still end time prophecies about the Jews, and they will probably eventually return to Christ at some sort of end time situation. I think that's what a lot of the early church fathers believed. So they still have a part to play, but they are not Israel as referenced in the Bible. They are not, like ontologically bound to that land in some metaphysical way, right? They are not, I mean, you could argue that they're not even the same people, right? But no, Israel, the modern state of Israel, is not the same thing as the Israel within the Bible. And that is a word concept fallacy.
Were attacked again in 1967 by 5 countries. They won the war. They were attacked again in 1973 in the Yom Kippur War. They won the war. The point is, does Israel have a right to exist? They also had wars in 1982.
So Israel does have a right to exist when it comes to force, right? Because they can use force, coercion, manipulation, blackmail, whatever it might be to continue to exist. And so if you just go off of like force doctrine, right of conquest, they have a right to exist because they can still exist.
In Lebanon, they've had intifadas, 2 of those. They've had
Lebanon again in 06. I was there. No, I'm very familiar with the modern history of the state.
Okay.
Pretty familiar, I think. And I've been
a Zionist simply means somebody who believes that Israel has a right to exist. Now, the question is, do you believe Israel has a right to exist?
I guess. I mean, I want Israel to exist. Well, no, but I want to know what that means. So, like, do other countries have a right to exist?
Well, they do exist.
Do they have a right to exist? You keep saying Israel has a right to exist, and I want to know what other countries have
a legal right, because every...
Why don't you read any of the church fathers, right? So, interesting. So this is, I have a couple books here. Apologies. These are from St. Irenaeus of the 2nd century. This was a disciple of Polycarp, who was a disciple of John, the Apostle John, by the way. There are quotes in these books from John himself that are not recorded in the Bible. You should check them out sometime. And you should read the early church fathers and their opinions on this Judaizing heresy that really, it died in like the 2nd century. I'm sure it popped up in places here and there, but it died in the 2nd century and then got reborn in the 1900s, in the 19th century. So what, you're going to tell me Pastor Jim in 1841 said, well, actually, the Jews have a right to that land because reasons, when that is not the interpretation of the church fathers, the apostles, none of it. Good luck, bro.
International body in the last 100.
Costume Killer says, church fathers, why not read the Bible? It's pretty clear. Well, so this is always the problem with Protestants and Protestantism, right? Is you say the Bible is pretty clear. And I can agree with you in some sense of the word that it is clear and has, in some cases, easy to understand meanings. But if you take it out of context, which you undoubtedly will, because, side note, you're 2,000 years post-apostles, right? If you do that, you're not going to come to the same interpretation as the people who were actually disciples of the apostles themselves and the churches they set up, right? It's like, why does Pastor Jan down the road believe that abortion is honoring to God? She reads the same Bible you do, but she's interpreting it differently, right? So maybe I'm not interested in your modern interpretation of the Bible because it leads to all sorts of evil nonsense. Yeah.
Years has said the Jewish people have a right
I understand,
to their indigenous homeland.
My question
so that's a
is,
legal right.
What
Do
other
they have a biblical right? I would say that yes, but you might say they don't.
Well, exactly. It's like, think about how separated. Doc Brown says, crazy how people equate beliefs of the last 100 years and believe that's how it's always been. Yeah, this belief was absent for 1,500 years. This dispensational Judaizing heresy, right, does not exist in the early church. Nobody believed this. Like, none outside of a few heretics here and there. Like, literally no one believed it. And it popped up and took root in modern evangelical Protestants in the 19th century. Does not exist before then, right?
I don't know. I'm actually sincerely interested in finding out what you mean by biblical right. But first, to the legal right, does any other country on the planet have the same right?
TNT Shuffle says God's covenant is forever with the Jews and Israel. Right. So what if I just called you a Jew? Right? Does that make you a Jew? Right? Or what if I called myself a Jew? Right? I'm a Jew. So actually the covenant is with me personally. It's like, well, but you don't even know if I am that thing. And what if, again, if I took this holster and said, well, this is actually Israel, you'd be like, oh, what? No, that's not Israel. And I'm like, according to who? According to you? According to your interpretation? Right? And there are still promises to the genetic lineage of Israel, right? Within Revelations and within the New Testament, absolutely. But again, it's a word concept fallacy to believe that everything about Israel that is obviously transitioned from just the Jews and has been given to the Gentiles, which is us, by the way, right? If you read Hebrews or any of these other passages that is explicitly talking about the transitionary period between the opening of the faith, the grafting on to the tree, so to speak, right? That's us. And again, that's not to say that there's not some sort of end times fulfillment where the Jews will return to Christ, because I believe that will happen, that the Jews will eventually return to Christ at the last days when things have gone really bad, because there's a pattern within the Old Testament of the Jews always doing awful, evil things, turning away from God, betraying his covenants, worshiping demons. Then they get crushed, then they return to God. This just happens over and over and over and over again, right? And so that's what's going to happen at the end times as well. Probably something really terrible will happen, and and they'll end up returning to Christ, because that's how it happens.
That Israel has to exist.
Well, you could say, does Jordan have a right to exist? When it was Transjordan and the Brits came and divided up the Middle East and they gave...
No, it doesn't, because the British were based at one point in time and took it over. So no. Again, it's like if they can't enforce their borders, if they can't use force, manipulation, or coercion to continue to exist, they don't have a right.
Some land to Jordanians, and they gave some land to the Saudis, and they gave some land to various Middle Eastern countries, and it was all carved up. And the French gave Lebanon its right to exist. Do they have a right to exist?
Do they?
Well, why not?
Okay, so that's my... So every country...
Does the U.S. have a right to exist?
I'm asking you.
Okay, and I'm telling you, I think the U.S. has a right to exist.
Okay.
We came here.
TNT Shuffle again says they will indeed, all will be saved. Well, all will be saved seems like a universal claim, which again is also absent from historical Christianity. I'm not sure what you mean by all, because that seems like you think that there's a dual special covenant specifically with the Jewish people, which is, again, a well-accepted heresy. They are suffering now because of their unbelief. That is true. It doesn't negate their covenant with God, my friends. And again, there probably is still some connection, some end times prophecy that will come true with the actual Jewish people, whoever they may or may not have been. But we haven't even established, right, TNT, we haven't even established that the 1948 state of Israel are actually the Jews from the time of Christ and before. We haven't even made that connection yet. They're asserting that, but where is the evidence, right, that the Jewish state of Israel, 1948 onwards, is actually the same biological people, the biological descendants of the ancient Israel, right? People assert that, but where's the proof for that?
We came there. We're in Israel now talking. But does the U.S. have a right to exist? Does anyone question whether we have a right to exist?
I don't. Yeah, but I, of course, I'm for America. You know,
good for you.
But so every current country on the map has the same right to exist that Israel has. Is that what you're saying?
I think what we're saying is that when a country has established itself and it is following international law, it has been deemed by numerous bodies that it is indigenous to its homeland, as Israel is.
Well, so Band State says, I feel like right to exist depends on one, can you defend it? And two, are you a net positive for the world? Well, again, it's only one. It's only that. Can you defend it? That's it. In terms of force doctrine, that's it. Because two, are you a net positive for the world? Like, what if I was the head of some insane empire and I was good for my empire, but bad for the rest of the world in some sort of zero-sum game sense, right? Well, guess what? I can defend it, so I still have a right to exist. You know, right? Who gets to decide what's net positive? Again, only the people who have force to say so. And even if, two, you weren't a net positive for the world, but you have the force to defend yourself, like, you still have the right to exist because you can defend yourself.
This is its homeland. It goes back 3,800 years to the time of Abraham. It's not.
Well, TNT says their children. Do you have records going back 2,000 years unbroken? Do you have, you know, because I mean, it seems like when you DNA test Eastern European Jews, they seem to be quite a bit different than their Sephardic cousins. Just saying, right? So you're asserting that they're the same, but if you test like a Palestinian, they actually have more DNA that traces back to the time of Christ than like Eastern European Jews. So you're asserting that it's their children, but if we test these things, it doesn't always seem to be the case in reality, right?
Not that
Well, hold on. Now I'm
the
getting
Jewish people just showed up here in 1948 and said, we're going to have some land.
Hold on. So those are two different tracks, and I just want to make sure that we separate them so I understand each one separately.
All right.
So you're saying there's the modern legal framework, and so you said a country that abides by international law has a right to exist.
I would say that that is a part of its existence.
Would the inverse be true that a country that does not abide by international law forfeits its right to exist?
Not necessarily if it has the capacity to stay and make its case known. But there have been Jewish people in this land,
but that's
in this very land, for 3,800 years.
Okay. So, but you're saying as the modern nation state with borders and a military and a Knesset and just all the kind of trappings of a modern country, all of which I support, that country has, every country on the planet has the same right as Israel to exist because it does exist. Is that what you're saying? I'm just trying to understand the concept here.
Well, I think what we're trying to get to is Christian Zionism, and you've taken this.
Right. So again, establishing a country's right to exist in a secular framework outside of Christianity is just, does it have the ability to defend itself? Therefore, it can continue to exist. Therefore, it has this metaphorical right to exist, right? Whatever that actually means. And it's just force. That's all rights are, is just force. But when you talk about from a Christian Zionist perspective, which is what they need to get back to, is does it have some sort of extra characteristics within the Bible that support the modern 1948 state of Israel, right?
Way off the road.
I don't know that I have. I don't mean to. Christian Zionism is a separate thing, but I just keep hearing people say Zionism is the belief
that's the fundamental argument that's going on. Does Israel have a right to live in their indigenous, ancient, historical land, a land that has been affirmed throughout international organizations, a land that has direct ties to the Jewish people?
I just want to know if this is a universal principle. I guess that's what I'm getting at, because
of course it's, and what's going to happen here is this is where Tucker will get him to move on the universal principle, because of course it's not. Like if I was from the steppes originally, right? Or like 5,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago, I was from the steppes, right? And then I say now, me and like a million of my buddies who also have that same genetic ties, well, actually, we're going to move back there and displace the people that are there now because we were also there 5,000 years ago. Right. Well, Tucker or Mike Huckabee would be like, oh, no, that's nonsense. You can't just invade and replace the people that are there. And I'd be like, why not? I have ties to the land. Why not? Right. It's going to come down to my modern reinterpretation, heretical interpretation of the Bible. That's what it's going to come down to. Amrite Boy for 5 says, should have asked him why the Israeli government sold a ton of our secrets and texts to the Soviets. Yeah, I mean, that's a really good one. And I feel like that's like foundational. Like, why do they continue to do this? Why do you call them greatest ally? And then you just name out like the 19 things that they've done throughout the years that have endangered or killed Americans directly, right? Thank you, Amrite Boy. Cody Fisher for 5 says, where is our CIA asset Moonman for this? Well, this is a weekend stream, so I think he is hopefully enjoying some time with his girlfriend and having a good night. Thank you, Cody Fisher. Zany for 5 says, can we talk about Block 2s now? No, this is a solo topic stream. This is a solo topic stream where we are just covering this interview, and we're going to be here for about 2 more hours, bro. But no Block 2s. Block 2s are cool, okay? Block 2s are cool. You know, enough said. I don't want to talk about that. Let's see. Over on Ko-Fi, Deer Hunter for, oh my gosh, for $50.
Honey, this is a song of the summer shit. You know it's funny. Walk on stage with no shoes on. All I need is feet, boy, I'm too gone.
Thank you very much for that. Deer Hunter for $50 says, evening, John. Like usual, can't stay for the stream, but I'll be listening to the VOD at my machine tomorrow. Well, good night. God bless, sir. I hope that you have a good time working and actually doing real work, being a real machinist, right? You're doing more than 99% of gun companies out there. Hope everyone is doing well. Have a good night, gents. God bless. Oh, and throw up some SpongeBob for me. Fair enough.
Say that shit again. Goofy ass nigga. Fuck you think this is? Ready?
Thank you very much for that, Deer Hunter. Very based. Very, very bread-pilled of you. Bad Luck Bran says, how any Christian can defend wholeheartedly a group that denies Christ is beyond me. Yeah, so this is another one of the evils, dichotomies of Christian Zionism, is that it will force the Christian Zionist to, what's the right word for this, to defend the state of Israel as they are like actively persecuting Christians. So the state of Israel will persecute Christians in the Middle East, Catholics and Orthodox. And then at the same time, American Western evangelicals will support Israel in persecuting Christians, right? It's a total inversion of what should be happening. All right. Nope, shoot, get that off my screen. There we go.
If it's not, then it's meaningless to me, because as a Christian, I believe in universal principles. Something is right for everyone, or it's wrong for everyone. We don't believe in special cases.
TNT Shuffle again says, if you go against the Jews of today, you are going against God's chosen people. Yes, there are bad Jewish people out there and governments are corrupt. Yes, I agree with that. However, again, you are reasserting the claim that the modern Jews, the people that call themselves Jews, right? Reference to Revelations here, those that call themselves Jews but are not, but are the synagogue of Satan, right? We haven't established that those who call themselves Jews actually are, right? So again, a lot of these Eastern European Jews who have little or no ties to ancient Israel, right? So they're calling themselves Jews, but how do I know that they are? What evidence do you have for that claim?
If the Jews didn't have this land, would the Jews have a right to any land?
I don't know. I'm not attacking the Jews. I'm asking if this applies to every people and every nation. Does every nation have the same right to its...
TNT Shuffle says, no, they aren't. That's BS, man. Incredulity, I guess, right? Argument from incredulity.
Its own homeland, to its own physical land that you say Israel does.
I feel like we're in a rabbit hole here.
No, I think it's a very straightforward question.
No, but
does that right extend to other countries other than Israel?
But the most important thing that is going on in our culture right now is whether or not the people that are yelling in the streets from the river to the sea, whether that's a legitimate point of view to say that there should not be a Jewish homeland. There should not be.
Well, listen, okay, so let's take the secular framework of all of this, right? So not a Christian, you just don't like the state of Israel. You believe that they are a evil state propped up by Western governments, right? Whether through blackmail, coercion, or whatever nefarious means, right? And you think that the Palestinian people are undergoing a genocide, right? Now, I'm not granting any of those positions, but I'm just saying if you're a leftist, you're a progressive, and you hold these positions, would it not be reasonable for you to want to see the erasure of the state of Israel, right? Wouldn't that be, based upon your presuppositions, based upon your assumptions, wouldn't that be a reasonable position that you want Israel to either stop doing these evil things or to stop existing, right? It's like if I named a country in the Middle East, Africa, like Nigeria murdering Christians, right? And I'm like, okay, well, they need to stop doing that. And if they don't stop doing that, we should actively remove them from the face of the earth, right? That would be a normal position to hold if I believe that Christians are being persecuted in Nigeria, which they are, and we have the ability to argue for it to stop. Right? Well, TNT Shuffle says, so if we DNA test someone who is 10% Jewish, do they have the right? I don't know. Right? I'm not making the claim. But what if, so let's say a person who says they are Jewish, right? That's a claim. They have 10% Semitic DNA that ties back to the land. But a Palestinian has 20% or 30%, right? So the person trying to remove the other is claiming to be a Jew, while the Palestinian is actually closer genetically to the people who lived there, right? Don't you see how this is a little silly? So like if I had 1% Jewish DNA and I'm like, listen, Palestinian who's been here for 6,000 years, I'm like, I belong here. You don't, right? And it's like they actually have like genetic ties to the land. And again, I don't think genetic ties to the land grants you a right to live there. It's only the right to defend it, right? Or the force to defend it. That's about it.
I'm not
a Jewish
You'll
state,
never hear me say
period.
that. I just want to
I
know.
know you haven't said it, but
if
that's the argument.
It's one of the arguments going on globally. In the United States, excuse me, has a pretty narrow view, I would say, in our media culture, what's happening around the world. There are plenty of countries having this debate. Stonehenge is a lot older than the first temple in Israel. And it was built by the same people who live there now. It's the same people. And they are being pushed off their island and outnumbered by people from other places. And so in Great Britain, in Ireland, which is also a country with a nation of people, a race, if you will, that is being displaced, replaced.
Who are they being replaced by?
Immigrants.
Okay.
From other places.
I just wanted to clarify because I was one of the...
Well, just as a demographic matter, it's just like you can look at the numbers. It's not controversial. Just look at the numbers. There'll be a minority in their country. And their people have been there longer than Jews have been in Israel. And so they're having this debate too. That's all I'm saying. And lots of places are having this debate.
Sure.
So does that principle apply to everyone?
Christians not being persecuted in Israel, that is garbage. Yes, some Jews are nasty towards Christians. Well, isn't that the definition of persecution? I mean, you can just look up the Israeli government trying to forcibly take back lands that are held by the Orthodox Church, the Catholic Church. The second largest landowner in Israel is the Orthodox Church, right? And so they are attempting to forcibly remove Christians from their churches, right? From their temples, right? That have been there. Well, I shouldn't say temples, wrong word in this context, but from their churches, right? That have been there for thousands of years, right? Right? That predate the Jewish state of 1948 onwards by centuries, right? Maybe upwards of a millennia in some cases, right? So I don't know what you would call that persecution. If I kicked you out of your church that you had been going to for 1,000 years, I feel like you would feel a little persecuted there. So I think that's objective. Aren't Catholics heretics? No.
Or is it specific just to Israel?
I think it applies specifically to Israel. It applies to anyone who can prove that they have some connection to the land and connection to the history and connection to international law. But Israel, I think, does have an extraordinary...
I mean, I might disagree with some Catholic beliefs, right? And I've talked to Catholics about their beliefs in certain areas, and I'm not a papist, right? I don't believe that's the way that the church worked in the first millennium. And I think that's objective because Catholics agree with me. The Vatican agrees with me that that's not the way that the church operated in the first millennium. So there might be like certain incorrect positions that Catholics hold, but I'm also not in a position to like dictate dogma to people. I don't have that authority.
National law. So if, again...
Well, no, but let me finish this, yes, sir, because here's the point. We're talking about Christian Zionism. The idea that as a Christian, I believe in both the Old and the New Testament. Why wouldn't I? I'm a person of the book. There are 80 million evangelical Christians in the United States. What makes us who we are is our adherence to the Scripture, our belief that the Bible, all of it.
And again, anytime that they talk about the Bible, right? Anytime a Protestant talks about the Bible, you just ask them who gave you the Bible, right? Where does that come from? And they don't really have a good answer for that. No Protestant does. And I say that as a Protestant, right? Do you have a justification for your canon? No. You don't. You're like, it's what it is because I believe it, even though it was compiled by a church in the first 4 centuries it's compiled by the church in the first 4 centuries. even though I don't follow that church's teachings, but I do believe in their canon for some reason, right?
But not part of it, but all of it is the word of the living God.
Yeah.
So if I believe in the Old and the New Testament, I do believe that there is a very specific call to the Jewish people that started with Abraham, and he called them out of what is now modern day Iraq, said, come where I send you. He came, this is the land. Genesis 12:3, he says, I will bless those who bless you, curse those who curse you. In Genesis 17, he looks out at the world, he says, look, and this is where I'm giving you the land.
I think
and since that time, there have been people living in this land connected to that moment of history. So there is a historical connection that is unbroken.
So it's also there. What a lot of people miss in this, and this is very important and kind of like the kill shot for this modern day dispensational heresy, right? This Judaizing heresy is in Galatians, right? The promises were spoken to Abraham and to his seed. Now, the seed of Abraham is not only by flesh, right? It's also by faith, right? So in Galatians 3:29 says, if you belong to Christ, then you are Abraham's seed and heirs according to the promise, right? So we are heirs by faith, not by seed, right? So the children of Abraham, the Jews, right? Israel is not just genetic lineage. It's also by faith, which is what Christians and the church have superseded the genetic state of Israel. Well, it wasn't even the state of Israel, right? The genetic lineage of the Jews. Even though we still haven't even established that modern day Israel, the state of Israel is Jewish, right? In a historical context, in an ancient context.
You've said that, and I want to ask you what that means a little more specifically, if that's okay. But first, let me just say that you could say the same thing of Britons who've been there in their land longer.
Is anyone trying to tell the Brits they can't live there anymore?
I think Mike Huckabee might be playing stupid there because, yes, every single leftist, progressive, brown person is saying that Europeans do not have a right to their homeland. Britons don't have a right to keep Britain British, right? Spoiler alert, there are 0 brown British people. There are people living in Britain who might be brown, but they're not British, right? They're not English. They're not Welsh. They're not Scottish. They're not Irish. They're none of that. They don't belong there. They don't have a right to that land. And again, I think the British people do have the ability to defend it. Whether or not they have the will to do that is another thing. Pray for Rupert Lowe and restore. Amorite Boy for 2 says he's missing a few parts in the New Testament. Yeah, they always just kind of glaze over that or try to ignore that as much as possible, usually, right, in some vain effort to maintain a direct historical connection between, again, the Jews in 33 AD and the modern state of Israel, right? They try and connect those two things together, and I just don't see the evidence for that. Thank you, Amorite Boy. Dick Cheney's Heart for 2 says revoke Huckabee's citizenship. He is Israeli first, or Israeli greater than USA. Yes, and I think he would, if pushed, I think you could get Mike Huckabee to say something like that, something akin to that, right? Because he would say, well, I have a Christian tie to Israel to defend Israel. I don't have a biblical incentive to defend the USA. I think you could probably get him to say that with some clever framing.
No, what's happening is...
But they are saying that to the Jews.
Oh, okay. But I just wonder if you would extend...
And again, all liberals, all progressives will tell white people they don't have a right to their homeland. While at the same time clamoring to get in, of course.
Extend the same sympathy or the same principle. You seem like this is... You think I'm trying to trap you? I'm not. I'm at all trying to trap you. It'd be as simple as saying native Britons have the same...
I got no problem with the native Brits having their land.
Having the right to their land.
But my point is, I don't know that there is a biblical connection for the Brits.
Okay.
But I would say...
So that's what it comes down to.
Take that off the table, and I think there's still a basis for the Jews having this little bitty strip of real estate.
I'm not even arguing with you. I'm just trying to, I'm just trying to understand what it is that you're saying, because it's not obvious to me, and maybe it's an IQ problem, but I'm having trouble understanding this. But let me just go back to just clarify one thing.
Okay.
You've brought up international law at least twice, maybe 3 times, as a basis for Israel's legitimacy. If Israel was out of compliance with international law, whatever that is, would it be less legitimate?
Depends on if the law and the way it's applied is legitimate. There are some applications of so-called international law that are not legitimate.
I agree.
Look at the ICC or the ICJ.
I agree.
Utterly ridiculous. One of the reasons I'm so grateful President Trump and Secretary Rubio are pushing hard trying to get rid of the ICC and the ICJ is because they have become rogue organizations that are no longer really about an equal application of law and justice.
I don't know enough about it to say if that's true or not. But I'm interested that you yourself appealed to international law as a basis of Israel's
Well, what I'm looking
legitimacy.
at is the whole of the last 100 years.
So Mike Huckabee there is trying. It's a great freeze frame as well. Thank you, Tucker. Is trying to, you know, when talking about the Israeli state's authority to exist or their validity, he appeals to like, oh well, the Balfour Declaration, oh well, the League of Nations, oh well this decree here, right? Okay, all these things, you know, and then in 1948 with their Declaration of Independence, right? That's what gives them the right. Okay, these things. But at the same time, when they violate international law or international law doesn't go their way or they're condemned by certain committees, then, well, we should actually do away with those things, right? So it seems to try to justify on one side, and then the other hand is trying to dismiss it. And Tucker should just push, right? Because I really hate how Tucker comes off in this interview, even though I think he just generically holds the right opinions, or closer to the right opinions is maybe the better way to put it here. But he just seems so wishy-washy, and then he'll cut in with a little thing that's good, right? But I wish he just played it more upfront. I wish he played it a little bit straighter, if that makes sense, right? Just go for the jugular, don't hold back, you know, be a lot firmer. He cages a lot of his opinions. He does the wishy-washy type thing, like, oh, I'm not saying, I'm just curious. I just want to know. I just want to figure out, right? And where he could just be a lot straighter. Just go for it.
Balfour Declaration is not exactly international law, by the way. It was a letter, I think.
It was maybe not law, but it was a declaration. It was an assumption and a declaration that was done by Lord Balfour in Great Britain. At that time, this land was under the British mandate.
I don't think TNT's talking to me. I think he's referring to somebody else in chat. TNT says, you act like an angry child because you want something to be true so you can build up hate. God forgive you. I think you mean to say bro. Again, if you are referring to me there, we haven't even established what is true. Again, you've restated the claim without any evidence that that claim is true, right? You are claiming that the modern 1948 state of Israel is ontologically the same as the ancient Israelis and Jews, and then you associate that with any mention of Israel and say, okay, well, that's the exact same thing. But you haven't proved that. Now, I've provided you with a couple of counterpoints. Again, Eastern European Jews tend to have a lower amount of actual Semitic DNA because they're mixed with other people groups, of course. And so if they have a lower amount of Semitic DNA that's tied to that land than the Palestinians who currently live there, if we're going on biblical right, and one people is closer to the ancient Jews than the other, how can you say that somebody with a lower genetic tie to those people is more deserving of it from a biblical perspective, right? Because, of course, the right of force, if we're just going by right to exist, means you have the force to enforce your existence. Well, yeah, then the state of Israel can't exist. Yeah.
Mandate. And he said the Jews should have the land that was there.
I mean, I feel like I could get a lot angrier. You know, it's my tax dollars at work. You know, but I don't know, just talking about it, bro.
From 3,800 years ago. It was simple as that.
Right. And I'm not debating that. I'm just, it was not international law. It was a colonial power saying, okay,
but then
so
later
we're
it
going to
was
divide up the
international
world
law under the League of Nations, under the United Nations. And then because of the victories that Israel had against those who tried to annihilate them, and it wasn't just that they were trying to take a little piece of their land, they tried to annihilate them.
Okay.
And there is still to this day the shouts of from the river to the sea. And Tucker, that means only one thing, not the shrinking of Israel, but the annihilation of Israel.
I don't think you can.
But is there because you can, if you want to try and go with the dispensational route to argue against that, like what if I made up a country again that was doing awful, terrible things and I actually wanted to see that nation state gone away with? Like, funnily enough, just ask Mike Huckabee about Iran, because Mike Huckabee wants regime change in Iran and he's going to argue for regime change in Iran. What if I just wanted the same thing for Israel? Right? How are you going to argue that that's a wrong or a bad position to hold? Go for it, bro.
say that you know what it means, actually, because you don't know what's in people's hearts. So why don't we just deal with the facts? Maybe some people mean it.
I know
to
it's in their
mean that.
mouths. I know it's in their minds.
But I'm not, look, you'll never hear me say that. What you will hear me say is I'm confused by what the definitions are. So let's go through this. You've appealed to Genesis. Genesis 15 says it's Abram, it's pre-Abraham, it's Abram, receives from God the news that his descendants will inherit the land. And you tell me as the theologian if I'm getting this wrong, but from the Euphrates to the Nile. I think that's right. And that would include like basically the entire Middle East. That would be the Levant. So that would be Israel, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon. It would also be big parts of Saudi Arabia and Iraq. It would be, I mean,
I'm not sure it would go that far. I mean, it would be a big piece of land, but here's the point.
It would be a lot of places that are now countries.
You know, this is a really good angle of attack from Tucker and not something that I've really thought of before. You know, I need to up my game when it comes to anti-Israel polemics, I guess. But yeah, it's like if we're going from a biblical context, surely they should actually be granted like this huge swath of land, and we need to remove like 8 countries from the face of the earth, right? If we're going to go according to biblical prophecies, we actually need to nuke, or not nuke, of course, or forcibly remove all these other people groups from the area to give it to Israel, because Israel deserves it, because it is again the exact same ontological being as the ancient Israelis were, and therefore they deserve it. They need it according to the Bible, so we need to send them more missiles, right? We've got to invade Iran and murder 60 million brown people around them, or something like that, right? Something like that. It's a good argument, right? Because if you're using the biblical basis to justify their existence, but again, it's like, well, hey, there's all other claims made in the Bible about the state of Israel. Should we follow those as well, or no? You tell me, right? You tell me. I don't know. You tell me.
Trees
that this particular area that we're talking about.
Yeah, but they try and hide Greater Israel. That's why it's effective. It's because they try and say that that's not real. That's anti-Semitic. Oh, we don't want that. We don't want the West Bank. All these other things, right? While at the same time, their goal is Greater Israel, of course, right? But they hide that. They don't want you to know that, right? That's the thing with bloodshed, okay? You gotta like sell it to the people. Right, so Iran, they've wanted a war with Iran for decades, right? And they're probably finally going to get it in the next couple days under Trump, right? But it takes time. Got to be patient with Greater Israel. Can't just spring it all at once, because otherwise they're going to turn everybody against you. It's like the boiling pot and the frog, right?
Now, Israel is a land that God gave through Abraham to a people that he chose. It was a people, a place, and a purpose. We can look at it that way. Christian Zionism, I want to go back because that's where we started.
I'm not going to let you off on this because you have said it 3 times that God gave this land to this people. And so it is entirely fair for me with respect to ask, what land are you talking about? Because I just read Genesis 15, as I have many times. And that land, I think it says from...
TNT Shuffle says, I follow Christ alone. No modern mainstream religion. King James Version Bible. All right. So, I mean, that's a lot of words to say, like, completely separated from Christianity writ large, right? That's strange. That's strange. Yeah. So what do you think about in Timothy, where Paul gives commands to Timothy on how to set up a church? And what if I told you some of those churches that Paul set up are still in existence today, like Thessalonica? Right, you can go sit in the seat. Well, you can't, but you can see the seat where Paul actually sat in Thessalonica, huh? And you're like, oh no, I don't follow that though. You don't follow the churches that Paul set up? Okay, bro. All right. Weird.
The Nile to the Euphrates, which is once again basically the entire Middle East. So God.
I know. I see AMR commenting a lot more, and because AMR stuff takes longer responses, and I think TNT seems more normie coded. So it's more interesting to me because he's a Christian, right? He calls himself a Christian, right? Whereas AMR would be like, I'm agnostic or something, or I believe in the Great Spirit in the sky, whatever Native Americans believe in, bro.
God gave that land to his people, the Jews, or he didn't. You're saying he did. What does that mean? Does Israel have the right to that land? Because you're appealing to...
All right. TNT Shuffle, quick question for you. Did Christ set up churches through his apostles? Yes or no?
Genesis. Yeah. You're saying that's the original deed.
It would be fine if they took it all. But I don't think that's what we're talking about here today.
What would be fine? Well, it's exactly what we're talking about today.
But here's what I don't think
you think it would be fine if the state of Israel took over all
They don't
of
want to
Jordan?
take it over. They're not asking to take it over.
But you're saying that the reason that Israel is legitimate, has this inherent right to exist, is in part because God gave it to his people. And I am going to the same Bible that you're referring to and noticing that that is a huge piece of land. So if God gave them that land, then they have a right to take it now by your definition, unless I'm missing something.
Well, I think you're missing something because they're not asking to go back to take all of that, but they are asking.
Well, again, but they have plans to, right? So it's a bit of obfuscation. And it's essentially like saying, well, they're not asking for that yet. So don't bring that up, right? Well, they haven't asked for Greater Israel yet. So don't bring that up, please. They would love it, though. But we're not asking for it yet. We just need to... We got a few more Gazans to kill first, all right?
To at least take the land that they now occupy, they now live in, they now own legitimately, and it is...
Okay, so Christ gave authority to his apostles to set up churches. Those apostles went out, made other apostles, or made other, bishops and disciples and whatnot who set up churches, right? So you think that, the gates of hell prevailed against them, and you just don't believe in any denomination? You think that you can, have any sacraments or communion outside of a church body? Whether you believe in visible body of believers or visible body of believers, you just don't believe in any body of believers? Like what? Do you think that you have the authority to give yourself communion? Because that would be incredibly heretical.
Is a safe haven for them.
Well, but may I ask though, it's because you're explaining what Christian Zionism is and your theological beliefs. And you think you just said it would be fine with you if the state of Israel took all of Jordan, all of Syria, all of Lebanon.
That's really not exactly what I'm trying to say.
I'm asking, is that what you said? I thought that's what you just said.
It was somewhat of a hyperbolic statement in that, if that's what you feel like that we're talking about, but it isn't. We're talking about this land that Israel, the state of Israel, now lives in and wants to have peace in.
But I don't believe that they want to have peace in it, right? And that's the whole problem. The destabilization of the Middle East is almost solely due to Israel, right? And the U.S.'s involvement therein. It's like we have to pay Jordan, we have to pay Egypt, we have to pay a whole host of nations to not intervene in Israel, while of course we try to keep our oil fields safe out there in the Middle East, keep our investments safe. And then we fight in wars when they say that, Iraq has WMDs or Afghanistan says that, right? I don't know if they want to live in peace. I'm pretty sure explicitly they want to remove a lot of their neighbors.
They're not trying to take over Jordan. They're not trying to take over Syria. They're not trying to take over Iraq or anywhere else. But they do want to protect their people. No, they're not trying to take over Lebanon.
But you're saying that as a religious man, as a Christian Zionist, you agree with a lot of religious communities here in Israel that the justification for this country is theological. It's a contract between God and his people. And I'm telling you that contract includes a tract of land that is...
See, I don't even like this language, Miles. The guy turned water into wine. Do you know a cooler Jew than that? I don't even like that language because it's important to remember that Jesus is God. Jesus is not a Jew, right? Jesus is literally God the Son, right? So calling him a Jew seems wrong.
Much larger than the current nation state.
So you may be a bigger Zionist than even the Jews are that live in Israel.
I'm trying to understand the implications of your theology for geopolitics, because you're saying that the present government of Israel has a moral right to take over what are now other people's countries.
No, I didn't say that.
Then what are you saying?
I'm simply saying that the people who live in Israel, I think, have a right to have security, have safety. They have a right to be able to live in this land that they have a connection to for 30 years.
I told myself when I said a prayer that I would not get it.
Again, but he keeps saying this right thing, a right to safety. Does America have a right to safety? Do the Palestinians have a right to safety? I mean, you could say well, no, because of Hamas, so therefore kill children. It's like, maybe. All right. Interesting argument. Mute Josh says, Christians taking a stand against Israel is so backwards. Well, that's where you have it backwards, right? Because Christians are Israel, right? The church is Israel. Whatever the state of Israel 1948 onwards, right? This word concept fallacy that words can only have one referent. If you're trying to tie that into Galatians or something else like that, good luck. But it's just supposed to judge righteously, call out wicked, expose it.
Annoyed, but as someone who is, the father of daughters, when I see child molesters hiding in Israel and escaping American justice, I think I have a right to safety in my country too. So you can understand that I think most people feel they have a right to safety. I do think Israel has a right to safety, and I hope that for them. And I'm sincere, but I'm an American, and I have a right to safety in my country too. Of course you do. Agree? And I think so. But I just want to get to this point. If Israel were to say, God gave us in Genesis 15 all of Lebanon, all of Syria, all the way up to Iraq, would that be legitimate in your view?
I don't think in this particular day and time they're asking for it.
Would it be legitimate?
I'm not sure that it would.
Thanks for setting this over, Amorite Boy. That is quite good. So what he's referencing here, and I am terrible at geography, but this is useful, right? So this is Greater Israel, right? So a good chunk of Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Syria, Turkey, Lebanon, and Jordan. This is Greater Israel, and this is, you can see the patch on an IDF soldier there. Pretty sure they want it all, dude. They'll take what they can get right now, but pretty sure they want it all. And a step to doing that is to destabilize Iran, get regime change there, and that's going to kind of depower the region and allow you to do what you want in maybe some of the other neighboring countries, right? So Iran's probably the first one to fall in that. Thank you for that, Amorite Boy. That's quite good. Quite good. Amorite Boy for 2 says, TNT, the history of the church is not on your side. Correct. Thank you, Amorite Boy. Jim Eagle for 2 says, pronounced Israel. Get ready for the lowest IQ take. Listen, I love Israel. Amorite Boy for 2 says, sent you a pic of an IDF patch. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah. Wonder why they would try and hide that. Seems silly. Over on Ko-Fi, Joshua Howard for 5 says, these clowns care more about Jews than Catholics. It's really sad. It's very true. They will argue for the state of Israel as they persecute Christians rather than the Christians themselves, right? They'll turn on their own brothers and sisters in Christ for some sort of dispensational heresy. Bad Luck Mad for $15 says, Galatians 3:29, if you belong to Christ, then you are Abraham's seed and heirs according to the promise. Yes. So when God tells Abraham that your descendants will outnumber, the sand on the sea, right? He's not saying that your physical descendants, right? It's more than that. It's a both and. Meaning, if you accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior, you are the new seed of Abraham. You are Israel. It's by his blood we are saved, and his example we are to live by. Yes. And that's why, again, for the first 1,800 years of the church, for the most part, with very few exceptions, the church is Israel, not this state that popped up in 1948. Thank you. Thank you, Bad Luck Matt. I appreciate that.
Be.
Why? Because you just said that God gave it to them.
Because I think that there is an understanding that the people of Israel today, now if they end up getting attacked by all these places and they win that war, and
another really good parable is one of Jesus's parables where he's essentially saying the wedding, right? So he invites all of these people to his wedding, and they turn him down. These are his people. They should go there. They should go to the wedding. This is a great, joyous occasion. Of course, this is a reference to the Jewish people. And they deny him. And he says, fine, I'm going to invite everybody else now. And they go out, his servants go out, and they bring everybody else to the wedding. And then his people, the Jews, are locked out. Which is, again, it's not saying that they're fully locked out or that there's not some sort of future thing that's going to happen, future fulfillment with the Jewish people themselves, but it's a metaphor, right, for what's going on within the church.
Take that land, and that's a whole nother discussion. But you and I started out. We started talking about something simple: Christian Zionism.
But it turns out it's not simple because the core of Christian Zionism, you said, and I'm quoting you, is the understanding, the belief, the theological understanding that Jews have a moral and legal, we went through the legal, moral deriving from the biblical, from the promises in our Bible, which we share with the Jewish people, the first part of the Old Testament. that it derives from God's promise to the Jews. And so I have two questions. What are the borders of that? And who are those people in 2026? And you're not the first person I've asked, but you're the most reasonable, most gentle, most theologically informed person. So I'm really hoping for an answer. Yeah. The first question was the borders. I can't get an answer. Yeah. Those borders are. So I'm going to give up. But the second question is every bit as pressing, which is who are the people? Who are the modern? Yes. Who are the descendants? So we know, and I believe, and I agree with you as a Christian, that God promised this land from modern day Iraq to modern day Egypt to this people, the Jews, to Abram's, actually not to Abram's descendants, as it says in Genesis 15. Who are his descendants now, and how do we know who they are?
I think they're the Jews, and we know who they are because they've always been a Jewish people. There has been an unbroken line of Jewish people, and they've lived in this land for 3,800 years. Sometimes not.
And again, that's his claim that they live there. But it's important to remember that in 70 AD, they were massacred, right? You have the burning of the Second Temple by the Romans. You have this entire Jewish revolt going on that gets stamped out, and this is where they get dispersed, right? And this is kind of the fulfillment of everything that even Christ himself has said. So when Christ is talking to his disciples and to the people, and he says, like, within your lifetime, you will see the destruction of this temple. Like, he meant that both and, right? So it's a literal thing that, yes, in 70 AD, this temple is going to be destroyed, right? You guys are going to get dispersed, and it's going to be the fulfillment of all of these prophecies. And that is the apostolic early church interpretation of these things, right?
Not very many of them, because they were chased out all over the world. They were hunted down. They were almost annihilated during the Holocaust. They came back. To this day, Tucker, they represent, you know how many Jews there are in the whole world?
Please, no, I understand. But first of all, the greatest genocide of Jews no one ever mentions was by the Romans, where they were literally banned from Jerusalem for 500 years.
Yeah, of course.
And it's all awful. And I'm opposed to all of that. I'm opposed to mass killing of anybody, period. I'm opposed to
hear you say that.
I don't know, though, right? Because, like, if we're just going by, if we take out the biblical context, can you say that the Romans were wrong in their expulsion of the Jews from the area, considering that they just put down a literal Jewish revolt, right? They were being problematic and they kicked them out. Yeah, I mean, you can look up the long list of nations that have had issues with Semitic people groups. The number is a funny number, of course. But I mean, this sort of thing just happens, all right? It seems to just happen a lot for no reason at all.
I mean it.
Yeah,
and I hope
I
we can
believe
agree
that.
on that.
I believe that.
My question is, and it's not a bumper sticker answer, it's a sincere answer, how do we know? Because what you're saying is that certain people have a title to a highly contested region. They own it in some deep sense. So I think it's fair to ask, who are they and how do we know? So the current prime minister's ancestors weren't from here within recorded history. He has no deed. Bibi Netanyahu, on one side, his family's from Poland. They're from Eastern Europe. So how do we know that he has a connection to the people who God promised the land to, Abram's descendants? How do we know that?
Well, if you take the genealogies that come not only from the Old, but the New Testament, you see that there is a historical connection through the entirety of the Old and the New Testament that details the Jewish connection to this land.
Does that include?
But he keeps making that claim, right? Where is the actual evidence that Mr. Epsteinberg is related to, like, you know, Peter or Paul or any of the other people that are actually tied to this land? To Israel, to ancient Israel, right? Where that's your claim again, but Mr. Dershowitz, right? What is his genetic legacy? You know, that has changed over the last 2,000 years that actually ties him to the land. You're making the claim, right? But I want to see the evidence for it.
Bibi's family? How do we know that if his family comes here?
Scattered,
but how do we know it's the same people? No, why is that crazy? If you say to me,
if they speak the same language, if they worship the same God, if they follow the same Bible, if they follow the same cultures and traditions, and they always pray next year in Jerusalem, and they pray for the peace of Jerusalem, and they pray facing toward Jerusalem, does that not give you a little bit of a clue as to who they are?
Let's go through those things.
But again, they were kicked out of Jerusalem for 500 years, right? And I mean, the people group, I'm willing to grant that there's some genetic lineage or makeup of them that does tie back to, like, the land of Israel, the land of ancient Israel. But if it's like a lower percentage than everybody else, who's to say that you are the true Jew, right?
because I would like to have a rational. This is the conversation I've wanted.
Yeah. So where does Joshua turn into Steinberg? You know, where's the disconnect there? Not a lot of these names recorded in Roman records. Chudvane for $20. Thank you very much. Says the people who think the Genesis Israel is the same as the 1948 Israel are the same people who think the line "ourselves and our posterity" in the Constitution preamble is not specifying heritage Americans. Yeah, and it is. It is a huge disconnect, and it is a large blind spot, hypocrisy, whatever you want to call it. I 100% agree, right? Mike Huckabee, if I was like, listen, America should only be white, right? Because our founding fathers wanted it to be white, Immigration Act of 1790, our posterity, our progeny, right? And he would go, oh, no, that's not what the founders meant. The founders were really famously diverse. Famously loved other races. Famously viewed everyone as equals, even though they didn't think black people were humans, right? Or at least on the same level. Sure, buddy, right? But no, they lie to you and be like, well, actually, no, we don't care about that. That is problematic. We really only care about it as it pertains to Israel.
Bless you. Thank you for doing that. Let's just go through those things.
Okay.
So one of the things I admire most about Israel is they resurrected a dead language.
Yeah. Carl Winslow says, I don't think I could show that symbol on YouTube. The fathers were racist, but they were Masons. Yeah, the founding fathers of America, I think, was put on a bad foundation. And that foundation is liberalism. Now, not in the sense of like 2026 liberalism, of course not, but a post-Enlightenment era ideology that we see its logical conclusion now, right? And the individuals, there were a couple deists, which is cringe, right? There were a lot of Christians, but then also a lot of Masons, and mostly Protestant Christians as well, right? So America is a really atypical, ahistorical country with a mix of Enlightenment values, Christian values, and it's very strange. But anybody who tells you it's supposed to be diverse or non-Christian is lying to you. They're just lying to you, right? And it's okay to say that the founding fathers believed in a lot of cringe things.
In 1948. Good for them.
Well, they really didn't resurrect it. It was existent.
Okay. That's a compliment. I'm not slighting
No, but it is the first time in all of human history that a language has survived through this length of time. It's I would call it, you might not, but I would call it a miracle. One of many.
Okay.
That you can attribute to this
I think it's wonderful as someone who loves language. Netanyahu's parents did not speak Hebrew. Okay. They didn't live in this region. Netanyahu, the founders of this country, were mostly secular. Some of them were avowed atheists. They were not praying for the peace of Jerusalem. They weren't praying at all because they didn't believe.
Interesting thing, because any way you look at it, Israel is a kind of secular state. But even the Orthodox Jewish people, the Judaic element of Israel, is so anti-Christ, right? And I mean that both in that they are against Christ, they hate him, but also that they are a type of antichrist. So like Jews in Israel want to rebuild the third temple. They believe in prophecy with the red heifer, of course, and that will give them the sign to rebuild the third temple, and then they will get their Messiah. The Jewish Messiah, according to a Christian, is literally the Antichrist. So Judaism and Christianity are incompatible, absolutely incompatible. So while the Jews are waiting for their Messiah, which is the Antichrist, we're just waiting for the Antichrist because the Messiah already came.
God. There's no genealogy linking their families to the people of this land 3,000 years ago. They're not. So how do we know, since they didn't share a language, they didn't share a religion, they had no religion whatsoever, how do we know that they had a right to come here from Eastern Europe and
but they were scattered.
Take the land?
They were scattered to Eastern Europe. They were scattered all over the world. There were many in Ethiopia. They were in.
No, I agree that Israel is a secular state on its face, right? A atheistic country on its face, right? But that does not mean that they don't use religion or they have a religious element within them, right? Absolutely not. Even though their government is secular.
Russia, they were in Poland, they were throughout Asia. Jews were all over the place, but they were
that.
still Jews. But they were still Jews.
Okay,
That's
so then
what
let
made
me
them
get to the
unique.
nub of the question, since again, a lot is at stake, a lot of money is at stake. Land is very valuable. Israel has a lot of resources. By the way, if you're accused of crime, you can hide here. That's a pretty good passport to have. It's a good thing, right? So who's entitled to it? I don't understand, and you're very discouraged in the United States from asking this question for some reason. It's a totally rational
I'm not
question.
discouraged.
No, you're not discouraging.
Yeah.
Others do. You're like the only person I can have this conversation with. Everyone else will be like, shut up, Nazi. It's a foundational question. Are you speaking of an ethnic group or a religious group?
Well, I think you're looking at, for many people, it is religious. There are people who may not have a deep religious connection.
That's always the funny part, right? So Judaism is like both. It's like a both and. It's like it's one or the other. It's Schrodinger's position, right? Is it ethnic? Is it religious? Because at its core, I think it's kind of both.
To Judaism, but they're still Jews.
Okay, so it's an ethnic category.
It is ethnic, but it is also religious. It is rooted in religion. You can't take it out of it. Now that means
then
there are
how
some
can
people-
an atheist?
Well, I will tell you this: there are some people who say, "I'm Christian." They never go to church. They never pray. They never read their Bible. They don't tithe.
But they're not entitled to citizenship on the basis of that.
Well,
they're
but
not
I'm saying
entitled
they
to.
still call themselves.
Carl Winslow says, "Huge fan, dude. Follow me, and you'll have access to all kinds of cool info. You might not want to be a white nationalist, but every other race, you are the event, even if you're one of the quote unquote good ones. Plus, we're the coolest kids." Well, thanks, Carl Winslow. But I like the term white nationalism. I get what you mean by that, but I'm a nationalist, which means that I believe in nations, right? And nations are ethnicities, right? So yes, but I mean by definition, I would be a white nationalist because I'm a nationalist, right?
Christian,
Of course.
even though they identify
Okay,
in
but
that way.
here's the difference.
I like how that's an edgy term. I'm a white nationalist. It's like, well, yeah, I'm an American nationalist, and I believe that Americans are white. I'm a British nationalist because British people are white. I'm a Scottish nationalist because I am actually Scottish, of course, right? Whatever it might be. See, that's the thing. It's supposedly some sort of controversial term, but imagine calling a Nigerian a black nationalist. It's like, duh. As a Japanese person is a yellow nationalist. It's like, yeah, based, duh.
Saying that people who have this identification have a deed to a huge chunk of land on the Mediterranean. Okay, so there's, it's a right. You keep telling me it's a right, and so it's totally fair to say if you come to my house and say I've got the title to your house, I get to ask, may I see it? Where'd you get it? And that's exactly what happened here. People from Europe, Eastern Europe, came here. In a lot of cases, atheists, and kicked out a lot of people
they
who lived
bought
here.
Land.
Well, but
They did not just throw people
They
out.
bought a lot of land. There's no
They
question
did
about
buy
that.
a lot of land.
But they
The
also
whole
in
idea of Zionist
1948
movement
kicked out a lot of people.
in the
And
war.
it was a war. I agree.
Yeah.
I'm not want to
Okay.
relitigate the history. I'm just saying it's a fact.
Okay.
Including a lot of Christians wound up fleeing, and they lost their homes, and they've never been allowed back. And all of this was justified on the basis of this identity that is the ticket to the right that you keep referring to. So my question is very simple. I'm going to wait patiently for an answer. Does this right derive from religious affiliation or from genetics?
And I would say it's both. But I would also say that when you said the Christians were kicked out, Tucker, Christianity is growing in Israel.
Okay, but
and there is a big lie.
Yeah, but that's an obfuscation, right? So saying that Christians weren't kicked out of the Holy Land, which is, again, it should be our land. Greater Israel should just be the church's land. It should be the church's domain, okay? Let's bring back the Crusader states, all right? If you want to know my political opinion, it's Greater Israel, but it's just the Crusader states again, okay? It's all ours. Thank you very much. You guys couldn't handle it. You guys kept fighting, and now it's all mine. Thank you very much. Go away. That's my position, right? Greater Israel is just the Crusader states. Let's just do that again. And we have the power to do it too. We could just be like, you know what? I'm done. I'm done with you guys. You guys can like be around or something, but it's ours. All right. Dick Cheney for 2 says Huck's motive on this: blackmailed, true believer ? True believer, right? He is a evangelical through and through. He was a pastor for a period of time, I believe. So he truly believes this. And now whether there's, blackmail or some other element on top of this, maybe, but I do believe he is a true believer of the dispensational heresy that Israel, the modern state of Israel, is the identical referent to the Israel of the Bible, right? Thank you, Dick Cheney. Amorite Boy for 5 says, if enough Euros convert, does their quote-unquote right to the land diminish? The entire argument is flawed. Well, according to Mike's position, I guess whoever is the most Jewish has the most right to that land, right? I guess. Because here's the thing. If I could prove, like if I DNA tested every Israeli, and I could prove that they were less Jewish, meaning ancient Israeli, than some neighboring country, let's say Jordan, right? Would Mike Huckabee say, well, even though they're not genetically tied, they call themselves Jews, so therefore they deserve it? It's like, well, why can't I just call myself a Jew and therefore say I deserve it, right? What if I said, well, actually, white people are the true Jews, and so we deserve it, right? Thank you, Amorite Boy. Blue Animal for 5 says, Jesus Christ be praised, indeed. A solo stream to enjoy with my healed balloon knot. Blue Animal, you're always talking about that balloon knot. I'm glad it's going well for you, though. I'm glad your healing is coming along, and you can hopefully, sit down, lay back, and enjoy a chill Sunday night stream with the boys. Thank you, Blue Animal. Cody Fisher for 10 says, it is Jerusalem only. Oh, well, see, Jerusalem is a holy city, and like I would love to go there to see the Holy Sepulchre and everything else that is there. Don't like the leadership, right? Don't like the current ownership. Not ownership, obviously, because it's still Orthodox Christian there. But yeah, I think that it should be under new management. Okay. Thank you, Cody Fisher. Appreciate it. Appreciate the 10. Insanely generous, man. And moving on.
And he goes out there, but no, let me finish this because I keep hearing that Christians are really not treated well in Israel. That's a lie.
Well, there are lots
it is a lie.
There are lots of different.
There were 34,000 Christians in Israel in 1948. There are 184,000 Christians here today.
And by Israel, what are you counting?
You're talking about the land?
What territory are you counting? You're counting about Israel proper? Or are you counting
about Israel
the West
proper.
Bank as well and Gaza? I mean, what do you mean?
Have a good night, Lee. Appreciate it. Go take care of your baby, bro. That's way more important anyways, dude. Mike says, Mike's argument feels like what tribes have to do to determine who gets payouts from their casino operations, where you need to be a certain percentage of the tribe to get anything. Is it one drop, Mike, or more? Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm just saying, okay, some of these Jews don't seem to be very Jewish, all right? I'm just saying, all right?
You say Israel, those numbers apply to what landmass?
It would be in Israel proper.
Okay.
There are 184,000. Now, I'll tell you where Christians are not doing very well. They're not doing very well in the Muslim-controlled countries. There's almost no Christians in Qatar, for example, except those who live in the Christian ghetto, who are the service workers.
I'm sorry. Look, I don't want to argue with you.
Now, listen, I get it. But I hate the false dichotomy of, listen, Muslims, we need to team up to take on, the other team. Or on the other side of the argument, Mike Huckabee's, it's like, listen, Christians, my fellow Christians, we need to team up to take on the Muslims, right? Why can't I just see both of you as a problem to be dealt with? Because historically, spoiler alert, Muslims are not going to be good long term, right? You can have Muslim friends, as I have some people who are, practicing in some way, shape, or form. But you understand long term that we are enemies, right? We have very different end goals, very different end states, and they are not compatible with the West or Christianity. So Islam should be destroyed. It's a heretical religion that leads people to hell, and therefore should be demolished. And Judaism, the exact same, right?
There are many more Christians in Qatar than there are in Israel.
That's not true.
It actually is true. And I refer you to Wikipedia, Mr. Ambassador.
Wikipedia.
I refer you to the government of Qatar, the government of Israel. These are knowable facts. I'm
in Jordan,
by the way,
numbers are down. In Syria, the numbers are down. In Lebanon, the numbers are down.
There
I'm just
are
telling you that
about twice as many Christians.
But they live in the enclave. They are not native Qataris.
Okay, we're mixing so many different categories here. I'm just saying I get things wrong all the time. You've just gotten something wrong, and I think it's important to acknowledge it. There are many more Christians in Qatar than there are in Israel. Fact.
How many?
Now you call.
Let me do again, dude. The freeze frames. How many Christians in Qatar? About 400,000. So about 15% of the population. So 400,000 Christians in Qatar. And in Israel, only 185,000. So in Qatar, 15%. Israel, 2%. Right? Qatar, 400,000, 15%. Israel, 185,000, 2%. So little oopsie there. Little oopsie there on Mike's part.
I mean, I don't know. I can look at my phone, but I was just there and there are many more, like whatever. But I just want to get to the point that forms the basis of this whole conversation, which is who has a right to the land?
Yeah.
Blue Animal says, will there be a stream tomorrow night? Me and my balloon nut will be back in the patrol boat. Yeah, there'll be a regular stream tomorrow night. So Richard and the boys and a bunch of fun variety topic, maybe even some gun news. What? On a focus strip stream? Gay?
You said it's a mixture of religion and ethnicity, because as I noted, and you agree, many of the founders, maybe the majority of the founders of modern Israel, did not believe in God at all. So they were not religious Jews. They weren't religious at all. They were atheists. They said they were atheists. I believe them. So that suggests it's ethnic. But it's also true, as you well know, because there's a famous court case about this, that ethnic Jews who convert to Christianity do not have the right of return. That was settled by the Israeli Supreme Court. I'm very confused. So that would suggest it's not ethnicity, because you invalidate your Jewishness by converting to Christianity?
There are a number of Messianic Jews who live in Israel.
Okay.
Who are here.
I'm aware of,
It's
I'm
a
aware of
significant
that.
number.
But you're not contesting what I'm saying, because it's a very famous court case.
The right of return has to do with your mother, your grandmother. It has to do with family
it's
ties.
ethnic.
There's a lot of, sure, ethnicity.
So Mike Huckabee also lied there as well. So Messianic Jews are Jews that maintain like all of the Torah and a bunch of other things. So like all of the Levitical commandments and some of the other stuff as well. I'm not fully versed up on Messianic Judaism. They do believe that Christ was the Savior, right, and is their Messiah, but then they have like everything else from the Old Testament still in place. So it is still heretical, but it's more Christian than standard Judaism, right? However, there's only 25,000 in Israel. So it's like 0.03%, right? It's a tiny, tiny percentage of Jews in Israel that are Messianic Jews.
Is a big part of the right of return.
Great.
To make Aliyah, then to come to Israel, to live here.
Then if both of your parents are Jewish and you have an ethnic right to the land, you are one of Abram's descendants, but you convert to Christianity, how is it you don't have the right to return? I'm totally confused.
But I know a number of people who have returned as Christians, but have Jewish history.
Are
and
you
Jewish
saying
ethnicity.
that Jews who convert to Christianity have a right, a legal right to return? Because I
know that they do. Whether, when you say, do they have a right to return? Do they prove?
It's a legal category, as in any government.
Which is by their family history, their grandmother, their mother, and there are many aspects of that.
I've read it. I think
but I know that these are people who are Christian, and they came here, made Aliyah. They had Jewish blood, Jewish history. They were Christian, Messianic, but they came here, and they were welcomed here.
And they were given full legal rights.
Absolutely.
And a passport.
Yeah.
So clearly, it's not true that you invalidate your right of return by converting to Christianity. That's just false.
I'm not aware of that. I know that there are a number of Christians here. I go to church with Christians every week here.
Of course.
And
but do you have a right to come and say, I am an ethnic Jew, even though I practice Christianity, therefore I have every bit as much right to move into a settlement in the West Bank or into East Jerusalem or anywhere I want, Galilee, anywhere, because I'm returning to the land of my forefathers. I have a legal right in the state of Israel, even though I've converted to Christianity. You're saying that's true?
I'm saying I know people who've done it. Now, can I tell you what the law specifically is? I'm not sure.
Well, it's really
I'm a Christian. I don't have any Jewish roots, so therefore I cannot quote you the law. If you want me to do that, I'll look at it.
Well, it really matters because you're saying, in fact, people in the United States are being called anti-Semites, a lot of them, including me, because they somehow don't believe that Israel has a right to this land.
Do you think Israel has a right to this land?
No, you haven't defined what the land is, and you haven't defined who Israel is. So I really don't know.
It is the land they're living in now, the borders that they have.
The borders are moving. The borders have moved in the last year.
What do you mean the borders have moved?
Well, they are the 1967 borders. I'm including, the
East
West
Jerusalem and
East
Judea and Samaria.
What are the borders of Judea and Samaria?
Well, you basically take the Jordan River, and it's west of the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea, to the Lebanon border. And Israel did have control of the Sinai. They gave that to Egypt.
Chad Vane says, yeah, every anime girl stream I've seen did talk about the Jews. So this adds up, actually. There is an interesting correlation, connection between, like, VTubers and either being like mega right wing or being like really gay progressive, right? It's one or the other, you know. So it's like there's a bunch of right wing esque VTubers who are relatively based, and it's just really strange because it's like degenerate anime, and it's like, okay, right, you're saying the right things, but you just look so strange while doing it.
They had control of it.
Right.
No, they gave it away in 1979 in the peace agreement.
But okay,
so
whatever you call it, the land that was taken from Jordan in 1967, you call it Judea and Samaria. There's a significance to that I don't fully understand. I'm not against it.
It's the biblical.
It's the biblical.
80% of the Bible happened in Judea and Samaria.
But we've also established that the Bible gives Jews the right to occupy the land from the Nile to the Euphrates. So I'm very confused by why we've shrunk the land and why we're
Israel has shrunk the land. They have made that decision. That's why they gave away Gaza. They gave away the Sinai.
Now's the part
They've
for the
given away
real
a lot of
question.
things.
Abram's descendants are the ones who have the right to have this land, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't we do genetic testing on everybody in the land and find out who Abram's descendants are? It's really simple. We've cracked the human genome. We can do that.
See, this is the thing. I think Tucker is attempting to attack the Christian heresy of dispensationalism, while Huckabee will use that to support his defense of the state of Israel. But anytime there is a issue with his biblical belief in the support of Israel, which I believe is non-biblical, right? A poor interpretation, misinterpretation. He'll deflect back to, well, it's a modern state, right? It's just the state of Israel is what it is, and the borders are what they are, and the people are what they are, right? So is it genetic? Yes. Well, what if the genetics are off? Well, it's a modern state, you know. Is it religious? Well, yeah, of course it's religious. They have a biblical right to this land. Well, what if they don't occupy the land that they're supposed to? Well, then it's just the modern state and the borders are what they are, right? Mike Huckabee will always take the more defensible option while supporting it. It's like a Mott and Bailey, basically. You use the Bible to throw out your position, and then anytime it contradicts the Bible, you just deflect back, right? Mott and Bailey, deflect back to the Mott to make your position seem more defensible, right?
That.
I might skip ahead, though, because I know we're going to get to killing of Christians, Bettman. Here we go. We're going to skip to the next section, though, because that's going to be more fun, I think.
There are a lot of Christians in the West Bank, and there were a fair amount of Christians in Gaza, and some of them have been killed.
There were 5,000 in Gaza?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And two different churches were hit by the IDF. Christian Hospital was hit 7 times by the IDF. And I don't understand.
They were not hit 7 times. There were different, I know. And one of the times it was a rocket that was shot by Hamas. And all the news agencies reported that the IDF shot the rocket. Did
the IDF ever hit the hospital or the churches?
They did.
Why?
Accidentally. And they apologized for it. And it was very unfortunate. But you got to remember, there were times Hamas often hid caches of arms under hospitals.
Were you bothered by the fact that the IDF hit Christians?
I'm bothered that anyone got killed in Gaza, but you know why I'm bothered?
You're a Christian
because
minister,
here's the thing.
You can't say that the Christians are Islamic extremists.
No, but I can say that
I would
the
expect
reason
you
that
to side with the Christians over the secular government of Israel.
But I would look at it even more broadly. I would ask you this. Why was there so much suffering and continues to be suffering in Gaza? It's because Hamas, which could have built a Singapore, built a Haiti. They have a landmass the size of Las Vegas. They built tunnels underneath that are larger than the London Underground, over 500 miles of tunnels. They didn't build it to move people from one hospital to the other, one marketplace to the other, but to hide terrorists, to hide weaponry. And on October the 7th, they went over there and they massacred 1,200 civilians. Massacred, mutilated, humiliated them.
You're never going to get me to defend Hamas. Sorry.
Please don't.
I'm not going to.
But
Never.
I'm telling you.
I'm appalled by it.
Yeah, so this is the smokescreen that's put up always to defend anything that Israel does at any point in time. And Mike's going to make some crazy claims here, all right? Some very fun claims to discuss. But yeah, you can just say, yeah, Hamas are terrorists, they do evil things, but you can also just grant the opposition that, well, Israel also does terrible things. Like remember when they raped a guy live on air, right? It was some 16-year-old or something like that. And then in defense, they're like, oh no, during wartime, we have the right to rape prisoners of war. Laughed about it on air. You know, I just don't have to like either of you. I think you can both be really bad people. I think you can both be evil.
How many civilians have been killed by the IDF in Gaza?
We don't know. You know
What's
why
your
we
guess?
don't know?
What's your guess?
Well, the only numbers we have come from this dubious entity called the Gaza Health Ministry. You know who that is?
Well, why
It's
doesn't
Hamas.
Israel have some kind of count on it?
We also know that a lot of the people who were killed were, in fact, warriors. Sadly,
how many kids were killed?
We don't know.
What's your guess?
I don't know. I'm sure it was thousands, and it's thousands.
I'm curious. What is the number of people? Well, again, if we can trust the numbers, how many people killed in Gaza since October 7th? Just say. All right. So it's saying up to 75,000 Palestinians and about 175,000 injured. Now, can we actually believe that? Although, actually, I do remember that Israel did actually have this article up here. Let's see. Israel appears to have accepted the death toll in the enclave that the Palestinian Ministry of Health in Gaza has been compiling painstakingly and against the odds. Now, this is from Al Jazeera, which is, a rag. But they do seem to affirm the 70,000 number. So let's even cut it in half. If it was only 35,000 people killed, that's still 30 times what the purported number is for October 7th, right? I mean, body for body, it seems like Israel's doing a lot more damage than Hamas is.
Thousands
of kids were killed.
Some of the kids who were killed had been recruited to be in the military. Kids as young as 14 years old.
Kids. Do you hear yourself? I wonder.
I just said that there were kids as young as 14 that were recruited to be Hamas soldiers who were given arms.
How do you feel about the kids being killed?
I think it's horrible. You know what I also think is horrible? I think it's horrible that 1,200 people were slaughtered by people across the border, and 252 people were taken hostage. 48 of the 1,200 were Americans.
Agree more.
And then when
I'm interested here. How many hostages does Israel hold? How many Palestinian hostages? Because I'm curious here. So how many Palestinians are currently hostage in Israel? About 3,000? 2,000? Really? That's crazy, actually. So, I mean, these aren't necessarily explicitly hostages, but Israel has held up to 10,000 Palestinians. Again, so it's always the numbers always seem strange to me when they try and trot out these numbers as some sort of justification for their action, right? Because it's like, well, listen, Palestine has 252 Israeli hostages, and it's like you have 10,000 Palestinians incarcerated in Israel. Now, maybe they're all justified, right? I don't know. It's not quite a 1-to-1 ratio because one's hostages and one aren't, right? Even though they might technically be somewhat similar. Still, it's like, hey, listen, 1,200 people died on October 7th, and then it's like, so we killed 75,000 of them. It's like, I mean, all right, I guess, but if the numbers are a justification, it doesn't seem to work out, right? If you're just going to use solely the numbers, right? If you're like, oh, well, they killed a bunch of us, so we have a right to kill a bunch of them, and then you exterminate them from existence. It's like, maybe. It's like, listen, they killed a bunch of us, so we have to bomb women, children, hospitals, and churches. It's like, maybe. Hey, but the numbers don't seem to add up because it almost seems like they're justified in their attacks when you look at the numbers, right?
Are all lives equal?
When Hamas could have ended this on October the 8th and given all the hostages up, they didn't, leaving no choice.
You're never going to get me to defend Hamas.
I hope
I'm not pro-Hamas.
I hope
totally
not.
opposed to slaughtering innocents, whether Hamas does it or whether the government of Israel does it in much larger numbers. And the reason I'm opposed to it is because I'm a Christian and I believe that all souls are created by God.
I do not disagree with that wholeheartedly.
But I said, how many children have been
War is
killed?
a horrible thing, period. And we don't know. We know that a lot of the numbers were reported by Hamas.
But you said you think thousands of children have been killed.
Yeah, and a lot of times, you know why they got killed? Because Hamas would gather up the children and put them in the targets. Do you know what Israel does? They send page messages and they send texts to every cell phone in Gaza, and they say, we're going to hit this particular target. They drop leaflets and they announce where they're going to hit. Nobody does that. The U.S. doesn't do that. Israel does.
Abby McStabwood, that's what Rumble is for. Rumble has very little censorship. Some, but very little. Rumble or Ko-Fi, Stabby McStabwood. Appreciate it. Now, here's another question that I'm going to pose to the audience here, all right? I actually don't necessarily have a problem with young people dying in a war. Right now, of course, I think it's a tragedy, but you know that anytime you conduct an operation, that there's a chance for civilian casualties, right? Especially if like a 14-year-old with a gun is a 14-year-old with a gun, right? Now, an 8-year-old with a rock is probably not that much of a threat to an IDF soldier, right? I mean, especially if they're throwing rocks from like 100 yards away and you just, dome a couple kids because you're feeling spicy that day or something like that. But take Israel-Gaza out, Israel-Palestine out of the equation here. Just saying that, like, well, if children die in a war, is it an awful thing? Like, on its face, yeah, it's awful. But then you would have to go back and say, well, no nuclear bombs, no bombing of any civilian populations at all. Not even just specifically civilian populations. Like if you bomb a manufacturing plant in, and name your favorite war, right? And there's going to be some civilian casualty, or at least a possibility for civilian casualties. So if you're going to be able to wage war in any way, whether defensive or offensive, there is a certain number. You're accepting the risk. You're accepting the responsibility of killing innocents, children, women, and people that don't deserve it, right? And in a just war theory, you can still do that if the end goal is to reduce the suffering long term, right? That has to be some part of your justification, right? So I can wage a defensive war against Mexico and kill 10,000 cartel members, which again, in the fighting, are civilians going to die? Are innocents going to die? Of course. But I'm going to save, 100,000 Americans a year by reducing drug overdose deaths, or, 10,000 Americans a year by reducing drug overdose deaths. So I'm saying in the galactic calculus that we're making here that is the right moral decision to do that.
That in order to prevent, let me finish this. They do this in order to prevent civilian casualties.
Gross.
What Hamas does, they say, oh, this is the target. And by gunpoint, they push people into those various places. And then when people get killed, they say, look, Israel just slaughtered.
I just smeared myself, bro. 1 second. Grab a napkin. 30 years old, still have acne. Cringe. Getting frame mogged by acne.
For these people, even though it was Hamas who moved them into harm's way, knowing that it was going to put them in a place of danger and death and destruction. And they do that because they don't care. You say you care about life. I care about life.
It's interesting
that they don't care about life.
I'm not saying that Hamas does. You're never going to get me to defend Hamas. I'm good. I'm anti-Hamas.
Said that 3 times, and I believe
your dig at the United States is very revealing.
Why is it revealing?
Because your priorities are very clear.
No.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. And as an American, permit me a moment of outrage. Because I said many civilians have been killed. And you said, right in the middle of your elaborate defense of the IDF's killing of civilians, including children, you said they do a better job than the United States does. That's my country and my government.
It's my country. What flag am I wearing here?
Well, I'm asking.
The flag doesn't matter. You're sitting in Israel, good sir. Right? Yeah. The flag is American, but the city is Israel. But there is a way to wage a war in which you know that there are going to be civilian casualties, but you do all that is within the best of your ability to limit it while still accomplishing the goal, right? You got to be goal-oriented, just like in life, right? Got to be goal-oriented. And some of the casualties along the way, totally acceptable.
Why is
what flag am I wearing?
Well, that's, of course, my flag as well.
And it's my flag. It's who I serve.
So why the dig at the United States in the middle?
It's not a dig at them. No. You've totally misrepresented that.
What did you mean by that?
I did not take a dig at the U.S. What I'm saying is...
So the IDF is more humane than the U.S.?
I'm saying...
Military.
No, I'm not.
That is a wild claim, all right? IDF soldiers raping a 16-year-old live on camera and calling them more humane and they do a better job of mitigating civilian casualties than the U.S. is a wild claim to make. A wild claim to make. Back that up, bro.
Just saying that Israel takes steps that we don't take and no other country that I'm aware of takes to try to prevent. Because no matter what Israel does, they're going to get accused of genocide.
That may be right, and
I'm just telling you that they.
But then let me ask you on that question. You know, that's such a politically loaded.
But I resent the idea that you think that I'm not loyal to the U.S.
Well, you
or that
just
I
said.
somehow.
Look, I'm not saying you're not loyal. I'm merely noting what you just said, which was that the IDF takes greater pains than the U.S. our military does to spare civilian lives. And I guess my question is, when was the last time the U.S. military killed this many civilians? Do you know?
Well, it could have been Nagasaki, Hiroshima, could have been Iraq, Afghanistan.
And again, I think that good freeze frame there as he's trying to cope about this. But I think that the I am pro Nagasaki and Hiroshima, right? I think that those were most likely necessary to end the war earlier, because if there was some sort of mainland invasion, you could have had potentially even more civilian deaths in the long run. And certainly what I would put at a much higher value, we're in war, American soldiers, right? I put an American soldier at an infinitely higher value than somebody that we're at war with, right? And so in a very strange, ironic way, turning Japanese people into rice paddies may have been much more humane than actually invading them.
We don't know the full number.
And I think most Christians would say all of those things were atrocities because innocents were killed in large numbers, and we don't believe in that. And so that's not really a defense, is it?
War is a horrible thing, Tucker, and there are people who end up, unfortunately, being killed that shouldn't have been. I would tell you that I wish that none of those people in Gaza had been killed after October the 8th. Well, I say none of them. I'm glad.
So, interesting little note here. So in the last 2.5 years, Israel's killed about 75,000 in Gaza. In 20 years, we killed 46 on the low end in Afghanistan, up to like 150K in Afghanistan. So in 20 years of warfare, the U.S. and allies killed, you know, per year, it's like a quarter as much as the Israelis have done in the last 2 years. So, I mean, if you take the low estimate, we're actually under in 20 years what the Israelis have done in 2, right? What we did in 20, they did in 2, basically. So we're way under. So we're actually objectively, I would say, way better at minimizing civilian casualties than Israel, just by the numbers.
Mohammed Sinwar was killed. I'm glad that some of those warriors, the people who masterminded and carried out the atrocities like
14-year-old Hamas operatives, how do you feel about their deaths?
If they participated in that, then God help them. I'm telling you,
what does
Tucker,
that mean, God
I don't know that they were 14 years. No, but I'm telling you.
You can be happy. Like, listen, when a 14-year-old gang member gets slimed out by a police officer for drug smuggling, for sex trafficking, for whatever it is a tragedy in the sense that a life has been lost and a life can no longer be saved, but it is within God's righteous judgment to end the lives of individuals, right? It has to be, of course.
That when someone commits the acts of atrocity and then they hold hostages, if these were your children being held hostage in Gaza, what would you do to get them out?
I wouldn't want to kill 14-year-olds. I'll tell you that.
Let me ask you.
If my child, again, Mike Huckabee is right in this, and this is why Tucker's being weird. Like, this is a strange hill to die on. Like, if Mexican gang members, cartel members, had inducted young children into their ranks, which sometimes they do, right? Gangs are getting younger and younger, as they say. The kids are running these streets, if you've seen some of the antics that we put up on Rumble. But if one of them was threatening one of my children, I would absolutely kill them with no remorse. None. Because if it's not my child, it's somebody else's child. And that young man, right? He might be a boy in modern sense, but that young man has made a decision, right? Even if it was tragic, even if he was forced into it, he still bears the responsibility for his actions. And if he doesn't bear the responsibility for his actions, right? If you think that, oh, they're not responsible for their actions, well, then I just sent him to God, right? Either he is responsible for his actions and he gets what's coming to him, or he's not responsible for his actions and he gets pulled out of a bad situation before he is.
Something. Would you do whatever it took to get your kids back if they were being tortured, raped, starved,
I would
and
not
beaten?
kill children, period.
I would. Yeah, 100%. No problems. Tucker's being weird. Yeah, like if some gang had taken my daughter, like, you know, you hear these like Lake and Riley and some of these other places where they take the women, rape them, and kill them. And if one of these nefarious elements had like my daughter, the answer is, who would I not kill to get her back? And that's a very short list. of who I would not kill. There are billions of people on that list. Very few people are of who I would kill. Billions of people on the list of who I would kill.
Well, I'm just telling you.
And I would
you
never make
do-
excuses for killing
but you
children
wouldn't-
either.
And I'm not talking about targeting children. I'm talking
You
about.
told me that 14-year-olds deserve to die because they're working for Hamas.
I'm telling you.
My question is, can you hear yourself?
I do hear myself.
So do you think
What, like, listen, in Afghanistan, if our soldiers were there and a child soldier with an AK interacts with them, I want my soldiers to slime him, right? Like, that seems like it's a horrible tragedy of war, but it's a reality. It is the world in which we live in. Right? I mean, it's a weird, yeah, it seems like he's trying to take the moral high ground in something that has just been a part of life since humanity's beginning, you know? It's like you'll see it even take war out of it, right? You could be in downtown Detroit and a teen with a switch, you know, those U's that they're always talking about, they can beat somebody to death, right? An 8-year-old shot their teacher the other day, right? It's like, if I see a young individual trying to kill somebody else, I have a duty and obligation to stop them. And if that results in their termination, then that just is what it is.
a 14-year-old child has agency? Do you think that he deserves to die because he's being used by adults?
Yes. Yes. If a 14-year-old points a gun at me, yeah, he deserves to die. Yes.
Isn't his death a crushing
If
tragedy?
he's holding a gun,
It is,
and he-
and it's also a crushing tragedy. It is a horrible situation that led him into that. It is terrible. It is an indictment on everybody in his life that allowed him to get to that point. It is indictment on his mother, his father, his friends, everybody, everybody around him, the leadership of the country, community leaders, everybody. Still has to be done.
He's pointing it at someone who's trying to save a hostage. And the only way to save that hostage, I'm telling you, war is a horrible thing. It's a horrible thing. And a lot of innocent
I think I'm the
people
one
die.
who thinks war is a
And
horrible thing.
No. I think what you don't
I'm trying to explain how horrible it is, and you're saying that the 14-year-old deserved to die. We don't execute 14-year-olds.
You're putting words in my mouth that I didn't
don't know
put.
what you're saying.
I
You
never said deserve to die.
Okay.
I say there are people who die that is unfortunate.
Okay.
But I'm saying that you are not giving Israel credit for having done everything they possibly.
Yeah, see, that's a Tucker L. That's a big Tucker L. And somebody said it in chat that, yeah, he's trying to take the moral high ground on literally every single position. Like, oh, you would kill a 14-year-old? I never would. Like, really? Never? Never? I could construct some pretty funny hypotheticals for you here.
Could, to a level that, quite frankly, in urban warfare, there has never been a war
I don't mean
that
to
has been
criticize
documented.
Israel, but it's a foreign country, and I would much rather criticize a foreign country than my own.
Feel free to do that. They can
But
handle
you
it.
pivoted against our country
No,
by
I
saying
didn't
Israel's
pivot
done a
against
better
it.
job than our.
Well, see, to actually take Mike Huckabee's side for a second, like, I am much better equipped to critique my own country than I am to critique somebody else's country because I live here, right? And I would critique my country's involvement and support of whatever Israel does. Because in a weird way, I am responsible for what Israel does because my tax dollars go to it, right? My government allows it to happen, and I am in some way responsible for the government that we have, right? In some sense, not completely, not holistically. I don't support any of it, but in some way, I live here, I pay taxes, and I contribute to the system that does, right? So, of course, if I think I can criticize my own government, and I think I can criticize other governments just fine.
Military
No,
has.
I simply gave you the illustration, and I helped you understand that Israel goes to links that no other country, including ours, goes to in the middle of an urban war, and yet
AMR, we actually have the same strategy here. Yes, anyone taller than me is fair game. It just so happens that everybody's on that list, right?
Israel ended up with fewer civilian deaths in an urban war than any urban war of record.
You said you didn't know how many civilian deaths there were, so how can you say that?
If you took Gaza's numbers, Hamas's numbers,
you said you
it would
don't know what
still
the
be.
numbers are.
We
You
don't.
just told me that.
But
Then how
I'm
can you
saying
say
if
it's a
you
lower
took-
number?
But if you
See, I hate that. I hate this element of Tucker. It's so obnoxious, right? Like, Mike is actually giving him a position here. It's like, let's grant the Hamas numbers, which are like 75,000. 75,000 civilians dead, 175,000 injured, right? And this is a hypothetical. And Tucker's like pretending he doesn't get the hypothetical, right? That he's putting out here. And Mike Huckabee is saying, like, listen, even if it is 70,000, it's justifiable. It's justifiable, sorry. Now, I want to hear Mike's argument on why that would be justifiable, right? They kill 1,200 of us. We kill 75,000 of them. We hold 10,000 Palestinians. They hold 252 Israelis, right? I want to know his internal justification for that. And Tucker's like pretending this whole thing doesn't make sense. Like, what is going on here? I don't get it. Hey, the Snucka, have a great night, dude. Thanks for hanging out, bro. Get out, dude. Especially if you're a job cell man, go to work, dog.
Took the numbers that they reported, which is like 50,000, 24, 25,000 of those were actual warriors. How many civilians? If you
took the numbers range from 120 to 78, those ones I just read, I don't know if that's real. I don't know either. I'm asking you.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, those numbers I've not heard, have not read. The numbers that I think are more reportable.
Yeah, see, I think there's other arguments you can make here. It's like, hey, how would you respond to this footage of Israeli helicopters firing upon Israeli citizens? Right? And then you take those numbers and blame Hamas? Right? I mean, it's just
or somewhere in the 60,000 range.
Where do those come from?
From the Gaza Health Ministry,
but
which is
those
Hamas.
were valid numbers.
I think they are. I don't think that they're accurate, but I'm saying
You're saying they're inaccurate, but they prove that Israel's doing a great job?
Let's assume that the most widespread numbers, the largest numbers that have been reported out of Gaza by Hamas, let's assume they're true. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying they are true, but assume they're true. Let's just take them at their word. Then you still have a lower number of civilians killed than in any urban warfare environment in modern history. Fact.
Okay, but Mike is lying. See, that's why I wanted to get to his justification, because he's lying, right? Because again, we can just look at Afghanistan for 20 years, and the low estimate is 46. The high estimate is 170. But again, that's over a 10 times longer period than Israel versus Hamas, right? Israel versus Gaza versus Palestine, whatever word you want to use for it. So Mike is just wrong on his face here. He's saying this is the most humane war ever fought. He's just wrong. I don't know like where he's getting this from. And I mean, if you look at Iraq, Iraq is even worse. Iraq says 210. Is that right? Violent civilian deaths on the table. Casualties of the Iraq war. It can't be 210. That's insane. How many for civilians, though? I want to know about civilians, not 110,000 violent deaths? I don't even know what that means. How many civilians died in Iraq? Or maybe that's American civilians that is. Civilian deaths 2003 through 2024. Accept all. Come on. You're not going to tell me? So it looks like number of documented civilian deaths, Iraq war, 2003 to 2024. Okay, well, let's take the highest 2 years, which is 2006, 2007. That is 55,000 people that died in those 2 years, which is still under the current, and that's the peak between 2006, 2007, those 2 years, 55,000. That is still under what happened in 2 years in Gaza. So I even if you take the 2 highest years of the Iraq war, which were bad, right? Yeah, so Baghdad 06 to 07 was a slaughterhouse. So yeah, 2006, 2007, you combine the 2 highest years of the Iraq war, it's only 55K. Whereas Gaza is sitting right now, after about 2 years, about the same time frame, at about 75. So even if you take the 2 worst years of the Iraq war, you're still only getting close to the numbers. Close, right? And then it dives. Now, if you look at the graph, let me just pull the graph over here so you guys can see it as well. And there it is. So this is the numbers of civilian deaths. So the 2 highest years, right? 29, 26, 2006, 2007. That's 55K, which is still under what's reported for Gaza in 2 years. And then it drops off dramatically, right? And you're only averaging, say 7,000 a year between 2007 and then when it kicks off again in 2014. And then again in 2014, you have 3-4 big years and then it drops off again. So it's even the highest peak years are not as aggressive as what's being done in Gaza right now. So even by the most aggressive numbers, in the most aggressive war that we've fought in the last, 30 years, Gaza still is at least on par.
Is that a fact?
Yes.
What are you comparing it to?
To any urban warfare.
Name one.
Iraq?
Where in
Afghanistan?
Iraq? Where in Iraq? Where in Afghanistan? There aren't many urban areas in Afghanistan. I don't think there was any fighting in urban areas in Afghanistan.
Kabul?
Yeah, again, the total deaths for civilians in Afghanistan was like 46 to 150, but that's over a 20-year period total.
I don't know. Were there pitched battles in Kabul over long periods of time? I don't.
20 years
in Kabul? I don't.
Throughout all of Afghanistan.
But what were those rates?
You're talking about what are the rates there?
The
number of people who were killed into the tens of thousands. I'm asking you to.
I don't know the answer. I've never heard of any of this. You brought it up. You said the IDF has killed a lower proportion of civilians in urban warfare than in any urban conflict in modern history. I'd never heard that before. I don't know what are the controls for that. And you said, well, the U.S. military killed more civilians.
Would you agree that the real tragedy was that Hamas continued to force this war?
Hold on. You just once again said that the IDF is more humane than the United States military. You just said that. You said in Iraq and Afghanistan, the U.S. military killed more civilians than the IDF did in Gaza. You just told me that. I never heard that before. And my question is, how do you know that? What are those numbers?
And I'm trying to explain to you that there were extraordinary efforts to keep the number.
Know the numbers, do you?
I think they were tens of thousands. I'll get them for you.
Well, you brought it up.
So, I mean, again, to his point, like two things could be true at the same time. Like Iraq 2006, 2007, and later on 2014 could be, absolutely monstrous attacks. You're like, wow, that was awful. That was evil. That was terrible what we did. You could take that position, right? But then you would have to say the same thing to what Israel is doing right now, right? Right now. It's the same thing. Amrite Boy for 2 says a lot of accidental strikes. Yeah. Again, it's like, who do I believe? Do I believe the IDF? No. Do I believe Hamas? Also no. It's like, I think everybody's lying in this situation. Amrite Boy for 5 says he doesn't disagree with that statement with his whole heart, only a part of his heart. Womp womp. Thank you, Amrite Boy. Appreciate it. Lightspore for 5 says, unironically, that's what Horace Lupercal supported, which I do as well. The means can be justified so long as we leave it better than we found it. Yeah, I mean, the ends don't always justify the means because that leads you down some really interesting pathways, right? So if I wanted to reduce humanity to like 300 people to reset it, it's like, well, listen, the ends is a utopian society, surely. So that means I can just, murder 7 billion people. I think that's fine. It's like, well, no. So ends justifying the means is not a principle, but I think that there are, certain situations call for certain things. Okay. All right.
That's the only reason I'm pushing.
But I'm wearing a flag. I work for a country, and you pretended or alleged that somehow I'm not loyal to this and I'm criticizing my own country.
They did a better job than the U.S. military in Iraq and Afghanistan. And I said, what are the numbers? And you said, I don't know. So on what basis are you making the claim that the IDF in Gaza spared more?
Well, I just said 300 people, not because of a reference to 300 and the Spartans, but as a reference to I think that's the people you need, 300 people to have a genetically diverse population, not diverse, right? Modern 2026 diverse, but to have a population, a ethnicity with enough genetic diversity within its ethnic group to have a viable population going forward.
Civilians than the U.S. Army and Marine Corps did in Afghanistan and Iraq. Why are you saying that? On what basis are you saying that?
From the conversations that I've had with the people who fought there. And I don't have the exact numbers for you. But what I'm trying to help you to understand, and I don't think you're willing to go there, is that there was no desire to kill people indiscriminately in Gaza. I don't think there was any desire to kill people indiscriminately in Iraq, Afghanistan,
so
or for that matter.
Let me just say, I think, and I know a bunch of people serve in the IDF, and I don't believe your average IDF soldier wants to kill innocents. I just want to be really clear about that. I don't think most soldiers want to do that.
I think that I agree with Tucker here in this, that your average person isn't necessarily going to be a bloodthirsty monster. I know people individually who are who value human life different, especially certain types of humans, right? They might have a different value to other people's lives. Now, I do think the problem, again, when we bring it back to Israel specifically, and this is why the religion and the people being so closely tied together is problematic because Jews absolutely view other humans as different, as lower, as separate, as of less value, right? Like they are racial supremacists, which, you can say one thing or the other about, but they believe that their race is superior and that others are ontologically different. They view you as less, right? So even though individually some IDF soldiers might not be bloodthirsty, their religious beliefs, the ones that are religious, of course, do necessarily lead them to believe other people are less valuable.
Yeah, I think a lot of them in our country, in Israel, wind up doing that because that's what war is about, and it really hurts them. I know people who've done it personally, know them really well, and it like wrecks their lives. So, but I don't think your average soldier wants that in this country or any other. The leadership is a different question, and I want to refer you very specifically to a number of speeches the Prime Minister, your friend Benjamin Netanyahu, gave in the aftermath of
Axe to grind, is that civilians? Because I'm not familiar with the Baghdad numbers according to WikiLeaks. Is that 100,000 civilians killed in Baghdad 0607? Because again, the official numbers that I just pulled up on Statistica was 55K for the two. But if it is higher, then I'll grant that. I'll grant that the Iraq war was worse than Gaza. But again, only by a small margin, right? And I say a small margin as if it's not thousands of people. But like, again, Gaza about 75K for 2 years, and 2 years in Baghdad, 100,000. So we're on a relatively similar scale. One is not, orders of magnitude bigger than the other. So, and they can both be wrong. They can both be atrocities, right?
October 7th, including one in November of that year, when he referred to Amalek. Now, Amalek is a biblical reference. Of course, you'll be very familiar with that. The Amalekites were a tribe described throughout the Bible, particularly in 1 Samuel, that obstructed the Jews as they fled Egypt. And God tells Samuel to give the instructions to Saul to kill the Amalekites. And he says, and I'm sure you remember this is in 1 Samuel 15, of course, I know you know it. He says, kill the men, kill the women, kill the children, kill the infants, kill the donkeys, kill the camels, kill everything. And Saul spares the king, and he spares the animals. And for that, he is punished by God. That is genocide. God is calling for genocide of the Amalekites, of Amalek. And the Prime Minister of Israel, at least once, I believe on other occasions, described the Palestinians in Gaza as Amalek. That's calling for genocide.
See, this is difficult for a lot of modern Christians to kind of wrap their heads around, but God uses different instruments to execute justice. So like the Canaanites were cannibalistic. They were satanic. They worshipped demons. Essentially, they sacrificed their children. They murdered one another. These were objectively evil people. And I'm going to try and make an analogy to tie it together with Sodom and Gomorrah, right? Sodom and Gomorrah, another town that was just a awful, evil place to live. God said, I'm going to destroy it. Lot says, let me find some good people here. And God says, sure, go ahead. Find me 10 good people and I'll spare the city. And he couldn't find 10 good people. And so God rains fire and brimstone upon Sodom and Gomorrah, and it is no more, right? Now people look at that and they're like, oh, that's a people getting what they deserve by, a force of nature, that being God. But then when they see Israel, the ancient state of Israel, not modern Israel, got to separate those two. When they see the state of Israel doing essentially the same thing, God has righteously judged this group of people to be evil, satanic, adulterous, murderous, cannibalistic, satanic people. They have set them up for destruction. Then God is using his people to execute justice. And it is the same thing as if he used a tidal wave, if he used the flood, if he used, fire and brimstone from heaven. It's the same thing. And when Saul refuses to do it, right? When Saul decides to keep things for himself, to spare the king, and then, funnily enough, Samuel comes in, sees all of this, and takes Saul's sword and then kills the king himself and says, how dare you do this? How dare you not follow God's command? God gave you the kingdom. God made you king over all these people, and you can't follow a simple decree? Unbelievable.
And you know that.
I totally disagree.
Tell me then what it means.
Because to say that Israel was attempting to commit genocide, first of all, That's simply not true.
I'm saying, what is the prime minister talking about? Why would he refer to the Palestinians as Amalek? What is Amalek?
You would have to ask him. I don't know. I know what Amalek is. I do understand 1 Samuel 16. I get all
15. 1 Samuel 15.
But I do understand.
And it's widely known. So if you say our enemy is Amalek and we are proceeding on the basis of God's commands to us, you are calling for genocide. Tell me how I'm missing something.
Because if Israel wanted to commit genocide, they could have done it in 2.5 hours.
Well, so the difference is the modern state of Israel calling people Amalek is a sign, yes, that they want to genocide, destroy, remove, whatever it might be. But they view that to everyone. And that is obviously a perversion of their beliefs of the Old Testament, a Talmudic interpretation, a Judaizing of the faith, if you will. So when they refer to you as Amalek or Goyim or whatever else that it might be, there's special little terms for you. They do view you as less and do eventually want you removed.
Debate what's happened in Gaza. I'm asking you why the leader of this country.
Ask him.
Well, what do you think?
I don't know.
Does that bother you at all?
People, I don't know what he meant. I don't know if it was an illustrative metaphor. I think what he was saying was that we're not going to let anything keep us from getting our hostages back, their sons and their daughters who are being brutalized, raped, tortured, starved, beaten.
Come on, Mr. Miss.
No, I think
there are many examples of justice in the Bible. But there are
Israel
very
gets
few...
accused of genocide regularly.
I'm not accusing Israel of anything. I'm saying that the prime minister of Israel described the Palestinians
Do you think he attempted to do genocide?
I'm asking why.
Yes. I think if the Jews had their ideal situation, I do think that they would remove basically everyone around them. Right? I think if you gave them carte blanche to reshape the Middle East as they see fit, they would absolutely do that. Now, you can try and argue that what they're currently doing is not that thing, but I think you would give them, if given the chance, they would. Now, to be fair, to not be a super hypocrite, if somebody said, well, John, don't you want to fix the country, right? Yes, of course I do, but it's not some sort of genocidal, right? If I was given powers to do certain things, to accomplish my goals, I would simply remove people, and put them back in their proper place. That's all. Nothing too violent, right? Just removing 150 million people.
Of all the references in the Bible, and there are many to justice, and there are many to reconciliation, that is a reference to genocide, as you know, killing every man, woman, child, and infant, I'm quoting, and their animals, wiping them from the earth. And when they don't do that, they're punished. When you say that at the outset of a war, and then you wind up with massive civilian casualties, maybe not as big as they were in Iraq, then I have to ask you, what is that? And is that kind of thinking consistent with Western values and with Christianity? Do we as Christians believe it's okay to kill people's children?
No, we don't. And neither do the Israelis, because they didn't go after their children. If they'd have wanted to kill...
Except when they did, right? And again, I know you can always blame it on, okay, well, it's a couple bad actors, it's a couple this, it's a couple that, it's not everybody, it's not the nation as a whole that's going after them. But, I mean,
kill all their children. Tucker, they've got the military capacity. They could have done it in less than a day.
I've heard you say that.
I know.
I mean, I guess
so
they could have done
them. Okay, but why didn't they? Why didn't they?
I think there are a lot of decent people in Israel who don't want that, but I'm talking...
Do you think that the prime minister wanted to wipe out every single person in Gaza? Do you
I'm
really
asking
think that?
you what you think is the...
Maybe he doesn't want them all killed, but I think he would be happy. Like, obviously, if I was like Mr. Netanyahu, spawn of Satan, if given the opportunity, would you just remove all of the Gazans and shove them to, somewhere else? He would take that deal, right? Of course he would. Of course he would. It benefits him. Why wouldn't he?
U.S. representative of our government.
I don't think that that's what he wanted to do.
Did you ask him? Why are you referring?
I never had to ask him that.
Why?
Because I never saw any evidence.
I mean, listen, all right. It's like when people ask me what's the solution to the country, it's like, well, this is what needs to happen. This is what has to happen. Okay. I understand the level of violence that goes along with this, right? People aren't just going to peacefully go along with John's plans. Okay. There has to be some force involved. But to make a few omelets, you got to break some eggs. All right. I get that it happens as a consequence, right? As a logical entailment of my actions, but still, it's not the point of my actions. It just happens.
Any evidence that Israel tried to wipe out every single person. I just gave you examples that they tried to save civilian lives.
But I'm not, and they didn't. Wait, I'm not, as I've said, and I mean this, I think most soldiers in most armies, including the Israel Defense Force, don't want to kill civilians. I just don't believe that. I think there are some lunatics.
Can I ask you something?
Yes.
You platformed a guy. You had him on your show, Tony Aguilar.
Don't platform anyone.
Well, you interviewed.
Not a liberal,
Tony
so I don't
Aguilar.
platform people.
Okay, you.
I think that's Tucker being a little silly. Who is Tony Aguilar? I need to look this guy up. Tony Aguilar, Tucker Carlson. Is that Green Beret dude? Yeah, that's him. Shocking war crimes in Gaza.
Interviewed Tony Aguilar, who claimed that IDF soldiers.
Dude, that's a good point. Yeah. Thank you for that cat, Shadow Force. Shadow Force always coming in clutch. Huckabee doesn't host U.S. traders, and Tucker doesn't platform, anti-Semites, right? I don't platform anybody. I don't host anybody. We just had a meeting. I just had him on my show for 3 hours. Whatever. That's good.
Killed a little boy in his presence. That didn't happen.
Okay.
It did not happen.
I don't know. I don't know if you know whether it happened or not.
Well, I can tell you why I know it didn't happen. Okay. Because we found that little boy less than a week later.
All right.
I was involved, heavily involved, in helping to extricate him from Gaza. 4 different countries were involved in getting he and his mother to safety, get them out of there. Tony Aguilar is a liar.
Okay.
Tony Aguilar claimed that he saw an IDF soldier shoot the little boy. He was fired from the GHF for cause, and he begged for his job back, and they wouldn't give it back because they didn't want him. And he told them that if they didn't give his job back, that he would burn them down.
Okay.
So he goes out. No, let me finish this because it's important for you to understand.
Right.
So this guy then goes out and makes up this story that he witnessed IDF soldiers shooting a little boy.
I don't know that he made it up. He seemed to believe it to me. It's possible he's wrong. I've been wrong many times.
Well, this is a little bit more than just missing a fact. See,
here's the thing. Who do you believe? Do you believe the IDF and a bunch of other these guys grabbing a random boy and saying like, hey, see this guy? We totally didn't kill this other kid. Or do I trust a Green Beret? And now, as we all know, thanks to Valhalla VFT and Tim Kennedy, all Green Berets are gay. All Green Berets are gay. So who do I believe here? It's tough. IDF or Green Beret?
Claimed to be an eyewitness to the murder of
Chud Vane says, not really related. I know that Jay Burden is a busy man, but it would be cool if you got him as a guest on a future stream. Yeah, I just DM'd him the other day, or we DM'd for a second the other day. I've been on his show before. I'm on 2 of his episodes. His GunTuber Super Mix, and then we did a solo episode. But yeah, I'd have Jay Burden on. We could discuss just about anything. I think most other people in this space are a lot more knowledgeable than me, right? They have better recall than I do. Like I can learn about something and in like 2 weeks, I've remembered like 1% of it. So my recall is really bad. So I'm not good as like a political analyst. I might be like, all right for some argument stuff, but yeah. But I mean, he's very knowledgeable and very good at these things. So I'll absolutely have him on. No problem.
a little boy.
Okay.
A little boy
good,
that a
Chad,
week
doing
later
good.
we found.
And you're sure it's the same little boy?
We're absolutely
How
certain.
do you know that?
Because we had pictures of him. We had descriptions of him. We know his name. We know his mother.
Okay.
He was extricated out of Gaza. It was a very delicate situation to get him out because if Hamas had found out that he was still alive, they would have killed him in order to validate Aguilar's story.
How do you know that?
So he gets
Now that is possible. What Mike is claiming there, like let's take a terrorist organization, okay? You have some crazy Green Beret claiming that he saw IDF soldiers murdering a little boy. And let's say that didn't happen. Let's grant their position that didn't happen. The Hamas then hears the story, finds the boy, and is like, well, they didn't kill him, so the guy's lying. But if we kill him, this is really good propaganda, right? Because we just kill him and say that the IDF did. And then we take pictures of his body and his crying mother and his crying family, and we say, yes, Tony Aguilar's story is correct, and the murderous, bloodthirsty Jews killed another, murdered in cold blood, a defenseless child, right? It's really good propaganda. So would I put that past a terrorist organization? Absolutely not. At the same time, there's no evidence for that at all. That is purely conjecture. Is it logically possible? Sure, purely conjecture.
out.
How do you know Hamas would have killed him?
Why wouldn't they? Wouldn't they have wanted to kill him? Because that way they could have said that this story was true.
Look,
that Aguilar. I'm just telling you that
what you're saying is true, and I have no basis of knowing.
Yeah.
I'm really glad because I don't want little kids to get killed, even 14-year-olds. Okay.
You shouldn't want anyone to.
But let me ask you: is it true he also made the?
Now Mike Huckabee then takes the cuck chair. Okay, he's like, Tucker, Get out of the cuck chair. It's my time in the cuck chair. I don't want anyone to get killed. I think that is a bad position. I think that that's an unbiblical position. I think that is a incorrect position. I think that maybe you can have arguments with who should have the power to kill and not to kill, right? But saying that you don't want anyone to be killed, I think is a bad position. I think it's a bad theological position.
Claim, and he had audio of it and video too, that U.S. contractors were using live ammunition to disperse crowds, and he had video of that. Do you know did he make up that video?
There were times, here's what happened. Crowds would come toward the sites, they were given verbal warnings, and then they were given additional verbal warnings, and shots were fired either in the air, sometimes in the ground. And if they continued to come and threaten, there were times when there were people who were engaged in firefights. That happened.
Oh, they were armed?
Sometimes they were.
They were. Do you know of specific instances where they were armed?
I can probably get you some specific information about that.
I think I know the answer to that. I don't think there's any evidence at all that they were armed.
But I also know that...
Are you okay with using live ammunition at aid distribution sites for families, women, and children?
Very rarely did this happen near...
How about at all? Are you okay with that?
No. I'll tell you what I'm not okay with. No. I think you...
Yeah, see, and Tucker's kind of trying to virtue signal here and being like, oh, look, something bad happened at this thing. It's the same sort of argumentation style, even if I grant him his position that it was bad when the IDF did it. That like the leftist libtards in Minnesota said, like they literally murdered the Good girl, Renee Good. They literally murdered her, gunned down in the streets. Are you okay with that? Are you okay with Americans dying? Are you okay with Americans dying at ICE protests? Do you think that any American should die at ICE protests? Do you think that they should be using live ammo? Right? This would be the same sort of argument that a lefty libtard would be using, that Tucker Carlson is using on Mike Huckabee here. And at some point, you actually do have to say, yes, it's actually okay if people die for their actions, right? You don't get to run somebody over. And let's grant the IDF position that, for the sake of argument, that there was somebody in a crowd that had a gun and started firing on IDF soldiers, right? We don't have to believe them, of course. Just for the sake of argumentation, just purely hypothetical. If then IDF soldiers returned fire and innocents got killed, terrible, but at the same time, it's like, what are they supposed to do? I guess just let us get killed, right? And that's, again, only if you grant them the position, which we don't have to.
You are so trying to put words in my mouth.
You said that they were firing back, but then there's no evidence that they were.
On a Sunday afternoon, I can remember when there was widespread reports on BBC, CNN, and the New York Times, and they said that 27 people were killed at a feeding site. We had video extensively over that site. Not one single person, not only were they not shot, nobody was shot at. There was not one bit of violence that happened at that feeding site.
Trying to get me to defend BBC? I'm not going to do that. It's like defending Hamas. I agree with you. I don't believe anything I see in the media. It's just that it's really simple. If people are using, and these were American contractors, by the way, these are not Israelis that I'm aware of, American contractors run by some crypto minister or something was running the group. If they're using live ammunition at an aid distribution site, that strikes me as totally unacceptable.
No. Listen, all right. If we're in a very contentious war and I'm a soldier, right, and I get assigned to an aid distribution site, I want a gun with live ammo, selfishly, right? Like, for the same reason, if I'm an ICE officer trying to get rid of illegals in Minnesota or wherever it might be, I want a loaded hot gun. That's what I want, because these people are insane. And again, you may not like the war, but from a like individual safety perspective, I want a gun with live ammo if I have to interact with people who hate me, right? It just seems like common sense. So again, Tucker Carlson is kind of taking the cucked position. Yeah, it's a distribution site in a war zone, right? It's like, of course you want live guns. Now you can disagree with the war and still take that position. I think that's normal. Lightspore for 2 says, why did you join the army, son? To rape, sir. To murder and kill. And also to rape. Thank you, Lightspore. Focus Stream Gooner 1488 for 2 says, a special Sunday stream for me to release tension to? Oh, buddy. Dude, why are you still streaming YouTube in Agartha, Mr. Stein? Thank you, Focus Stream Gooner 1488. No one you know of, member for 14 months. Good evening, John and chat. Good evening to you as well. Hope you're doing good. Axe to Grind for 5 says, this is the gun content we need. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. You know, it's like we can talk about AR number 621. It's like really exciting, isn't it? Or we can talk about, you know, world news and the impending war. Like, listen, I'm actually expecting at some point during the next couple days for the Iran war to kick off. So I'm expecting just to be, in the next hour, still streaming this video and then get an X notification because somebody's tweeting me war footage, right? That's what I'm expecting. So maybe I'm off, but maybe not. Thank you, X Ryan. Appreciate it, sir.
They were not firing.
Does it seem acceptable to you?
They were not firing at
people
crowds.
got killed.
Monday, Tuesday. I heard Monday. I heard Tuesday. So, and again, over there, what is it right now? Like 10 o'clock in the morning? Is it 10 o'clock in the morning in Iran right now? So it's probably not today, but maybe tomorrow night, right?
There's a way
And some of those people got killed because Hamas were trying to keep them from getting to the aid distribution sites because Hamas was controlling the food. Hamas made $500 million selling the food that was supposed to be given away for free.
Defend Hamas.
And what they were trying to do is to keep people from going to the sites where.
Here's the thing, right? So this Mr. Level says, I've seen videos of plainclothes people running up to IDF to pull grenades out of their pockets. This is what they're dealing with. Yeah, no, I agree, right? You may not agree with them being there in the first place, but in that individual situation, right? If and again, what if that kid is 14 years old and has a bomb vest or pulls out a grenade, right? Still going to slime him, right? And it's still the right thing to do. It's morally justified to do that. Terrible, tragic, but justified. Chud for 5 says, will we be discussing the Clavs versus Pierre Morgan interview or maybe the androgenic Avengemog on ASU frat leader? Dude, wasn't androgenic the guy who had his toupee stolen from him and he looked awful, like categorical aura loss, generational aura loss. He'll be in aura debt for the rest of his life. He put his kids into aura debt with that theft. Tragic. Thank you, Chud. Appreciate it. I also don't want to talk about these people. Those guys are so gay. They're all so gay. It's like the most feminine energy possible, right? And it's all fake. They do so many drugs and all this stuff to lose their hair at 22 and look mid. It's like, I know, like, I'm an old man now, of course, but young, dumb people doing young, dumb things. I'm like, you're just gay retards fighting over men's attention online. Like, you're literally an e-boy. This is the same vibe as some black chick with a weave, and her simps on OnlyFans. This is the same vibe. Gross. It's so gay. And of course, it's pushed on places like Piers Morgan, because Piers Morgan is just wrangling cats. That's all he does. He puts a bunch of retards in the room and lets them fight and then profits, okay? Now, some would say I do the same thing on occasion, all right, which might be true, but still tragic.
They were getting food for free. When we set GHF up,
Hamas
the
bad,
first thing that
BBC
happened,
bad.
I know,
Agreed.
but I'm telling you, the first thing that people said was, wow, this is the first time we've had food that we got for free.
Is it
They
okay
had
to
buy
shoot
it.
unarmed people?
I just told you it wasn't.
That's awful.
Yeah,
it's awful.
Of course it's awful.
Are all lives equal, do you think?
Of course they are.
So the death of a Palestinian is every bit as...
Are all lives equal? There might be a sense in which that is true, like in some sort of spiritual sense, right? In some sort of eschatological sense, like in an end time scenario. But I don't know if you can say that in like a real sense, right? So in the real sense, I mean, like, my children's lives are worth more than yours. Sorry, chat. My family's life is worth more than yours. My community's lives, which is you guys's, is worth more than people outside of my community. My nation's lives, which is also you guys, is more important to me than people that are not my nation, right? Of course. So of course there's a hierarchical value to human life from an individual perspective. Now, that doesn't mean that we're unequal before God, of course, but I'm talking about in a real, like, tangible sense. In a temporal sense, we're unequal. Well, that's totally fine, Chud, and I would absolutely give my best to help you as well. But again, in a hierarchy of needs, if my children were in need and you were in need, I would have to save my children first, and you should do the same to me, right?
Important, significant as the death of his...
Why wouldn't it be? Of course it is.
I don't
of course
know.
It is. There's no such thing as a human soul that God made that is less valuable than another. I'm pro-life.
Me too.
So I believe that every life has intrinsic worth and value. There's no such thing as a worthless or a completely disposable life. That's what makes me pro-life, Tucker.
I totally agree.
And I believe that from the conception until the end of natural
See, here's the thing, Chud. It's children, wife, then concubine. So you're number 3 on the list, okay? Children, wife, concubine. So you're number 3. You're close. Okay, close.
Life. That's why I would never say when confronted with the death of children, war is terrible, because it minimizes the deaths of those children. It's awful. And
I don't think it minimizes. I think it is outrageous. It's a terrible thing. I wish we never had war. Why do we have war?
We're about to have one with Iran, it looks like. How many Americans do you think will die in that war?
I hope none. None.
See, William K. Fry says some people are worthless. In a temporal sense, yes, meaning in like the right here and now. Like this is why the death penalty is justified. This is why killing people can be justified, right? Because some people actually do need to be removed. Now, like you can be a Christian and a terrible person though, right? So for instance, like let's take a death row inmate. He murdered somebody, he raped somebody, he did something. He's on death row. He's going to receive just punishment. He's going to be killed, right? That is his sentence doled out by God-given authority, right? So he's going to be killed. But in the same way that he is worthless and we have to take his life because that is justice, right? He could still convert to Christ on the metaphorical cross, right? And that could be true. He could be a brother in Christ and be killed right then and there.
Died last year when we participated in the 12-day war. Not one. You said 20,000 would die, and they didn't.
I said could, and they could have, and they could die now, and that's a real risk.
How many boots on the ground do you think the U.S. has supplied for Israel over the course of its life? How many times have we put soldiers on the ground for Israel?
Well, we had.
Well, you see, there was a little thing in Iraq and Afghanistan, and can I, Mr. Huckabee? I just want to walk through a little theory I have. It's a little pet theory. Has to do with the Big 9 event, okay? 9/11, all right, dog? And maybe the whole inciting incident, one could say, you know, that resulted in, you know, all of these casualties and the deaths of my nation. You know, my brother signed up September 12th, 2001. After he was 17 years old, joined the Marines to go do 2 tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. So yeah, I could say that might in fact be Israel's fault.
The Iraq War, which was for Israel.
No, it wasn't for Israel.
How was it for us?
Well, because it was a retribution against 9/11. Now, was it the best idea?
Was Iraq involved in 9/11?
Our government thought so.
Why are 9/11 documents still classified?
I have no idea.
Should they be unclassified?
I think so.
All of them, right?
I have no problem with that.
Me too.
I like transparency. I like sunlight.
I do. I hope you'll call for that.
I like free press. I like free speech.
I totally agree.
I like all of that.
But if there was no connect, I'm open to anything, but I've never seen any connection between the government of Saddam Hussein, the secular Ba'athist government of Saddam Hussein, and the terror attacks of 9/11.
I don't know that there were. I don't know.
Right. So
I'm not sure, but I don't know how.
So why is
that Israel's fault?
Well, Benjamin Netanyahu, now prime minister, of course.
Ron Thumb, a monist, and not a monist like your mother, Chad. But are you a monist? I need to know. All right. What are we dealing with here?
Exerted lots of pressure openly on the U.S. government to regime change the Saddam government.
No, I know you're a monotheist, right? But you're not a Christian. So you believe in like the pagan deities and Christ and a lot of these other people as sort of like forms of the one. Yeah. So a monist. Yeah.
I was there. It was in Washington, and
Ancient Heresy, by the way, still fun.
And they complied. I don't think there's any way to read it.
Do you think Israel leads the U.S. and pushes them and tells them what to do?
Well, not on everything, of course.
Do you think?
Let me be specific.
Okay.
I think
Wait, sorry. Not at all. So, intelligent design, intelligent creator, but no, you have to. I know it's obviously it's annoying to bring up your theology on the spot, and you're just typing in a YouTube live stream somewhere. But is it like what is it? Do you believe in the monad and the demiurge? Are we Gnostic? Just read the Quran. Oh, okay. So you're Muslim. Sorry, you could have just said. Why not just say that? Why not just said you're? Yeah. So you say you're a Muslim. Why not just say that? Jeez.
Israeli government strongly pushed the United States to take out Saddam Hussein. There's no question about that. I think the Israeli government right now, on Bibi Netanyahu, who's been in the White House 7 times in 1 year, pushing for regime change in Iran. I think they're on the verge of convincing this administration to affect regime change.
You think the president is weak and is being pushed?
I'm not saying that.
Yes. Yes. No, see, this is the thing. Tucker, just say it. Just say yes. Yes, I think that President Trump is controlled by Jewish interests. I think that, objectively speaking, he's had the most meetings with Benjamin Netanyahu over any other world leader. He has acted upon their interests already in bombing Iran. Don't forget, we've already bombed Iran. He received what, $250 million from Miriam Adelson, right? In exchange for promises to Israel. He wants to redesign Gaza and turn it into some sort of resort complex, which is quite fun, at Israel's behest, of course. Mr. Howard Lutnick and some of the other things that are going on within his administration would seem to indicate, again, this is my conjecture based upon the available evidence, that there is a undue tie between the president and the state of Israel. Okay, you might say that's a leap, John, but I think there's a little bit of a trampoline for me to jump off of. All right.
I know. Well, I know the president's being pushed. Why do you think a foreign leader was in the White House 7 times in 1 year? Are you okay with that? That's a lot.
Israel is not just a friend or an ally. It is a real partner. We have an incredible relationship with Israel in intelligence and in military, in culture.
And all the time that they steal from us. What do you mean by culture? You mean porn and banks and interests? What do you mean culturally? What's culturally Jewish? Being obnoxious? Well, yeah. What's Jewish culture? Being obnoxious? Haggling? Bagels? Come on.
In values, to be shocked that the Israeli prime minister would have that.
So, sorry, while I was over here Googling, doing a little bit of oogly googly. So apparently Quran alone, like they have their own institute. So it's like a big deal. You guys are interesting. Let me see if I can get a little summary of it. True Islam, why Quran alone? Quranism is a movement within Islam that asserts the Quran alone is the sole source of religious belief, guidance, and law, rejecting the authority of the Hadith, sayings and actions attributed to Prophet Muhammad, and other traditional Islamic sources. Now, I will say that seems more defensible of a position for Islam. Totally indefensible, of course, because it's nonsense and it borrows from the Talmud. But more defensible because the hadiths are hilarious, right? So if you read about the Al-Zut, the guys who rode Muhammad all night long while his servant watched from behind a line in the sand. True story, by the way. You can look that up in the Al-Zut Muhammad hadith. Very funny. But, Quran, still cringe, but more defensible than mainstream, I guess.
That many meetings. It's a lot. But I want to ask you the question. Do you think President Trump is weak enough to let Bibi Netanyahu push him into something that he doesn't want to do?
I don't. Look, I think, and I don't know, of course, the answer to every question, including this one, but I think the President Trump really doesn't like nuclear proliferation, and I don't think he wants Iran to have a bomb. I think he really sincerely means
I hope
that.
you don't want them to have a bomb.
I want them to have a bomb.
Okay. I don't want Israel to have a bomb. I don't like the fact that they stole their nuclear material from us. I really dislike that. I really hate that they, might have had a hand in killing JFK to stop their nuclear inspections, right? Not a big fan of that. So if we're going to talk about Middle Eastern countries and nuclear bombs, right? All right, we might as well start with Israel. Okay? All right.
Bomb? I don't want anyone to have a bomb, including Israel. I don't know why we're okay with Israel having nuclear weapons. I'm not. I'm not okay with Pakistan having them. I'm not okay with Saudi having them. Israel's nuclear weapons were created, of course, with nuclear material stolen from the United States, from a nuclear plant in Pennsylvania, as I know you know. I'm opposed to all of it. I don't like nuclear weapons. It's mass murder, as far as I'm concerned. So no, I don't want Iran to have a bomb, obviously. The question is, what are the potential costs? And you have to factor that into any decision. And
what are the costs if they were to get a nuclear bomb? They've said for 47 years, death to America.
Well, I don't think
they've targeted us.
I don't think
they've targeted
President. When did Israel come out with the Samson option? So I think that was like the 80s as well. Samson option. Let's see here. Uh-huh. So 1974, 1981. So roughly about the same time, if you guys don't know what the Samson option is. So the Samson option allegedly, disavowed all of that sort of stuff. But the Samson option for Israel is simply the idea that if attacked or if not supported in a large enough scale, they will launch a nuclear warhead at all of the Western countries and basically the capitals and population centers of all Western and even some Eastern countries as well. That is the Samson option, is to bring the building down with them inside, right? You get the metaphor here, right? So it's to kill everyone, destabilize the world if threatened to a significant level.
President Trump specifically.
Yeah, I mean,
Based Owen Benjamin pill, the nukes aren't real, bro. Based. If true, based. Let's go. Yeah. No nukes. Moon's not real. Those are my sensible, moderate positions.
Hired a person
not for
to assassinate him.
Iran, BBC, and Hamas not defending him.
Good.
All I'm
We're in
saying
agreement
is,
on that.
Our country is not thriving, and we're spending tens and tens and tens of billions of dollars over time defending Israel and helping it.
Oh, you're a lunar cuck? Really? Really? You know that nukes are fake, but you believe in the moon. All right. Couldn't make it, bro. You stopped at level 1. You didn't make it all the way down the rabbit hole.
Prosecute all
You know
these
where that
people.
money goes?
Goes to a lot of places.
Oh, but let's talk about that a minute. $3.8 billion a year. That money goes right back to the U.S. to purchase weapon systems. For example, every round of ammo that the IDF shoots is manufactured just outside where I live in Little Rock, Arkansas. The components.
Is that based? Is that supposed to bolster your thing? Like, oh yeah, we make all of the bullets that kill Palestinian children are made by us. Don't you feel good about that? Don't you feel like, doesn't that make you feel warm and tingly inside? It's like, is that helping your position? Sorry, I'm confused. Is that helping your position or hurting your position?
A lot of them for the Iron Dome and the Arrow 3 missile defense systems are manufactured near Camden, Arkansas.
Which needs it, by the way. Camden's economically depressed.
You know the area.
I do.
And there are thousands and thousands of American jobs, and there are billions and billions of dollars of.
Yeah, so Karanthum's like 50% the way there, right? Not a globe Earth, based. No nukes, based. But he's missing Christianity, of course, and he's missing the moon, right? Once you believe in Christ as your Lord and Savior and divine, of course, and believe that the moon is not real, that's when we start talking. You're halfway there. So, I mean, listen, you're better than like 90% of people out there, dog.
Expenditures that Israel makes in the U.S. and buys the things that we.
I know how defense contracting works. I'm from Washington.
Okay.
No, I know this. I guess what I'm saying is America's not thriving at all. And
you think it's Israel's fault?
I don't think it's Israel's fault.
Okay, well, good.
No,
because
I
think
just think that what we're doing isn't working at all. And America's not
I think
rich.
the president is doing some amazing things to get us back on track.
I'm not attacking Trump.
Okay.
I'm merely saying that over.
Yeah, I love that. It's like, hey, we give them this billions of dollars, but they have to spend it on U.S. or they have to do X amount of business with the U.S. with that money. And it's like, isn't this just stealing with more steps? Isn't this just this? It's so Jewish, right? It's like Howard Lutnick and his family shorting tariff stocks. How does one even do that? It's the most Jewish way to make money.
Say the last 20 years, America's not gotten richer or freer at all. And I come to Israel and the infrastructure, we were flying in, and I said to my buddy, I was like, man, first of all, looks great. I love the agriculture in Israel because it's beautiful. I love green. I love plants.
I remember when it didn't look like that.
Yeah.
First time I came here 53 years ago.
It's great.
It did not look like that.
Great. Looks a lot nicer than our country. And it has higher standard of living. It has nicer roads.
More pedophiles per square mile.
Than the United States. And so it's like, okay, why are we sending all this money to a country that has a higher standard of living than ours?
I don't know that they have a higher standard of living.
They do, actually. They have free healthcare. They also have free abortion. Are you okay with that?
I personally don't like that.
Why would we be subsidizing? Why would we send any
We're
money?
not.
Why would we send any money to a country that...
No. You don't understand. While we may not be directly subsidizing certain elements of Israel, by virtue of subsidizing them at all, we allow them to dictate the way that they spend their own funds, right? And of course, not to mention the payoff, the bribes that we give to all the neighboring countries to not start stuff with them. So of course they're subsidized. And what we don't subsidize, they steal, right? I mean, this is just obvious. Don't lie. Excuse me.
Provides free abortion.
Because the money that we send does not pay for health care, does not pay for abortion, it pays for military things.
It's like if they don't spend it on this, they'll spend it on that.
But they do spend it on that, and then we get many more times back on the return on the investment.
Why don't we say we're not sending you any more money as long as you have free abortion?
Well, that would be a policy decision.
I would be for that.
I would be okay with it because I hate abortion. I think it's horrible.
How much do you hate it?
I hate it a lot.
Why are we sending them money if they're paying for free
because
abortion?
They're not paying for abortions with the money. And because we, in turn, get billions of dollars. The return on investment is estimated somewhere between 400 and 1,200%.
For these numbers, I just live there, and I know, and by the way, I'm for American manufacturing. The defense industry is totally corrupt and seedy, as you know. However, I like to see American companies thrive. Like, it's complicated. I'm not an extremist or an absolutist on really anything other than abortion. However, net, as we say, our country's not really thriving. And we're also totally broke.
Why is that the case? Is it because we've done a lousy job controlling our borders, a lousy job of controlling our economy?
Things.
It's a lot of things.
Yeah.
But we own that. I think President Trump is doing remarkable things to turn it around. I cannot imagine any president.
Trump.
I know, but if you're saying the country is in trouble, let's
say we're out of money. Actually,
let's give credit to what the president is doing to get us out of debt, because I think that what he's doing economically.
I'm not supporting Hamas, and I'm not attacking Trump.
Okay,
just with those baseline agreements. It's also true that like our debt is not sustainable, and so given that, like, what do you think it will cost? What did it cost to move the fleet off Iran into the Persian Gulf?
A lot less than it would to bury a lot of Americans if they ever got along.
Karantham, I am not well versed in Islam, right? So I'm not a Quranic scholar or anything else like that. So I'm not really versed in like to do an apologetic discussion with a Muslim, other than like, some generic talking points or polemics that I may have. But that's, there are people that are really good at Christian apologetics or anti-Muslim apologetics that I would direct you towards for that.
Range ballistic missile. A lot less.
Yeah,
Tucker, I want you to understand that when Iran has told us for 47 years they're going to kill us, do you think they would do it if they had the capacity militarily?
What would happen if...
You know what's interesting? Something I thought of is like, North Korea like kind of has nukes, right? Like they have nukes. And they like ostensibly hate us and everybody around them. But it seems like... It seems like they don't have as many problems, other than like financial crimes or some other things, but they really just are harsh on their own people. Like they don't really get into a lot of trouble with all of their neighbors at all. And they like have nukes, right? So it seems like one of these countries is, so even if the rhetoric, what I'm saying here is, even if the rhetoric is really high from Iran, like, oh, we're going to kill everybody, even if you grant them that nukes are real, right? If you take the nuke cuck position, that nukes are real. If Iran had a nuke, would they actually do something? Probably not. Probably not. But people would be awfully deterred about going after them. Also, Subarctic Psycho brings up a good point. What does it matter to us? And Mike Huckabee is going to say, well, there's actually 800,000 Americans in Israel. Why are there 800,000 dual citizen Americans in Israel? It's like... I don't get it. It's like, sure, could North Korea nuke South Korea? Well, there are Americans in South Korea, so we've got to take them out. We've got to regime change North Korea. It's like, oh, maybe not.
Iran took out any of the energy facilities in the Gulf, took out a bunch of them. What would happen to the United States economy, do you think?
Well, our economy probably would survive because we have energy independence thanks to President Trump.
Who would survive?
Our economy is based on our own
markets.
energy.
What do you think?
It would be a terrible thing to happen globally. It's why Iran is a global threat. It's why Iran through its proxies, Tucker, this is another thing. People
they're not
but Iran hasn't, that's the point, Mike, is that Iran hasn't done anything, okay? And they have no reason to do so, right? So here's the thing. Iran is scared, and they should be, because they're probably about to get screwed over, okay? Probably not necessarily a land invasion, but certainly a lot of air superiority, okay? You're gonna see nothing on your radar, and then a bunch of stuff is just gonna be turned to dust. All right, that's probably what's gonna happen, if I had to guess. But if it's a catch-22 for them. If they do nothing, they get screwed. If they do something, they absolutely get screwed, right? So if they went out and destroyed a bunch of oil rigs and disrupted the production of oil, it would crash the world market in a lot of places, right? It would make things very expensive over the short run. Long term, things would still stabilize, but in the short term, it would be a large financial destabilization of a lot of places. Oil prices would quintuple overnight, but then they would just get destroyed, right? So it's like they assure their destruction in one scenario and are assured of their destruction in another scenario. So they're kind of in a catch-22. Now, if we weren't being retarded, we could just not do any of those things and actually try and set up some sort of deal with Iran and leave Israel out of it. Just be like, you guys go away, don't do anything to jeopardize our deal, and we'll be chill, all right? In a real world.
Blowing up energy infrastructure right now, but if we try to regime change them, they have said that they will. I don't know if they will or not.
I don't either.
Is that a risk that...
But they have their own problems to defend if they try to do that and they lose their own energy capacity.
Worried about, so if they took out, and I don't know what's going to happen, and I guess we're not supposed to think about worst case because that makes us pro-Islamic or something, but I'm an American and I don't want a depression in our country. It's too fractured and unstable right now.
I know Iran is, again, you can't believe the media, right? Can you believe Iranian official sources? No. Can you believe Western sources on the Iranian protests? Also, no, right? I'm sure that there is some civil unrest. I'm sure that people have been killed. I'm sure that, things have been destabilized, of course, right? They were in a little bit of a 12-day spat with Israel last year, of course. They got bombed. So the tensions are high within Iran as well. But again, if the leaks are to be confirmed, Monday, Tuesday, things kick off in Iran. All right. So tonight, tomorrow night.
I think we want that at all. Okay.
None of us want that. None of us want
Not right now. We don't. Not at all.
No, I don't want it. I don't want it next year, next week, 10 years from now.
All these states are basically in a state of insurrection against the federal government. They're not enforcing the most basic law of the land, which is immigration.
And thank goodness President Trump is pushing back, and he's
I agree. I'm just saying,
seeking to force
if all of a sudden
compliance,
markets just tanked and gas tripled or whatever, and you had, like a severe recession or something worse, that's a massive cost. And I don't see anybody
if you could just mirror, like literally, if this was something you could do, if you could mirror the investment strategy of Howard Lutnick and his friends and family, you would do well with your money. Okay. So if there was some way to track their actual trades and not just the public ones, but all of their money movements and what they're investing in, you would make some serious money. Because I guarantee you the stocks that are going to skyrocket one day or within 24 hours of the first bomb being dropped, they're already being bought and sold right now. Guaranteed you.
Factoring in that possibility. Iran has said it will do it. You've said 10 times they're evil. Okay, I believe you. Then why wouldn't they take out the Qatari gas fields they share with Qatar, or refining, petrochemicals, extraction in any of the Gulf countries? That would cripple us.
Are you worried energy-wise, again, we have independence because President Trump put measures in place that gave us the capacity.
Do we set international energy prices in the United States?
In some ways we do, because our own market and our own production has a whole lot to do with what those world costs are going to be.
If you took Saudi energy production or Qatari energy production or Emirati energy production.
Tooth, where do you live that gas is $5 a gallon? Gas is like low twos here. I live in South Dakota with 5 other people, but still, $5 is insane. You live in Alaska? California? Well, Washington and Oregon are bad too, but still. Cali, maybe Cali.
And that is making an assumption that if there were regime change, that they would be more effective at attacking than we would be defending. And that's a pretty...
Can we defend the Straits of Hormuz? Can we defend all of that energy infrastructure? Is anyone even asking these questions? Or it's all like a Mark Levin episode where they're bad?
They are certainly asking the questions. That's part of the whole process.
I've raised this before, and it's like, shut up, Carlson. You're taking money from the jihadis. I've never taken a dime from anybody, obviously. I just care about the United States, and it freaks me out, and no one else seems worried about this.
In caring about the U.S., you should care about the fact that the proxies of Iran have moved globally. 12 Central and South American countries have Hezbollah.
Right. So, but this is another thing that Mike Huckabee is not going to be willing to do what is necessary to stop Islamic terror cells from spreading in the West. Right? Because if I told Mike, I'm like, listen, it's really simple, right? We expel every single Muslim from the Western countries. We don't allow a single mosque to be put up, right? Not a single mosque. No public prayer time for Muslims. Nope. No mosques. No public prayer times. And if we catch you doing that, we send you back to your home country, right? That would solve overnight the problem of a Muslim terror cell in your country if there simply were no Muslims. But he's not willing to take that step, right? He would say, no, Muslims have a right to come to America. Muslims have a right to take over your country and replace you. Really? What if we just sent them to Israel? Do they have a right to go to Israel? Well, no, of course not Israel, right? Because of my biblical misinterpretation from the 1900s. Jeez.
Deeply embedded. Venezuela, one of the worst. They're in the Western Hemisphere already. Do we know how
Where
many?
would you rank that on the like list of concerns for the average American? Hezbollah in South
I doubt
America?
most Americans think about it. I think about it because I know what they do. I know that if it weren't for Iran, there wouldn't be Hamas, there wouldn't be the Houthis, there wouldn't be Hezbollah. We wouldn't have the problem on the border with Lebanon. We wouldn't have the problem with Yemen. We wouldn't have the
problem on the border with Lebanon. I'm an American. I'm not having any problems on the border with Lebanon right now. I live in Maine. We don't have problems on the border of Lebanon. Like, what are you even talking about? No offense.
There's 700,000 Americans who live in Israel, for one thing. Does that matter to you?
What about like the 3% of white converts? It's so. Listen, all right. The memes about Islam seem to hold out. All right, that's all I'm saying. So it's like 4 of them.
Well, of course, every American
Okay,
life
well, good.
matters too.
Every life you say matters the same, so that should matter. When
But
they start
my country, like
when
I'm
they
just
start
saying, like,
shelling civilians and civilians get killed in this place, that should matter to all of us.
But I mean, there's a genocide going on, like in all kinds of different countries. There's a lot that's sad and broken about the world. We know that as Christians.
But you make that joke and you say, just wait. And you do the thing, right? You play your hand and say, well, of course, world domination is our plan. We will convert all of the kafir. We will do that. We are commanded to do that. And I say, oh, cool. I'm opposed to that. Now I have to remove you, right? So you played your hand and you are my enemy in a long term, right? We can be friends and have a conversation, of course. But in like, if we compare our worldviews and our end goals, they are diametrically opposed, right? So you can exist, but again, should it push ever come to shove, you have to be removed.
Satan rules the world. But our job as like members of a nation state is to look after our community, our
100%.
families, right? So I don't think any of the concerns that you've just raised, which I think are all real, I'm not disputing them at all, are even in like the top 100 for Americans. So how can the U.S. government be spending this much time and money worrying about things that are not on the list of Americans' concerns? Do we have self-government? Does it matter what Americans actually think, or doesn't it?
Of course it does, but it also matters
how much does it
what
matter?
the threat is to Americans. Do you think there's a threat to Americans because of the proliferation of the proxies in Iran?
Conceivably there is. I'm not pro-Iran.
But beyond conceivably. Do you think that they mean it when they say for 47
drug
years?
cartels like in my town, and no one's doing anything about it at all.
You
And
don't
I'm
think
hearing
the
a lot
president's
about
doing anything about that?
No one's doing anything about it at all. Okay, that's a fact. We have a huge country. This is a country the size of New Jersey with no resources. It's just a tiny little country. We're from a huge continental-sized country that's totally diverse, very, very hard to manage and police, and we have a lot of problems. And I just think if you ask Americans, what do they want to spend their time and money worrying about, fixing, improving? No one's going to mention the border with Lebanon that I know. Do you think?
I doubt they will. But
then
I
why
would
are we
like to
doing
think,
this? Don't their
I would like to
opinions
think that there
matter?
are people that the U.S. government has monitoring what the threats are to Americans long term.
Sure, yeah,
Do
I
you
agree.
think there's a threat? The question is, when people
We
tell
thought
you
there was
for
a threat from
47 years, well, but I don't know that Saddam ever said he was going to take down America. But the Iranian regime has said for 47 years they are. If they had the capacity of a long-range ballistic missile and nuclear capability, do you think they'd light that puppy up and send it to us?
I don't know. But I know
Well, I know this from sitting here last year, 4 wars that I went through in less than a year. The Iranians rained down ballistic missiles.
Can I ask you a question? Like, how much does it matter what Americans think?
Well, it matters every bit what Americans think. That's why
Okay.
Americans vote. It's why Americans have the opportunity to have free speech. We want them to have that.
Okay, so what percentage of Americans support a war with Iran?
I don't know. Do you know?
I do. I think it's around, I saw the numbers yesterday. I think it was like 21%.
Okay.
Is that enough to have a war with Iran?
We don't live in a world where you have a poll taken to find out whether our policy should be a particular direction. Because
I thought you just.
Now Tucker is going to try and virtue signal. Says, "Oh, but I just thought you said that the voice of the people matters, right? I thought you just said that what Americans think really matters." And then of course he's going to say, "Well, okay, but policy isn't dictated on what Americans think is best for them because Americans just aren't aware, and they need to be made aware." Now, I don't really fully agree with Tucker here because, yeah, you can have people that are unsupportive. Like, it wouldn't matter to me if I was in power and given, semi-unilateral control, and I had to remove a problematic people group from my country, and even if I did not have the majority support of the people, it would still be my duty to do the right thing, whether or not it was supported. So support in and of itself is not, it's not the only thing that we go off of. We're not mob rule. We're not majority rule, right? That's not the way that works. I think it might be an important factor in what Americans actually care about. But I would reframe it a little bit to be maybe a little more effective. I don't really care about the Middle East, but I wish we had the same immigration deportation process that Israel did, which is like, if you're not Israeli, it's not possible, right? Which is just my simple solution. I just want what they have, right? All of the non-Americans get kicked out. And then if you want to live in America, well, you have to be American. That's it. Pretty simple. We should be MOG rule. True, dude.
Said that
That's
we
direct
vote.
democracy. No, we care.
Wait, where does Andrew Janik, like, if Andrew Janik gets smogged one day, does he lose his place and then somebody else is the new Mog? Not the Emperor. The Emperor Mog or something like that? There's got to be some funny name for him.
Deeply about it. But on the other hand, do we make the decisions of foreign policy and even domestic policy based on
We
what
care
the
deeply
latest
about
poll
it in
number
what
is?
sense? If we're ignoring it, then in what sense do we, quote, care deeply about it?
Well, I think we care deeply when we see there's a threat.
No, but about Americans' opinions. So you've got 350 million Americans. They voted in this last election on the basis, in part, of the promise no more wars.
Based Mike for Life says, what happens if your kids are drafted to fight for Israel, John? Well, my oldest is 5. So I don't have too much to worry about that. For the next 13 years, at least. That's interesting though. Let's put it forward though. Let's entertain the hypothetical. Put it forward 20 years. So my first son will be 25 and my second son will be 21, and they both get drafted, right? I would hopefully have done all that is within my power to, I just put that back like a bunch. I'm trying to put this back in there. I would hopefully have done all that is within my power to make that not happen, or acquire enough power to be able to stop that from happening, or to get some sort of religious exemption for them or something, right? Because I do think that there are based wars. I do think that there are times where, yes, your children have to fight. You have to fight personally. And I think that is just the nature of the world. But if I could get my children out of an unjust war, I would. And if they had to go, if there was no other alternative, I would do my best to ensure their position to be the most beneficial for them personally, right? I would do my best, right? Because at that point they're adults too. So could my father have stopped me now, basically, right? Because I'm 30 now, but let's say my son is 30 and he gets drafted. Could my father stop me from doing what I wanted to do? Probably not. Probably not. So I hope I've raised my sons well by that point.
For Americans to vote if they think that we've made the wrong policy decisions.
I don't think it's. I know it's a joke, but I don't think it's actually. It's like, no, it's not. It's not actually your ontological nature, your ontological purpose, your telos to go die in the Middle East for Israel.
I personally think the president is making the right policy decision.
But I guess, but you just said it matters deeply what Americans think, and if the overwhelming majority are against it, in what sense does it matter? Because what I hear is it matters what they think, but it really doesn't matter what they think because...
No, you take it in, you certainly ingest that.
And then what do you do with it once you ingest it?
Then you make sure that you have... No,
you just gotta... It goes out the other end, obviously.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't, Tucker. But you also have information that the average American may not have. They may not know what the threat is. How many Americans know that has...
They kind of appeal to the stupidity of the average American voter, which in some ways is true, right? Because like 40% of our country isn't American. But in some ways they are correct, right? You would hope that you are ruled by as few people as possible, but the people that are in a position of power are the most educated, the most righteous, the most well-versed in a specific subject matter. You would hope so, but obviously that's not the case.
Hezbollah in 12 Western Hemisphere countries.
How many Americans care?
Well, I would hope they would all care. How many Americans know how many people from Iran, from terrorist cells, have come across Joe Biden's open border? How many Americans care about that?
I definitely care about that.
Okay,
Yeah, but again, what if we just had an initiative where we just didn't allow browns in the country or in the West, right? Would Britain be having a Pakistani rape gang problem where 90,000 British girls get raped by Pakistanis if they just didn't allow Pakistanis in the first place? Right? But if I proposed that to Mike, I'm sure he would balk at it. But there's really no need for that. I mean, you can't have immigration based on race while sitting in Israel. That would be funnier. Yeah, honestly, Tucker should do that. Tucker should try and get him to defend a race-based immigration policy while advocating that Western countries shouldn't have that. Again, while sitting in Israel, that would be funny. That would be a good clip.
Why haven't they been rounded up?
But they're trying. But you got all these blue state mayors and governors making it very difficult.
I get it.
But thank God President Trump is trying to get it done.
Look, I'm totally all for that completely.
Okay.
I guess what I'm saying is that most Americans, I've never met an American who thinks, other than like the people who have ideological reasons to pretend they think it, that the imminent threat to America is anything having to do with Iran. The imminent threats to America include like bankruptcy from too much debt, your son ODing on fentanyl, your neighborhood completely changing, because unlike Israel, Americans don't have a right to their country. It can just be completely changed by their legislature. New people can show up from foreign countries and not speak your language, and there's nothing you can do about it because you don't have a right because you're not Bibi. Can you feel it?
Some good arguments there from Tucker. I appreciate that. Yeah, what's an actual threat to my children right now? The people you keep importing here. Can we get rid of them all now, please? Right now, please. What Iran does to its own people, not really my concern. Iran sends rockets to Israel, not really my concern. All right. Somalia invading my spaces, big concern to me. Drugs flowing over the border, big concern to me. You know, paying for healthcare, big concern to me. You know, as somebody who hasn't had healthcare for like a decade at this point because it's very expensive.
Resentment because it's real. I'm not against Israel. I'm against the total destruction.
You hide that very well.
I'm mad at my lawmakers for not protecting my country with the care they've protected Israel.
I don't think that your country, my country, our country, has spent that much time protecting Israel. I asked you a little bit ago.
They spent no time protecting my country.
No, I asked you. Well, actually, they do.
How?
They are the tip of the spear. Every enemy they have is our enemy.
Our country?
Things that are targeted toward us often go through them.
How do we have 60 million illegal aliens if they protected my country?
Well, that we didn't protect our country because we had a president that opened up the borders and didn't give.
True. Yeah, no. Truck drivers on my highway are probably the greatest threat to my life. And it's Indian people driving, Indian people in tech, Indian people in medicine, lying and screwing something up, right? That's actually a much greater threat to me than anything happening in 6,000 miles away.
It's been going on since Reagan.
Coming in.
Since Reagan, 1986.
Yeah, but
that's 40 years this year.
President Trump the credit for having closed the border.
I love the fact, I campaigned for Trump because he said he'd close the border. He did. Amen. Thank you, Trump. But we had Reagan. Then we had Bush. Then we had Clinton. Then we had Bush again. Ugh. Then we had.
My Leavenworth Institute for the Strategically Gifted shirt design is looking pretty sick, in my opinion. You think Amazon would let me sell it? Yeah, if they don't get the reference, you know, if it's kosher, so to speak, right, and it's not explicit, like I think it would pass. You can get some wild stuff listed, all right?
Had that guy, Obama, and then, you know the presidents?
Yeah.
And they all presided over my country's total transformation from a nice, clean, affluent, orderly society into like a pretty kind of third world, actually. That's not protected.
See, but even Tucker is not quite saying it, right? Why was it affluent? Why was it safe? Why was it Christian? Why was it all of those things, right? It's because of the people that were there. We imported people who were not that thing. We gave rights to people who were not that thing, and the country changed, right? The more third worlders we import, the worse it gets. Just facts.
Us, that's behaving with total contempt for my country.
You said a moment ago that we do more, or you inferred that we do more for Israel than we do for ourselves. Do you believe that?
No, I don't. I didn't say we do more for Israel. It's like, but where's the care? Where's the concern? Where's the, holy smokes, there are drug cartels in your neighborhood? You're telling me about the border with Lebanon and like Hezbollah, whatever you call it, in some Latin American country? I don't care. There are drug cartels in my neighborhood. I know people who've died of fentanyl ODs.
Where'd the fentanyl come from? Probably from
Came
China.
from Mexico.
From China through
Yeah,
Mexico.
the precursor chemicals, they say, come from China. I get it.
And who's in that axis with China? Iran.
Larry Fink is in that.
Yeah, call out the pharmaceutical industry. Call out the real people who kill real Americans, all right? I'm not advocating for the unaliving of healthcare CEOs, but I'm just saying, you know, like BlackRock and some of these other people that actually make life difficult for the average American when it comes to acquiring a house or securing their future, right? Some of these people are much larger existential threats to me and my way of life than Kamehameha in Iran. Like, I really don't care. Graham Bergdorf for 2 says, you're back on YouTube tonight. I'll listen to the VOD tomorrow. Well, have a good night, sir. Appreciate it. Hope you had a good day today. Thank you, Graham. Chud McGill for 2 says, the earth is actually shaped like Incredible Gassy. It's a wild take, you know? Maybe he's one level down on the rabbit hole that I haven't made it to yet. Thank you, Chud.
Access with, no, actually, the heads of our biggest corporations are in that axis with China. I don't care about Iran at all.
Base, kill them all as traitors. Base, kill them all as traitors. Base, kill them all as traitors. What? Who said that? No, but I mean, like, these people actively seek personal profits over the lives of Americans. They should be treated with scorn, with disdain. They should be tried where any crime has been committed, and they should just receive the maximum justice, right? Whatever that might be, right? So if I can tie some of these CEOs to, you know, 1,000 overdose deaths, 100,000 overdose deaths, the doctors as well that prescribe it, of course, anyone receiving kickbacks in any of the process, any Democrat politicians or Republican politicians as well that allow sanctuary cities, or, you know, any illegal alien that kills any American. We should also try the judges in any cases where they let somebody out who then commits a crime. Like, yeah, no, there are certain policies that I could enact to allow us to regain control of our country. But those are all of those things. Like, what's more likely to happen to me? Some Iranian shoots my family down, or a 42-time arrested, convicted felon gets out and shoots my wife while she's on a walk? What's more likely? Unfortunately, the latter, because some liberal progressive judge let out a monster who should have been dead.
I care about America. And if blowing up Iran makes my country richer and safer, I'm for it. And if it doesn't, I'm totally opposed. It's that simple. I think most Americans feel that way, no?
I asked you a question a little bit ago you never got back to, because I think it's an important one. Because one of the things that I sense a tension with you feel like that we do too much for Israel, we're getting nothing from it. And I ask you, how many...
No, I don't think we're getting nothing.
How many boots on the ground has the U.S. placed on behalf of Israel?
However many went to Iraq. We did that for Israel.
No, I don't think we did.
You said we did it because of 9/11?
That was the U.S. justification for it.
But it wasn't for 9/11. So what was the actual reason?
Well, that's... The U.S. government told us it was for 9/11. They told us that they were part of it. They had weapons of mass destruction.
They knew they had nothing to do with 9/11, obviously. There's no evidence.
Iraq had nothing to do with 9/11, right? Everybody knows that. It was because the Israeli intelligence agencies, this is the official story, said that they had WMDs. They did not have those things. So we got into a war for Israel.
So what was the actual Israel reason? Was not in that.
And you can say that it's multifactorial, right? You can say, well, it's also for oil, or it's for mineral rights, or it's for this, or it's for rare earth metals. All of the above can be true. You can also say it's for the military industrial complex. All of the above. It can be all of the above. It doesn't just have to be a sole thing, right? It's multifactorial. It's everything.
That's component.
Coagulation.
But Israel had no influence on our decision to invade Iraq. That's not what the people who made the decision say. They say Israel.
Well, let me get back to the point.
Gave us that information about the fake weapons of mass destruction. What do you think that
question was?
Came from Bibi.
How many Americans put their boots on the ground for Israel? The answer is 0.
Everybody who served in Iraq put their boots on the ground for Israel.
Did not.
Where did we get the information about the weapons of mass destruction that wasn't real?
We didn't get that from. You're saying we got that from Israel? That Israel was one pushed us into that?
Well, absolutely.
You really believe that?
I know that for a fact.
Yeah, it's just fact, isn't it? When did Israel say that Iraq had WMDs? I mean, it's pretty much just fact. Yeah, so I mean, this is back in 2004. March 25th, 2004. Israel was wrong about Iraq weapons. Like, this is not new. Like, this is Prior to the American-led invasion of Iraq in March 2003, the Israeli services reported Iraq had large amounts of weapons of mass destruction, including chemical and biological agents. And again, this article is from 2004. 2004, dude. I was 8 years old. I was 8 years old when this article was written. All right? You were in Congress or something at that point in time. I don't know what politician you were, but you were something at that time, Mike Huckabee. Mr. Huckabee, I should say. Yeah, I'm thinking you knew. I'm thinking you knew that. You never heard that before. I've never heard that before. That's so strange. Why would you say that?
Fact. And so does every... Yes, this has been widely written about and discussed. And I'm not attacking Israel. Like, they thought it was in their interest to take out a government that was paying the families of suicide bombers. I get it. I'm not mad at Israel about that.
Yeah, dude, he was the one saying they had WMDs. Yeah, of course. He was in Israel.
Never have been. I'm mad at the Bush administration and all the people who went along with this to the detriment of my country. That's who I'm mad at, not Israel. Bibi's doing what he can for his country, whether you agree with him or not. I want my leaders to do the same for my country. That's it.
I think the present leadership is doing just that. I truly do. And I don't think that it's at all.
Dude, early 2000s, you know, as a child, was pretty keno. Like, you know, my dad was well off growing up, but then after 9/11, funny enough, he owned a transportation company. So, was doing really well. Post 9/11, did horrible, right? So we moved from like a nice house into an apartment complex. So me and my 7 brothers and sisters were living in an apartment complex now. But as a kid, didn't care. It like we still rode bikes around the neighborhood. We played with everybody around. So even though like America was getting really bad in the 2000s, like we like just rode bikes around the neighborhood in a relatively busy city. We just had a normal childhood, which was really cool to have. And now that same thing is not possible for my children. That is how like crazy awful the world has gotten. Now, I live in a place with enough people, with few enough people, sorry, to where actually I probably could let my kids ride around here, but that's because it's, you know, I live in a town of 400 people. There's nobody here. Yeah, it's just a good American stock, as they say. But yeah, no, as a kid, I had no clue the danger I was in. None of that, you know. Nowadays, I would not let my kids do what my parents let me do. Absolutely not.
Accurate. To even intimate that tiny little Israel is pushing the U.S. into something it does not want to do.
Our leaders appear to want to do it. Our public does not want to do it at all. The public does not want war with Iran. Bibi does. He's gotten seven trips to the White House. The average American
question would be,
hold on. The average American doesn't have that level of access, and a foreign leader does. 7 in 1 year, and now we're moving toward war with Iran. The average American doesn't want that war. The average American is outraged. Don't you understand?
I'm not
attacking
that we
Bibi
have
at all.
the strongest president I've ever seen in my lifetime, going back to Eisenhower, for God's sake.
If you're an American,
no, listen to me, Tucker, for God's sake.
I'm not attacking Trump. I like Trump.
I know, but you're making it sound like that he is being...
Don't you love Les Wexner? Cody says, I have Black Hawk Down burned into my frontal lobe, and Les Wexner and the devil forced our family off our farm. That's basically all my childhood. Les Wexner. Like, listen, all right. If somebody deserved temporal justice, like, I don't think he should be allowed to die in his sleep. I don't know. Maybe that's too far. But I mean, come on. Do something, all right. Let him spend his last days in prison.
Pulled into something that he really doesn't want to do, or pulled into something because he's persuaded.
I'm neither saying that nor implying.
I was in the meeting last week. I was in the meetings last summer. I can assure you, President Trump is not being led into something at all by Prime Minister Netanyahu.
To be clear, I'm neither saying that nor implying it.
Good.
What I am stating out loud is true, and that's that Prime Minister Netanyahu, Bibi Netanyahu, has way more influence over Americans' foreign policy than Americans do. And we know this because he wants a war with Iran. The overwhelming majority of Americans don't want a war with Iran, and we're very likely to get a war with Iran. So who has more influence, Benjamin Netanyahu or 80% of Americans? And I'm saying that's outrageous. That's all I'm saying.
I would counter that. Bibi Netanyahu does not want a war with Iran.
Now that's lying with a straight face. And I think it is true on its face. Who has more influence over politics? Miriam Adelson or half the country? Miriam Adelson. Who has more influence on foreign policy? Half of America or Jared Kushner, right? Jared Kushner. Who has more influence than all of them? Probably Bibi. Probably Bibi. Behind Trump himself in his old, addled brain, the most powerful man in America is Bibi Netanyahu. Probably, maybe that's not technically true. There might be a few other people in line before him, but it seems to be that way at least.
To say that he wants a war, you know who's going to be at the very front of that? His people. And I don't agree with that. I'm with him enough to know he does not want a war.
He doesn't.
Does he think that there may be a necessity of taking a war in order to prevent an attack on not just Israel?
I don't want.
Yeah, but that's disingenuous framing. Like, I could say that I don't want a war with the cartels, but it might be completely necessary to remove them from existence. But in the same way, that's kind of like saying you want it, right?
Argumentative, but I think I know too much. I mean, let's be real. Okay, so there was, Steve Witkoff, in my opinion, is just a sterling guy, just a good guy. Excellent.
He's a good guy.
Yeah, that's my view.
Yeah.
And kind of pro-American and just couldn't be nicer and wants the right thing. And he's probably Trump's best friend. He and maybe Jared too are involved in a negotiation with Hamas.
Mm-hmm. Or you mean with Iran?
With Iran.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Okay.
And the Israeli government short circuits it by hitting Iran. So like
what do you mean they short circuited by hitting Iran?
They did everything they could to shut down the negotiations between the United States, the Trump administration, and Iran.
Sam says Israel probably attacks U.S. ships again and blame it on Iran to kick things off. That's always a possibility. You got a lot of ships in the area, right? You have about a third of the active U.S. fleet in the area. So it's possible that there could be a false flag event. Or I think what's more likely, just like before, we just send in a bunch of, F-35s and maybe a couple B-2s, and we just drop some bombs here and there. I think that's probably more likely. I don't really see an operation to like what we did in Venezuela. I don't think we're going to pull out whatever the guy's name is. I don't think that's going to happen. It's a totally different situation. The guy's probably underground in a vault somewhere, right? After seeing what happened to Maduro. But it's probably just going to be airstrikes. That would be my guess. Just going to be airstrikes for now. And we're going to initiate it. But it could be possible. Could be very possible.
And look, they're acting again in their own interest.
Yeah, so this is the thing though. Do you really think that we do a land invasion though? I mean, Iran's different, right? Because if we take out their air defenses, which have already been decimated, if we take out their missile launchers, right? If we reduce their air force to basically nothing, because there's nothing their planes can do against us, like why would a land invasion be necessary unless we are actually going to enforce regime change, like take charge of it, establish a secular Western government, and then pull out? I mean, would that benefit Israel to actually have Americans hold Iran? Probably. But would we really need to if it's just the point is just to destabilize them until they overthrow their own rulers? Right? I mean, if you want maximum death, yeah, send in troops on the ground for sure. But I feel like that would be so unpopular. So unpopular. It'd be insane.
But our country should also act in its own interest. That's all I'm saying. And don't tell me that Bibi doesn't want a war with Iran.
He doesn't.
Have a good night.
If Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff could be successful in getting the president's demands, and keep in mind, these are the president's demands.
What are those demands?
No enrichment, no nuclear weapon, quit killing your own people in the streets by the tens of thousands. You and I both agree that it's a horrible thing to kill your own citizens, which Iran is doing.
Yeah. I mean, don't... I agree with that, right? You shouldn't be killing your own people. At the same time, the West and CIA and all these other intelligence agencies are absolutely fomenting the faux revolution in Iran. So isn't that blood metaphorically also on our hands a little bit? Yeah, Mossad confirmed. Yeah, it's like, do I trust your numbers of dead in the streets? Crackalactica. It's Crackalactica. Yeah, Crackalactica says, I was in military intel. Land invasion of Iran would be nightmare, worse than NAM, AFG, Afghanistan, and Iraq combined. Yeah, again, I'm not a geography major, but I imagine that they are more advanced than both of those countries, Afghanistan and Iraq. And they have allies in China and Russia who would like to see them not overthrown, I imagine, because they would like that to still be friendly to the Eastern powers rather than the Western powers. So I could see a really nasty proxy war going on in Afghanistan. Or sorry, in Iran.
Horrible thing to kill anybody's citizens.
Anybody's citizens. We agree on that.
Except if they're 14-year-olds working for Hamas. But
No,
whatever.
it's still a tragedy.
No, it is. Sorry, I'm being a jerk.
You,
Okay.
you really are being a jerk.
I am. I know. I
You
know.
are
I know.
being a jerk on that.
I am such a jerk.
I'm going to write down.
You're right.
Tucker
You're right. You're
Carlson
right. I know.
admitted
I know.
he's a jerk.
Oh, I am
Okay.
a jerk. Everyone
All
knows
right.
that. I mean, I'm trying to really trying. Okay.
Okay.
No, but I agree with you 100%. Of course, it's a tragedy.
If that
Well, Iran is huge. It's a big country, and it's 90 million people, right? So it's a big place with a lot of people.
could be done, and I pray it can.
Yes.
And you know why? Number one, because it would be wonderful for everybody. Number two,
Dude, what did you expect to think that you were going to get here? What are you talking about? Duh.
if there is a war,
armchair
you're going to be
geopolitics.
6,000
We're
miles
retards
from it.
here.
You know where I'm going to be?
We're retard maxing, okay?
In the bullseye. Do I want there to be a war? No. Do Israelis want there to be a war? No.
How many? I keep hearing Israel's fighting a 7-front war right now. What are those 7 fronts?
Well, you got Lebanon. You have Egypt. Now, Egypt is not an active war, but you have the Muslim Brotherhood within Egypt. You've got the Muslim Brotherhood in Jordan. You've got Syria.
Wait, they're fighting.
Aren't we paying Egypt and Jordan not to go to war? So we fund, it's ironic that we fund Egypt, who's super corrupt, Jordan, super corrupt, basically a failed state. And then this money just goes to nefarious means, of course, to not attack Israel.
War with Jordan?
With the Muslim Brotherhood that is in Jordan, not directly with Jordan, not the government of Jordan.
You know, this is the weird thing. So McLeod says Huckabee wants war to make him even richer. Do you really want that as an old man? Like Mike Huckabee, he looks fine for like a 70-year-old man, but he doesn't have that long left, right? Do you want millions of dollars on top of the blood of children? Or soaked in the blood of children? Like, is that what you want? Like, because even if you take it that he's a believer and he just takes the Christian Zionism to its, nth degree, like, surely he has to live for something more than just like, or maybe you just think he's pure evil, right? I don't know.
What are they?
You've got Hezbollah. You've got
in Lebanon,
Houthis.
In Yemen.
You have Hamas in Gaza. You have the threats that come from Iran. And how many is that?
That's 7.
That's 7. Okay. I'll give you an 8th one. You know the 8th one? The media. No.
Chinokaz says claiming there's no Iranian revolution is fake news. Nobody says there's no revolution, right? Because we've seen the video evidence. And that's about it, right? But the numbers, right? If you tell me, oh, here's a video of fires and gunshots, 10 million Iranian citizens have been killed. I'm like, maybe, but also like, who am I supposed to trust on the numbers, right? Even if we grant that, it's widespread and it's problematic. Whose numbers do we trust? Do we trust Iranians' numbers? No. Do we trust Israel's numbers? No. Like, it's one of those situations where don't like anybody involved.
I would tell you there's an 8th front war. They fight.
How many journalists has Israel killed in Gaza?
I don't know.
Over 200. It seems like
now, are they real journalists? Because a lot of those people that were supposedly journalists were actually Hamas fighters that are documented Hamas fighters. So that's why I ask you, how many are actual journalists?
I don't know, but a lot of them were. They worked for big news organizations and they had press written on their chest.
Yeah, some of them had UNRWA cars and they were also working for Hamas.
So
Hamas
do you think that over 200 journalists killed in Gaza are all fake journalists who deserve to be
killed? I have no idea how many the total number is. I don't have their credentials, but I know that there were quite a few that were actually Hamas fighters that protected Hamas. Ask the hostage.
Let's grant him that like 100 of them, half of the journalists killed in Gaza were Hamas cover agents, right? They just claim that they're journalists post hoc to, make it better propaganda for the West, right? The second thing is Israel has a tenuous relationship with journalists, right? Not a big fan of certain journalists, famously. On the other side of the equation, though, my side of the equation, I think that if you're stupid enough to die for, less desirables, you kind of get what's coming to you, right? If you put yourself in that situation between Hamas and IDF, like, bro, what you are asking for it. You are quite literally asking for it.
The hostages came back and they started telling about the number of people that were doctors in hospitals that held them hostage in their homes, or the number of people who were pretending to be journalists who were actually holding them hostage.
As someone
who's telling you that there's a lot more to what.
As someone whose tax dollars helped pay for killing all the civilians in Gaza, I feel like I have a right to know how many were killed, and Israel won't let outside observers in to figure it out. And I'm frustrated. I just want to say that. My last question is about Christians, both Christians who visit and Christians who live here, particularly in the West Bank. I spoke to someone recently, a Christian minister who grew up in a town right outside Bethlehem. We would know it as Shepherd's Field in the New Testament, where the shepherds were tending their flocks in Matthew. And of course, the angels come and announce the arrival of Jesus in nearby Bethlehem. His family's been Christian, he says, for 2,000 years. He says where he grew up is now surrounded by settlements of people who are not from Israel at all. A lot of them are from the United States.
Well, Quran Thumb says, don't you guys ever wonder why everyone is finally allowed to notice all of a sudden? Well, the noticing has been going on for a long time, but it's not just now. Like, this isn't actually some sort of unilateral hegemon that exists, right? There are things outside of their control. But I believe if you follow the pattern of history, this thing just happens over and over and over and over and over and over again until they push it too far. And then something bad happens, and then they cry the victim, and then they do it again, and they start over, and then things get worse and worse and worse and worse and worse, and then something bad happens, and then they play the victim, and then it just happens over and over and over again. So I mean, Christ wins in the end, right?
Jewish settlements, they have different roads that the native Christians are not allowed to use. I don't quite know how that works. And he described a story where his mother was shot outside their house by an IDF soldier for reasons no one ever explained. She survived, but no one was ever punished for it or even explained why they did it. And he basically described being terrorized by settlers. And I wonder if that's a concern.
Thank you for your cervix, Hans.
For you, for the native population, the indigenous population.
Did you say this happened in Bethlehem?
It happened in Shepherd's Field. So it's a Christian village. Beth Sahur, I think is its name. Right outside Bethlehem.
If it's in Bethlehem.
It's not in Bethlehem. I think it's Bet Sahur, I believe is the name of the village.
Because there are no Israelis in Bethlehem, none. There are no Jews in Bethlehem.
Are there new settlements outside Bethlehem where he is from?
Over in Area C, but not in Area A. There are none.
Well, he describes the town he grew up in, and I guess I wonder why a Christian whose family's been there for 2,000 years.
There are Palestinian Christians throughout Judea and Samaria. That's true. I've been over to visit them. I go there regularly.
I know you have, and some have been,
we've advocated for some that are Muslim, but they're American citizens, and we advocated because there was.
But why can't they just drive into Jerusalem to go to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre? Why do they need a permit to do that if they're from there?
Because of the acts of terrorism that has made it impossible to do it.
But
you know how many
suicides?
No. Let me. You asked this question. So what do we do? Just say you're a Christian? Oh yeah, I'm a Christian, but you're wearing a suicide bomb?
Do Christians do suicide?
So I know that what Tucker is doing here, right? So he's attempting to tie it to the Christian story of Bethlehem, right? To the birth of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, right? So he's attempting to use that to galvanize Christians into supporting the people that live in or around the area where Christ was born, right? And so that it sort of elevates this in their mind as a more important event because you have Jews killing people near the birth of our Savior and then replacing them, right? And this should be an affront to us as Christians. So he's doing the reverse to what Mike does with Christian Zionism or with dispensationalism, and he's doing that, but in the reverse, right?
Bombs?
They could. If all they have to do is just announce I'm a Christian. There were over 1,000.
Why not just get an identity card that says I'm Christian?
Let me just finish this. Before Israel put the green line up, and before they took great care to put checkpoints in place, there were over 1,000 suicide bombers in 1 year.
It was awful. I remember it, but I don't think any of them were Christians, and
they may not have been.
Okay, but
my point is,
we could find out if they were.
So you're saying we just trust somebody if they come up and say I'm a Christian, I just want to go to the Holy Sepulchre, let me in?
What I'm saying is that Christians have a right to go to the Holy Sepulchre. Israel does not own it. They've had possession of it since 1967. It doesn't belong to Bibi. It belongs to me and you and every other Christian.
Bibi was probably a young person. I'm not even sure he was.
No Christian should ever be barred from the Church of the Holy Sepulchre.
Should Christians be barred from Joseph's tomb in Nablus?
I don't know. Let's just start with the Church of the Holy Sepulchre.
Okay, let's start with the Church of the Holy Sepulchre.
And I don't understand on what grounds
they can go to them.
Well, they can't if they're Christians at Bet Sahur. So I don't understand why.
This is more of a political question, of course. So I'm kind of going to end it there for the whole discussion. It's a good interview, you know. Tucker does a little bit of I don't want to call it based posting, but you know, he's on the right track, or he's some sort of gatekeeper, right? Whether you trust him as an asset or not, given his ties to the CIA. Have a good night, Savvy McStabwood. Appreciate you hanging out, bro. But yeah, I mean, it's the Greater Israel should be thought of as a Christian land, as a Crusader state, not as a Jewish land, right? So we need to reframe that. Our job as Christians and as based people is to take dispensational ideology and replace it with this greater Christian Middle Eastern idea where it's Christians have a right to this land. Christians have a tie to this land, not ethnically Jewish people, whoever they may or may not be, right? That's what we need to do, and that's what will fix the Middle East. I guarantee it. It will not go bad this time. For sure. No, there's like 20 minutes left. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours now. I really appreciate everybody hanging out. To everybody over on Rumble, let me go ahead and grab you guys a raid so that you guys can... Who's even live right now? Oh, it's literally just me. Lol. Somebody else has to be live. Live. Who's live right now? Can I click on the live tab? After hours. Is there anybody based that's live right now? Newsmax gay. Who's actually live right now? Is there anybody of interest that's live over on Rumble? Well, shoot. Copy link. I guess you're going here, guys. My apologies. You're going to this random one. I was live, but already. Yeah, Crack Electric, I actually need to watch your lives. I feel bad. I feel bad that I haven't watched your lives. Oh, shoot, that's not it. That's not going to work. Can I click on this? And then... Okay, maybe that will work. Let's see. Let's see if that works. There you go. All right. Go watch some video games over here on Rumble, all right? To everybody hanging out on YouTube, thank you very much. I appreciate the support. I appreciate hanging out, the conversation. I like kind of a relaxed, chill stream, if you will, even though it's 4.5 hours long. But with all of that out of the way, gentlemen, thank you very much. Have a wonderful night. Godspeed. God bless. Christ is...
Cannot believe how beautiful your voice is.